V20. Chapter 231, The Two Frontiers. Thualu Illas, Ellis region. Date: August 1st, 2026. Feeling a tremble, Empress Pina Colada grabbed the strap over her. While she has grown used to flying, it never felt natural to her, especially these army Chinooks. She thought it was much better than riding any flying beasts as it was much safer. "You made the right decision, Empress," Albert said, sitting across from her. "I know," Pina replied. "I just feel like I am betraying my brother. If I recall, when you were trapped at Legrath, Crisis delegated to Sharpe and the girls to free you," Albert pointed out. "When you are in command, delegating is just as important as doing it yourself. We have a saying on Earth, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few," Pina added. Spock, Star Trek, which he was not born on Earth. Seeing the confused reaction from Albert, she smiled. "Let's just say the rest of my knights and I have endeared ourselves quite deep with Earth's pop culture knights with Vanguard 7. Really? So what is your favorite movie and video game?" Albert asked. "My favorite game, the guys make fun of me for it, but I really do enjoy Candy Crush," Pina said. "My favorite movie so far is Mulan. I feel a personal connection that she disobeyed her father to save him. While not fitting in, being an outsider, she found her place among the men and saved her country." While the two laughed, Pina looked out the back of the Chinook. The helicopter was starting to land. It was dark with the moonlight being blocked, which was no longer a problem with the night vision feature in the hyperspectral digital visors her knights had been wearing. She had often wondered the potential of the Empire if they had one of these high-tech devices. Night vision, radio, or something else NATO considers common. How one of these small things could revolutionize war. While thinking about it, she remembered seeing a marine compass that was sold for $10 in America. For the people on the Earth side of the gate, it's just another cheap tool. But on this side, that cheap tool could revolutionize naval navigation and travel of the entire Uros. Once the Chinook landed, the Rose Knights, the SAS, and the three clanless got off. Unlike the first two groups, one of the three members of the clanless, along with Lartia, dropped to the ground, practically kissing it. The two Nikos were relieved to be touching the ground once more, still not used to the concept of air travel. Beefeater approached them and commented, "First time I see." "Not really, but I don't think she will ever get used to it," Kriyan responded. "Nelia, you're making us look bad. It's just transportation, just in the sky. If Nikos were meant to fly, we would have wings," Nelia retorted while helping her friend up. "Oh, don't be such a baby. You're starting to sound like Alden," Sebel teased with a giggle. "Hey, in my defense, I'm not as bad as him," Nelia retorted as she stabilized herself back on her feet. Watching the Chinook and its escort fly away, Pina then looked toward the city. She zoomed in her visors and saw the elvish towers in the distance. "I wish we could land closer." "Nothing wrong with a hike," Kriyan said as she stood up. "You people have gotten used to riding everywhere. Besides, they would spot us and could shoot us down with magic blasts," Albert replied. "Stealth is our advantage while the distraction force engages the outposts." To help distract the enemy, it was agreed that the Japanese and British would launch air assault missions against a few outposts close to Thualu Illas. The goal is to flush the enemy out, hopefully lure out reinforcement from the city. Still, the main issue is getting in. "Lartia, you said there was a water drain somewhere?" Albert asked. "Yes," Lartia said. "A few loyalists took me to a cellar where I went down this sewer. It took me many leagues away from the city." "Do you think the enemy knows about it?" Pina asked. "We would be screwed if the enemy knew of our only way inside the city." "There are dozens of sewers that lead out of the city," Lartia said. "The city is old. I don't think they know about them all. At least that is what one of the maids said while I was there." "You also had maids?" Nelia asked. "It sounds like you had a well-off life." "That is not what I meant," Lartia replied. "Knock it off," Albert said. "And the idea has merit. The Rangers did when we took Legrath and what my team did at Sad Era. Ancient cities that have been built and rebuilt over centuries, good chance. Besides, it is like every fantasy RPG plot out there," Sergeant Philip Walsh jokingly commented. "If it is not broken, don't fix it, I guess," Corporal Aileysold said, but with a questionable look. "Did I say it right?" Albert walked over, patting Aileysold's helmet. "Yes, little bunny," he said with a wink. "All right, lads, keep your senses sharp. There is still a good chance the enemy could know we are coming." "Doubt it, though," Boses said. How would they know that Lartia reached her destination? They would have to have had a mole in Legrath that could somehow pass that information along before we could act. She is right, Nelia added. We killed all the Oprichnana that were following her. You mean we did, Sebel corrected. Details. But it would take time for them to realize their men are dead, especially with NATO watching the river, the Nico continued. The group moved through the tall, tan-like crop stalks, similar to the corn stalks Pina saw in Ohio. The difference between corn and these water beans was that the beans had a tannish color and a meatier taste than corn while having the same size. The path to Thualu Illas had been cleared. Key patrols and checkpoints they had to avoid or take care of. As they approached the city, patrols had been getting larger, so to further conceal her aura, the fairy hid within the undershirt of her companion, Kriyun. They must know about the sewer after tracking down Lartia, Panache commented. Too many scattered defenders. Unless they don't know which one it is, Ailey replied. If they did, why wouldn't they be there, waiting for us? Ailey is correct, Pina said. Getting ambushed in a sewer would give them the advantage in melee. As they moved, Shandy Gaffmaria, the Rose Knights logistic officer, spoke from Vanguard Command. Strike Team November. ISR has detected a wagon inbound your position. Albert ordered everyone to remain quiet. The sound of the wagon and dual horses approached, bypassing them. Jalen Findro peeked above the crops and quickly came down. She then whispered to Pina, "They have a Valradin. Horse pie." Pina frustratedly whispered. She reported it to Albert. Valradin, besides their superior physical strength, had excellent hearing and a sense of smell like earth wolves. Once used as shock troopers within the Imperial Army, Pina noticed that they were used to help discover potential ambushes or incoming vehicles and attacks like artillery or missile strikes. NATO equipment had many wonders, however. Most were noisy enough to be heard, prominent enough to be sniffed, and sensed kilometers away by most animals and demi-human. Stay down. Let them pass, Albert whispered over the radio. Pina, get your knights ready to strike. I want to stay as quiet as we can. The wagon passed, being pulled by two Hogus boars with a pair of guards at the helm. For others sat in the back, fighting the urge to fall asleep as they chattered away, but remained vigilant. Unable to get a good view, Pina checked her visor, filtering through the other soldiers' head cameras until she found Sisesco Main with a perfect view through her scope, crossbow at ready. It seemed like the wagon was passing them. Pina's body was tense as she grabbed her sword handle, waiting for the situation to take a turn for the worse. Hearing someone curse over the radio, Pina saw the wagon stop. The chattering amongst the guards ceased as the Valradin stood up, noise in the air. It was clear it caught someone. It will only be a matter of time until they find us. Prepare to fire, Albert said. Hold on, Pina said. Remember we have a siren among us. Kriyun, can you redirect the wind a little? Just enough so that the beast cannot smell us. I can try, Kriyun replied, feeling a slight tug in the air as it was redirected. Albert's team was in awe as the wind around suddenly ceased, and almost instantly went in the other direction. The issue now was could Kriyun do it quietly enough so they wouldn't be spotted. The Valradin looked around, ears pointing in all directions, hoping to catch some indication that someone was around. The remaining guards jolted up and were alert with hands at the hilt of their swords. He took one last good whiff before disregarding what he smelled earlier and pointed down the path before sitting back down. The tense air surrounding the wagon settled as they carried on down the path. Good call, Albert said. Vanguard Command, that wagon isn't heading to the city. Can you get another drone to follow it? Might be something of worth. Roger that, Shandy said. I will relay that to Legrath Command. Also, I see nothing in the current area, however there are roaming patrols. Better head to the sewer entrance ASAP. The group moved through the farm fields quickly. It took an additional hour, bypassing 2 checkpoints and another patrol where they were forced to engage in stealth kills. From the unexpected amount of patrols, the enemy most likely knew Lartia escaped from around this area, but did not know the exact location of the sewer entrance. To everyone's relief, there was no sign of the enemy guarding the entrance. Albert and Pina got their units into 2 groups, worried about being ambushed while in the sewer network, and once they were inside the city. Pina approached the captain and said, "Sir, I think it might be wise to send a few up ahead as an advance force." "Good idea," Albert said. We'll send 2 each. I think you should keep your men back, Pina said. 2 of mine and the clanless. I don't think we should spoil our hand, and the noble Nico needs to show us the path. Noticed you added the Nico part, Albert said. Is it really that unusual? Is it that hard of a concept for you to accept, Princess? Nelia pointed out. With these otherworlders here, it won't be like it once was. Nikos won't be playthings to be preyed upon. Those words pierced Pina deeply as she considered her response. I apologize. I meant no disrespect. It is just that it was common for a noble to lay with one at a brothel, or to buy an enslaved one for some type of gratification, but marry one? That would end a nobleman's career, Pina replied, annoyed at herself for pointing out the Nico part. Please disregard that, as I am trying very hard to change. Old habits die hard, it seems, Empress, Albert commented, then smiling. He then gave her a friendly pat on the shoulder. We will go with your plan? I cannot believe there is a place that smells worse than the male locker room, or that durian fruit, that smelled like barf. Ling brought to us as dessert during dinner last week. Balalaika, ID Latoria commented. Annoyed by the Rose Order of Knights' comments regarding the smell, Nelia replied, You think it smells bad for you? My kind has a superior smell than you humans, so imagine how we feel. Glad that the humans shut up about the smell, Nelia looked at her partner Kriyun and asked, What do you think? So far, so good, Kriyun replied. Unless we run into a patrol, I do not think we will run into anyone. Truth is, I am surprised a noble got through all this. No kidding, Sebel chimed in, flying out of Kriyun's shirt. Makes me wonder if all the people in your village were this resilient. Or were you 2 special cases? The desire for survival is strong in anyone with the right conditions, Nelia said as she looked at her friend Lartia. Her friend was hiding behind one of the Rose Knights she believed was Nicolasha Lamon. Lartia is out of her element, the fairy said. Moving closer, Nelia whispered to her friend, You did not have to come. You knew that, right? Never was an option, Lartia replied. You do not know the path. She then returned the look and added, Did you say that because you think I am weak? Because I lived a noble life? I did not say you were weak, Nelia corrected. I just could tell you were scared. I understand that you are not used to this. Due to her misunderstanding, Lartia looked away embarrassed, following the knight. Quiet, Success Co-Main whispered, noticing Success aiming her compound crossbow. Looking down the path, all Nelia could hear was water dripping until Kriyun pointed at something. Seeing a glow against the wall slowly getting bigger, she realized someone was approaching. We should attack, Nelia whispered. Hold on, Kriyun said. Nelia, Sebel, move closer and get ready to strike. Success, right? I want you to take the first shot. Take them out at once. Got it? Success replied. Holding her crossbow tightly, she began controlling her breathing, aiming steadily down the tunnel. Nelia quickly moved in silently as the fairy clung tight to her shoulder. Owing to her Nico abilities, she got into position without making a single sound. As she moved into the sewer intersection, she could easily tune out the surrounding sounds and heard the enemy approach. She picked up 2 sets of patrolling feet. Her mouth was left slightly ajar, excitement filling her. Her vertical slit pupils dilated ever so slightly as she crouched low, hand at her blade, ready to pounce. Ready here, too, Sebel whispered. She positioned herself, ready to fling herself forward to slow them if one tried to flee. As the 2 came around the corner, a bolt went through the first elf's eye with dead-set accuracy. The elf stood there for a moment before tipping over to the slug water. Hearing the other elf panic and preparing to run away, Nelia ambushed him. Moving in faster than the elf could react to slash his throat. In pure reaction, he grabbed his throat before being rear-kicked into the slug water. Standing up as she cleaned her claws, Nelia chuckled, proud of her kill efficiency. A decade of practice was well worth it. Nice shot with that crossbow, Nelia stated. Dead in the eye. All thanks to this, Success said as she pointed at the scope in her compound crossbow. Beautiful kill. Looks like I wasn't needed after all, Sebel commended. Was there any doubt? Success teased, with a laugh. Nelia then noticed Lartia with a strange look. You do not have to worry about them, Lartia. They are dead. It is not that, Lartia responded, staring at her old friend. It is just you can kill, and it is normal. Well, yeah, Nelia replied, confused by the statement. Then it hit her. This had been her life for a decade now. After the destruction of their village, and their separation, she didn't realize how different their lives diverged. This is who I am now, Nelia said. Attilius and my fellow brethren saved my life, and we did what we had to do to survive. Besides, we don't kill any undeserving or those that minded their own business. I get it, Lartius said. It is just that I thought maybe things would go back to what they were for a moment. I just did not expect how different you are now. I can say the same to you, Nelia responded with a chuckle. Hey, Bozes said. Both of you can catch up and have a good cry later. We are on the clock. Skies over Ticaret Conglomerate. Date: August 1st, 2026. We are 45 miles to LZ, Utah, sir. Looking out of the MC-130J Commando 2 transport plane, Sharpe saw the sun, or as the natives call it, flare, peeking from the west and about to sink into the horizon, marking the start of the night in Ticaret. Thank you, pilot, Sharpe said. Looking toward the back of the giant plane, he saw his unit, the Legrath Knights, and a few of the clanless as experts. Usually the Rose Knights would have gone along. However, Pina decided to deal with the situation with Illas, a decision he agreed with. The Legrath Knights seemed to have an over-eagerness on this mission. Until now, they mainly operated around Illas to root out insurgents and win the hearts and minds of the people. Now they get to get some real action again. To his displeasure, Lelei and Tuke were not here. Only Rory and Yao are only on this mission. Tuke felt she needed to help her people more, while Lelei, Sharpe decided she needed a break, which was against her wishes. Glancing toward the right, Sharpe saw Fryen reading the Bible for some reason. You seem to be interested in our religion? Sharpe asked Fryen. Well, the apostle began. I want to know more about your so-called Almighty God whom the vast majority of Terrans worship. This is the first time I have heard of a god that represents everything in existence, unlike our gods, the Greek or Norse gods back on Earth, who only represent certain aspects. Uros might be the god of creation, but he is still not a god of everything. I am also fascinated that your version of demons is that they used to be the messengers of God until they rebelled against him under the leadership of Lucifer, the fallen archangel. At least demons in this world, as far as I know, are tangible, unlike what it said in the Bible, Sharpe remarked. Thank you for requesting us, Lieutenant Colonel, Beluti said. Looking toward the pink siren, the usual scowl had been replaced with joy. Ah, so you can smile? Sharpe said. Beluti quickly replied as her smile completely evaporated. Hey, I am a delightful person. I only get angry when you are around. Just ignore him, Rory said as she approached. He gets off on getting on people's nerves. I know, Beluti said. He thinks he can get away with it. The issue is he is right. Still, thank you for letting us come along. No problem, Pinky, Sharpe said. You know what is at stake. If he is alive, then you will get him. Beluti's smile returned. We should have prevented all this back then. We won't fail him again. When that conversation had died, Beluti's smile was gone once again and replaced with a somber expression as she looked out the plane's window. She began to reflect on something as she peered into the night view of Ticaret's desert. You know, it's funny. A lot of this wouldn't have happened had we just refused to listen to that bastard Herm. Maybe if we just killed him the moment he showed his face and stated his intentions. And now, many of our comrades died, and an honest legatus who was just solemnly doing his duty is about to be executed because of some arrogant and hard-headed people who refuse to accept reality. I feel so guilty. I wish I could turn back time. Seeing Beluti beating herself up, Sharpe tried to console her. It's just natural that you don't know the future and the consequences of your choices and actions. Trust me, I also have a lot of times where I wish I could turn back time and keep bad things from happening. But I guess the thing about living is to make a choice that you're confident with the most and you'd regret the least. And when that choice turns out to be a bad one, you have to accept the reality that it's bad and rectify it as soon as possible. And when it's too late to rectify it, it could still be a lesson for you in the future to not repeat that mistake. Sharpe put his hand on Beluti's shoulder, catching her attention. We can still rectify this mistake. That's why we're here. Beluti looked at Sharpe for a moment before her smile came back. You know, for a rash guy who doesn't have a limiter for his mouth, you still have a way with words. Thank you, Sharpe. Glad I can help, Sharpe replied while patting Beluti's shoulder. As the two talked, the clanless leader, Melina, approached. Do you have a plan? He always has a plan, Rory stated. I see, Melina said, although I am impressed with your fearsome reputation and quite excited to work with you. I just want to make sure you are not just going to keep getting involved in any of your bold and dangerous improvised plans along the way. And yet, fortune favors the bold, Rory stated. I get the vibe you do not like outsiders, Melina asked. Usually no, I don't, Sharpe said. It usually just means another thing that can go wrong. No offense. None is taken, I understand, Melina said. My question, though? This has been the primary question for Sharpe while on this 5-hour plane ride. While they are an X factor, he is willing to give some credibility because of one of their members' relationship with his wife. Sebel, the fairy, has been helping at the school. According to Fabius' wife, there is already an underground network trying to get Ticaret out of the war, Beluti said. All we have to do is move in and contact them as soon as possible. The sooner we make contact, the better. If it was that easy, they would not be sending us, Melina pointed out. None of you look like you belong in Falmart, let alone Ticaret. She is right, Randy said as he overheard the conversation. All of us are soldiers. They will spot us a mile away. Agreed, Sharpe said. This won't be like Rondell. Before making contact, we need to know the lay of the land and who we are dealing with. Melina, your people can blend in better than we can. Makes sense, Beluti said. We do not know even if there is an underground. For all we know, they were discovered from the Betrayal. That will be Phase 1, Sharpe said. Melina's people will go inside and contact Falson, Nara, or Azariah. Do you know what they look like or what they do? Melina asked. Very little, Randy said. The only intelligence we have are from POWs and Madame Lartia. Nara Tezuko is a kitsune who operates brothels and banks, and Falson Alton is the head of House Atlan, one of the major houses in the Ticaret. A conglomerate, if you will. Meanwhile, Azariah Galen is a dark elf who is the head of the Second Sanctum. But we don't have much more than that. Not even photographs. That really isn't much to go on, but it is where we will start, Melina said. Alden frequently spends time at brothels, so he knows the culture. It is a good place to gather information. True, Rory said. You men usually love to spill important information when having a good time. Ego stroking your importance to remind people of how important you are. Don't forget about the Second Sanctum, Randy said. They mean nothing if we cannot contact them, Rory said. And all it takes for this mission to go south is unknowingly talking to someone who's pro-war, and our covers will be blown. Then we agree, Sharpe said. Make contact, and then we will enter the city stealthily, hopefully. But let me be clear. Our mission is to make contact with the rebels and figure things out with Crisis, not to join in a civil war. You will not back them up? Melina asked, confused. I'm not a politician, but simply making contact with them will most definitely trigger a civil war. We are a small unit, Melina, Randy said. Assuming the rebels are legit and the war in Illas ends, we can easily back them up. I have authorization to form an alliance if needed, Sharpe said. But we need to know the reality on the ground first. The last thing we want is another Operation Cyclone, maybe along with us being killed by the very people we just made an alliance with. What's Operation Cyclone? Beluti asked, along with Melina next to her, who was making curious looks. Before Sharpe could answer, Randy already stepped in. Long story short, we helped an enemy of our enemy at one time, only for them to turn against us at a later date using weapons that we gave them. Ouch! Being stabbed from the front is one thing, but from behind using weapons you gave them. At that, Melina commented. Actually, it wasn't that simple, Sharpe interjected. The group that we supported had an internal strife leading to their collapse, and a new and radical group took their place and their weapons. But my point still stands. Whether they backstab us or made an alliance with an unstable group, we don't want either of those to happen. We have to understand the reality on the ground and think thrice before we make an alliance. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. The onboard PA system blared, amplifying the pilot's voice in a humorous tone to the passengers in the cargo hold and interjecting the group discussion. We are approaching LZ, Utah in 3 mics. Please get back to your seat and buckle up. This is going to be a bumpy ride, and we are not responsible for any broken neck injuries sustained during the landing. You heard them, ladies. The loadmaster yelled to everyone. Everyone, get back to your seats and buckle up. Everyone sat at the fold-out seats on the side of the aircraft. After making sure Rory was strapped in, Sharpe secured himself. Hearing the loadmaster warning everyone, the meeting ended. "I thought you needed a runway for this airplane to land," Fryan asked. "That is ideal, but not impossible. Not for this baby," Sharpe replied while giving the hull a few bangs. "You can land these things on dirt, desert floor, or ice. All she needs is just a solid ground to land, and she can land anywhere. True and tested design for over 50 years. This baby is designed to fly, and she gets the job done. Still, I prefer the tarmac. It would be much easier if everyone here knew how to parachute, since we would not have to do a rough landing like this." Andrew complained as he pointed toward the parachutes near the cockpit. "I would rather not jump out of a perfectly good airplane," Yao replied. "Please, for Lenarier's sake, no," pleaded Alden. Melina turned to face her companion and shook her head as Alden held tightly onto his strap for dear life. He hadn't moved nor released his grip on it since they took off. "It is already terrifying enough for me to fly in this steel contraption. Now you want me to jump out of it while it is in the air? I would like at least one combat jump in this war," Andrew commented. "Then please do so without me." Alden continued to protest. "Alden, please just shut up already. You are just hurting my ears at this point," yelled Melina, who looked more annoyed at Alden rather than being bothered by the flight at all. The JSDF 3rd Recon conducted an airborne operation to secure and then prepared a landing zone for their aircraft. "The plan is for this to be their extraction." "I see," Fryan said. "Times like this make me glad I am an apostle. I get to enjoy so many wonders." Bastard. That is all Sharpe could think about now. If anything goes wrong, they would be fine. Being immortal. Dismembered limbs? Just pop them back in and wait for a few minutes for them to stick back up. A tremble shook throughout the aircraft as it made its approach to the landing zone. The inside shook as the wheel hit the ground. Once stopped, the red light turned green and the loadmaster cleared everyone to get up. The rear cargo bay door opened. "All right, that's our cue, ladies. Get off the plane," Randy ordered everyone out the back. "And Melina, help your friend up," Randy ordered Melina while pointing at Alden sitting next to her, slumped limp, pale-faced, and drenched in cold sweats. Melina sighed at her helpless teammate. "By the gods, I pray one day you will get used to flying already." Melina cursed before wasting no time to unbuckle Alden from his seat and shouldering him out of the plane, catching up with everyone else. Once everyone was out, Captain Itami rushed over and said, "Sir, the area is secured. So far, no contacts, no road, so I think we are not on a trade path." "Good work, Captain," Sharpe said to Itami before turning to his teammates. "Alicia, get on the comms and check in with Overlord. Randy, get everyone to get the tarps over the aircraft." Randy, as Sharpe looked over toward the Master Sergeant, watching him look out into the desert. "Master Sergeant," Sharpe called out to Randy, startling him. "Is something wrong?" "Sorry, sir," Randy said, just seeing the irony. Andrew approached and asked, "What do you mean?" "That we traveled to another planet 10 light years away through a magical gate, and yet we still ended up in another sandbox of a country," Randy explained. The point hit as some of the Rangers laughed. The realization that no matter what happens, no matter where they go, the U.S. will be fighting in a desert nation. "Hope we are not going to bump into some giant sandworms in this desert," Andrew joked. "I rather face giant scorpions, giant sand lizards, manticores, and sphinxes that lurk around this place in the wild than those big-ass worms." "Actually," Fryan replied, "there are giant sandworms deep in the Ticaret Desert, but they are quite docile and are herbivorous, and only attack when they are actually being threatened. Besides, this is Uros, not Arrakis from Dune." "Are there any genies in Ticaret?" Frost asked. "You mean jinns?" Fryan said. "Yes, there are, but they are independent elemental creatures that represent the basic elements like fire, water, earth, and air, not a bindingly wish-granting genie in Aladdin. They serve as ultimate guardians of the Ticaret and can only be called to defend the land from outside threats. Their exceptional fighting prowess is one of the reasons why the Sadran Empire failed multiple times to conquer the Ticaret." However, Rory elaborated, "at the same time, they have no desire to participate in any form of conquest with mortals. That is why your forces have not yet seen them within the ranks of the Ticaret forces. The only way to defeat and destroy a jinn is to overwhelm it with opposite elements that a particular jinn embodies. For example, a fire djinn is weak against water, so soaking it with enough water will eradicate the djinn and vice versa. There is always something new with this place. Sharp jokes. After the laughing was over, Alicia got on her long-range radio. Overlord, this is Vanguard 7. Do you read? Over? Vanguard, this is Overlord. Reading you loud and clear. Go ahead, answered their commander on the other side of the line. Roger that, replied Alicia. Be advised, we have landed at LZ, Utah and linked up with JSDF 3rd Recon. Over. Solid copy, Vanguard, answered Overlord. Be advised, Recon satellite is operational, and we have done some preliminary recon on the city. You better get moving now. You got one hell of a haystack to the comb over. Do you copy? Over? Solid copy, Overlord. We'll get moving now. Vanguard out. Alicia cuts her transmission before turning to Sharpe. Colonel, comms is clear, and the satellite is online. All right, Andrew, get your team ready for a recon mission, Sharpe ordered. Get sights on the capital. Randy, Itami, you and the rest stay here. We'll report back in 4 hours. After taking cover by a sand dune, Andrew's team was set up to oversee the Ticaret capital, gazing at the dusted stone city erected around a massive wall. At the center of it, beyond the wall, a gigantic inner city could be seen carved out of the various mesas that protruded out from the vast desert sand. Looking like a castle, many spires of intricate designs led to wide rounded tops and ended in more minor points. The steep sides of the formed structure served to elevate the inner city and provide a natural barrier. It contrasted heavily with the unappealing, congested outer city that wrapped the city. Some of the highest peaks nearly touching the sky served as natural towers to observe and keep watch throughout the entire city, with flares and fires flickering in many towers. Many houses were built of clay and stone with fabrics of various kinds fluttering in the moonlit night. Many small and narrow paths interconnected throughout, with a couple of main roads that led up to the wall. Most of the residents had appeared to be already sleeping, as most of the flames were out except for a few torches patrolling around. Holy fucking hell, Alicia mumbled in awe. Overlord wasn't kidding. It is one massive haystack. Damn, look at that. The place is like ancient Baghdad, Scott said. Yeah, but look at that in the center. Never seen that kind of spire before. It is almost as high as the World Trade Center. Frost added that no ancient structures back on Earth can reach that height. Frost added. Remember, Sadera is one of the youngest megacities, Beluti said. Most of the major jewel cities in Falmart are ancient and built with great construction magic. Shit, Alicia commented. They have to be older than the Great Pyramids. I don't even know what to recon, Andrew said. It is so massive, and we're supposed to look for 3 people in that megacity. Andrew looked at his rugged Getak laptop that connected to his scope and Space Force's keyhole satellite far up above. The image of the city from the satellite shows that the city was estimated to be 300 square miles, which was much larger than ancient Baghdad. As the team gawked at the sight of the city, Fryan walked up beside the elf local that had volunteered his services in the mission. Being in the Ticaret before, sights like the capital didn't really surprise him anymore. Truly marvelous, is it not? Fryan began to say to the elf. What one can achieve when people are focused more on growth rather than conflict. Hearing Fran's comment, Andrew couldn't help but chuckle. You say that, but conflict is also part of growth. Without the Cold War back on Earth, we probably wouldn't have the internet or even thought of going to space. Without World War II, we probably wouldn't have the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and still be practicing colonization. Hearing Andrew's reply, Fryan turned to him and rubbed his chin while thinking of Andrew's point of view. That's one way to look at it, I suppose. What do you want? Alden interjected. As Fryan turned back to face him, Alden pulled out his knife and admired it. Ignoring the gesture, Fryan answered, I'm just wondering what your stake is in all of this. The last time we met, you threatened us not to show our faces to you. Yet here you are. I'm right in front of you, and you volunteered to save Crisis. What is with the change? Alden twitched slightly cutting his finger as he turned toward the apostle. My current leader and friend requested my aid, nothing more. I'd rather leave him to rot and die, but I remain loyal to my brethren, and so long as they do it, I will do as I am told. Fryan nodded in understanding. Your loyalty is one to be commended. It is something familiar to me. My loyalty to Christ. Don't compare me to you, Alden interrupted while pointing his knife at the apostle. We aren't the same? Alden blinked a few times as a giant halberd suddenly appeared and stopped right before the blade touched his neck. A girly giggle soon followed as he followed the hand that held the weapon to a small, Gothic-style dress girl. Play nice, little boy. Rory smiled while licking her lips. Unless you want to play with me? Rory, I do not need your assistance, Fryen said. You sure? But you seem like you were having so much fun. Rory, Sharpe ordered as a few others watched the ordeal occur. Not the time. I'm only teasing, she responded with a cute smile as she retracted her weapon. Alden rubbed his neck, only a few inches away from losing it. He reflected and thought maybe it wasn't such a good idea to antagonize two allied apostles. He looked around and noticed his leader merely shook her head as she headed toward Sharpe. Looking back at them, a thought began to cross Alden's mind. While they were there, he might as well poke for some information. He sheathed his blade once more. You know, I was always curious about something, Melina said. And what's that? Rory quickly responded to the hostile aura around her, now fully dissipated. Excuse her, but ask your question, Fryen added as Rory stuck her tongue out at him. How is it that you two are loyal to mortal men, as powerful as you are? Melina said. So weak and fragile that any little thing would be enough to end them. Yet you two work so diligently to serve them, one serving Sharpe while the other crisised. It never made any sense to me. I also do find it strange, Alden added. All my life, I have never seen an apostle. I never met someone who had seen one before, or at least was telling the truth of it, but there are two of you here and following mortals. I serve only Roy, Rory quickly retorted. It is through his will that I carry on, and with Sharpe, he is a mortal man with tons of flaws, but he has a heart of a warrior, carrying within it a great love to do the right things no matter the big the obstacles are. The power to empower people around him to stand up and fight against the odds no matter how overwhelming it is, as well as change for the better, and the willingness to march to the Department of the Inferno to protect, save, and preserve those he cares for even though they never ask. For his help. He saved me from many perils multiple times even though I could save myself, simply because he cares for me, but most of all, he sees me as an equal friend and family, which is something Talon never gave me. Finally, Pina would never become like an empress like she is today without Sharpe's influence as a mentor in her life. And for me, Crisis came in to aid my home village when he had no reason to, Fryen answered. I was away at the time, but if he had not been there, my home would have been destroyed, and that is a debt I could never repay until today. Alden merely nods in understanding. I can see the reasoning behind that, I suppose. Hey, Alden, Ender called out. When you're done with your chat, come and help me out for a sec. Alden proceeded to come up to Andrew. Satisfied with the answers and seeing Alden got a job to keep him occupied, Melina left the conversation and walked up beside Sharpe as he continued surveying the area. Excuse my companion. He can get excessive, especially with people he doesn't like. Just keep him under control. I know you two volunteered to guide us, but I cannot have him jeopardize the mission, Sharpe responded. Picking up on the seriousness of the operations, Melina nods. There won't be any problems going forward. Taking a slight pause, she thought to herself, hesitating, before asking a question that she'd mulled over in her head. Sharpe, she meekly blurted out, somewhat hoping he didn't hear. What is it? Realizing that Sharpe heard her anyway, Melina took a breath before she continued. You faced multiple apostles many times. That was no easy feat. Slew flame dragons, single-handedly, beat a warrior acknowledged by my kin, and now even challenged the Emperor of Falmart himself. You're hailed as a hero in your people's eyes and ours. And yet I heard rumors of you wanting to put all this behind you, to settle and put your weapon down after this conflict is over. Why? At the height of your legend, why would you want to throw it all away by ending it? Isn't this glory enough for you? Your unborn son is going to be with us. Wouldn't you want him to carry your legacy much like your daughter? What made you decide to finally walk away? Sharpe turned to face her and stared silently. Feeling she might have overstepped, Melina quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I don't ask to pry. I'm asking for myself too. I just need to understand. I'm not offended, don't apologize. I was just thinking about how to respond. I'll get back to you on that, but for now, let's focus. Sharpe went back to scouting the city, only to be interrupted just moments later by Andrew. Colonel, come take a look at this. Sharpe immediately walked up to Andrew and asked, "What is it, Andrew?" "I asked for help from Alden here to scout some places of interest in the city," Andrew explained while patting Alden's shoulder right next to him. Andrew then showed Sharpe his laptop showing the satellite feed of the city with some of the buildings tagged by Andrew and Overlord during their preliminary recon as targets of interest, such as Guard Barracks, Guild's headquarters, City Hall, and the likes. His knowledge on the locations of the Guard Barracks and such is limited, and he doesn't know where Alton's house is. But he did manage to identify one place of interest. Andrew zoomed in at the northern section of the city, showing lots of luxurious houses and buildings spread across the entire section. Nobles District, Alden pointed out while watching the satellite feed along. Nobles and rich merchants live there. Pompous bastards. Andrew then shifted the feed eastward to a cliffside, separating the noble district on the higher ground from another district on the lower ground, which had slightly less luxurious buildings, but was still considered luxurious to some degree. Valerianella Sub-District. Alden interjected again, as Andrew was trying to focus on a building marked by him previously. If you're looking for some fun times, that's where you should go. It's situated on the border of the Noble District and the Eastern Trade District where the upper-middle-class citizens live. Strategic place, where people from both districts can mingle together and spend their coins. It also has a beautiful sunrise view, too. One time, I stayed for a night in the half-moon brothel, and the view the moment I opened the window in the morning was dash. Okay, Sharpe interjected, stopping Alden from spouting unnecessary information. Melina, who was lying prone a little distance away, was already face-palming herself at her companion's behavior. "Just stick to the essentials, Alden. All right? Sorry." Alden apologized. Andrew then focused his feed on a marked building. "There, the half-moon brothel. That is where we have to go." Sharpe took a closer look at the building on the feed. It was a large, multi-storied, U-shaped building with the bottom side of the U acting as the front of the building facing the west and the top side facing the east, overlooking the Eastern Trade District. The building was well lit, especially the front yard and the backyard located between the building's wings. From the feed, Sharpe could see guards either acting as sentries, staying in place, or patrolling in and around the establishment. Satisfied with what he saw, Sharpe pulled away from the laptop and pondered for a second before speaking. The Noble District is most definitely a no-go as an infiltration point. I'm guessing they don't let everyone enter the district, right? Yes, Alden replied. Not only that, they also have more guards guarding the gates, the city walls, and the district itself compared to the other. They don't spare any expenses when it comes to guarding the rich and powerful. I told you. Pompous bastards. All of them. Just like everywhere else, Andrew chimed in, to which Alden chuckled. Sharpe, meanwhile, kept pondering as he fiddled with Andrew's laptop, zooming out the feed to show the entirety of the city. Western Gate is too far. Then the closest route would be through the Eastern District, and the secondary route looks like it would be through the Southern District. Sorry, I forgot to tell you, Alden interjected. Southern and Western Districts are commoners' districts. It is where the middle to lower class citizens live. Thanks for the little late info, Alden. Sharpe thanked Alden with a hint of sarcasm, a little annoyed that Alden forgot to tell such crucial information, before pondering again. All right, Andrew, map out the routes from the Eastern Gate and the Southern Gate to the brothel. Work with Alden to identify and map out the guards' barracks, lookout points, and anything else of interest. Prioritize the ones that are along and near those routes. As detailed as possible, don't let anything slip out. I'll think of a plan in the meantime. V20. Chapter 232, Where Your Loyalty Lies. Western Sewer Entrance, Thualu Illas. Date, August 2nd, 2026. The pitter-patter of rats scurrying along, the drip-drops of droplets, and the sound of running water echoed throughout the tunnels. The dark passages of the sewers, though not a place someone would consider safe, harbored a small group. Rose Knights, clanless, waited, impatiently, for the all-clear sign from the little fairy that was sent to scout ahead. Is she okay? She's been gone a while, Albert asked. Kriyun watched on, hoping to see her companion soon. Sybil will be fine. She is well-trained, and she's done this before. She'll be fine. What if she got lost? Pina asked. She dash. The siren thought to herself before placing her hand on her mouth to think. No, she is fine, I hope. This would be much easier if we have a communication device that fits her tiny size, Panache complained. I know that would be easier if she had something to connect to our fist or your NETT system, so we can see what she is scouting, but creating a communication device the size of a microchip is not an easy feat, Albert stated. If it was not for the fact that they can tell the difference between a Black Hornet and a fairy, I wouldn't be relying on her. Besides, why don't you act as our scout, Nelia? Sergeant Philip Walsh asked. You have the agility and stealthiness of a cat. Shouldn't it be easy for you? We use Sebel for this role all the time, so she knows what she's doing, Nelia responded. With her small size, it is extremely difficult for the guards to detect her. If the guards see or smell me, they will know I am out of place, but if they caught her, it would not be too suspicious as fairies tend to wander into many places out of curiosity. Besides, I am Nico, remember. I might be able to see wider than humans, but not clearly at a distance. Following the statement, a small dim-lighted shimmer of light quickly headed in their direction as Kriyun breathed a sigh of relief. Going from cover to cover, the fairy discreetly dove straight into the tunnel. The path is open so far, Sebel reported. What was with the hold-up? Pina asked. Sebel flew to Pina and hovered. Sorry, I went far ahead to make sure I didn't miss anything because of the lack of guards. But security seems really light for some reason. That's peculiar. You would think there would be more with who they have locked up in here, Boses said. We can worry about that later. How about we get going? Albert ordered. Once exiting the sewer system, the group saw the devastation of Thualu Illas. While Pina never visited this city, it was once considered one of the most beautiful of them all, thanks to its elvish design. As the group moved through what remained of the market, some of them commented on the destruction. The Rose Knights even compared it to Rondell after the demon was summoned. Stopping, Pina moved toward Lartia and asked, Where are we going? Well, Lartia looked around as she responded. She then pointed toward the palace. I was thrown by my husband and fell from there, so I could escape? Bloody hell, Sergeant Walsh commented. We are Nikos, Nelia responded. See those bricks pointing out of the wall? We are able to use those to break our fall. We might not be as physically strong as you and other races, but we always used our agility to counter it. But still, you just said your beloved husband just yeeted you out the window, Albert said. Yeeted? Lartia asked, confused. Ignore him, Kriyun interjected. What that means does not matter right now. Let's get going. Moving through the empty market, one of Pina's knights commented on the 3 dead Thualu Illas knights that were torn apart by the clanless members who went ahead to neutralize any guards passing by. One with his head sliced off, another's face, an elf, seemed to be deprived of air, while the last had his eyes gouged out. To help maintain a quick pace, Albert ordered the clanless and the SAS bunny Ailey ahead of them to clear out any potential threats. Speed was the key, and he wanted to use their species' abilities to the max. What happened to him? Corporal Julian Barrett asked, staring at the deprived elf. Sirens control wind. Remember, Pina said. If one is skilled enough, they can block the air around someone. Holy shit, Barrett said. That is brutal. It reminds me of my childhood show Avatar, where an airbending bald guy sucks the air of a person to suffocate them. Advancing forward, the group was forced to stop again as a group of Ticaret and Thualu Illas soldiers passed. Albert ordered his men to put on the dark robes to help blend into the community. However, it showed Pina's problem. The group is too large to effectively move stealthily throughout the city at a fast pace. Eliminating the guards would not work much either, as it would draw suspicion with too many of them going missing. Furthermore, there are also civilians passing by who could alert the guards of the presence by chances. Captain, I think you guys should get into some high positions by the sewer to act as an overwatch and provide sniper support for us. Pina saw the reaction from Albert showed he thought negatively of the idea. We cannot move as fast as we want in such a large group, not to mention the high risk of getting spotted. He mulled it over for a quick second until he finally agreed, seeing the reason behind her decision. True, Albert said, but I do hate separating us. Just don't make noise. Stay as quiet as you can. I'd rather not have to engage them while we're split up. Recalling the mission report regarding their mission the last time they were in Sad Era, They suffered casualties when they fought Talon. Agreeing on the change of plans, Pina took command and moved the group forward while Albert and the SAS went to find their vantage points to provide overwatch and sniper support. Getting to a crossroads, Kriyun and Success noted that there was a large gathering of people. Confused why there was a large group of people at this hour, Pina rushed over and was amazed by the size of the gathering. Even during the middle of the night, there would still be peasants wandering around. "What is going on?" Beefeater asked. "Quiet," Panache said. "They are at the theater," Boses commented. "I wonder what they are playing?" "I wonder if it is that Night Tale story," Beefeater replied. "Like the ones we saw when we were kids." "Wait," Panache said, pointing to a man on stage. "He looks more like an officer than a dancer." Zooming her visor, and to no surprise, Pina saw an opera canano on the stage, speaking to the crowd. To her confusion, though, a man and 3 women suddenly walked onto the stage. "Quiet, they are speaking," Pina said as she recorded the speech. "My fellow citizens of the Empire," the Oprichnina agent yelled, "our brave warriors continue to fight against the savages, keeping this city free. We must thank the gods for blessing our warriors, giving them the spirit to fight. We must remain vigilant, my comrades, because we all know what the price of failure will bring. The other worlders have no honor, refusing to fight us in battle, but rather attack from afar. What I have here are citizens of this great city, telling their story of the recent assault on this city." Then the group listened as those people on stage began telling stories of their loved ones who were killed. Airstrikes and artillery struck key military and economic points within the city. Some mentioned their husbands were killed for just doing this job, while others mentioned children who were at the wrong place and time. "This was common here," Lartia said as she listened. "It has become common for the Oprichnina to put up families who lost loved ones on stage and tell the people their pain. My husband told me it has been very effective. Well, at least until the rest of the Illas region began to flourish. That was when the effectiveness began to drop. During Pina's time in class, she learned about a topic called psychological operations. In short, you manipulate people's emotions for them to support your goals. The effectiveness dropped?" Kriyun asked. "So the Thualu Illas people got jealous of the rest of the region, who now are supported by the Americans?" "Yes," Lartia replied. "When all of Illas was in the Empire's hand, Thualu Illas had more autonomy compared to the rest of us. There has always been a sense of competition between them and Havkrisen for trade of foodstuff. Now that Thualu Illas was cut off from the rest of the region, those foodstuffs too are now gone. We do have farms of our own, but it could only support so much. And when NATO airstrikes the granary and the fields, all of those foods are gone and people are too afraid to go out to farm in fear of NATO's airstrikes, despite the fact that NATO is only targeting the field itself. What about traders and supplies from the Empire?" Panache asked. "They still come here. At least the traders from the West," Lartia replied. "The traders come here every few weeks. But not only could they not bring enough, but they also raised the price of what they could bring. They reasoned by saying travel distance cost, and the routes west of the Thualu Illas have now become the new bandit hotspots. The Empire still managed to send supply caravans every now and then by circling NATO through the northern routes. But when we received news that NATO pushed north to Napnai and passed it, my husband knew that they were cut off from the Empire. His only choices were to either surrender or retreat north to the Hunto mountain range. That's why he wished to surrender to you, Empress. He knew that the war was over in this region for him and his men, and they wonder why so many want to resist their presence," Oiloyat commented. Understanding what Oiloyat was saying, Pina replied, "While I agree it is sad seeing our countrymen suffering like this. All we would have done was pillage, rape, and slaughter them. The sooner the war ends, the sooner all these atrocities can end." The group stopped by an artificial waterfall that led to the palace. In the pool below stood a statue that was broken into 3 pieces. With a closer look, Pina could make out a female elf head. A large, deep crack crossed the right eye that appeared to be filled with water. Gazing at the broken head, she could only think of what it represented. "Pina." Hearing a voice, Pina snapped back to the current situation and saw her best friend Boses trying to get her attention. "Sorry. Now, Lartia, is there a backdoor you know of? Anything? I'd rather not have to take the direct approach." "There usually is a second path," Oiloyat said. "At Sadera, There is always another way in. I am sorry, but I am a woman and a Nico, Lartia said. I was not allowed to move around much unless my husband was by my side or gave the order to allow me. However, I think they would keep him alive at least until they can interrogate him properly and secure their power. My husband was very popular in the army, so they would keep him in a secure location. She is right, Bozes said. She is also right about her husband, Panache said. Good chance they wouldn't throw them in the dungeon, as one of his men would find out easily. Based on what is going on, I can assume that Katsuo and Gagnog are still in the stage of fabricating Albin's demise to suit their agenda to control the Second Sanctum. But, most of all, making sure Fabius disappears in the most convenient way possible to take control of his army without hindrance. The most plausible way to do that is either faking his suicide or making look like he is killed by NATO's assassin. Albert spoke through Fist Network. Cruel but effective. That would certainly rally those who served under him to fight to the end, Kriyan commented. Lartia opened her mouth to say something before closing it once more, eyes filled with dread as she imagined the thought of her husband being a martyr to serve the Empire. Don't worry, Nelia reassured her friend as she picked up on her movements. We won't let that happen. That is why we are here. So, the only place where they can hide those two must be somewhere inside that palace, Pina said. Looks like we have to sneak in. How? The palace is literally on the hill slope, Beefeater stated. One entranceway, and the place is tightly crawled with guards at the ground level and in the balconies. Even if we use a grappling hook to climb through the window, we can still be seen. The Rose Knights and the Clanless sneakily crawled toward the entrance of the palace to initiate their plan. Shit, they found us, Bozes stated. Seeing a dozen knights, Imperials, and Ticaret soldiers blocking their path to the palace, the Knights and the Clanless stood up from their position. An elf knight approached, pulled out his sword, and said, You thought we would not notice you crawling your way over? Apparently not, Pina said, stepping forward. Listen to me, knight. We do not have to fight. The war needs to end. The Empire and the rest of the League are in the wrong. Look around you. This is no longer about honor. You are correct, traitor, the elf commander said. This war stopped being about honor a long time ago. Your allies killed my brothers with their cowardly assaults. So, this war is about bleeding and seeking revenge until the last of us die. That is madness. You gain nothing from dying pointlessly like that, Panache stated, baffled by the rhetoric. Please stop this, Lartia yelled as she approached. I am the wife of Legatus Fabius, and he was betrayed. Your leaders are using you. They killed your brothers, so please help us. One of the Ticaret lizard men confirmed that Nico was Lartia. Why are you with the enemy, Lartia? One of the Imperials, a centurion, demanded. What would your husband say about this treachery? No, you misunderstand. Lartia yelled back in response and hoped that all the Empire's men heard her. Fabius sent me to save myself in NATO's hands. He wanted to surrender to NATO when he was captured by Katsuo, who wanted to throw all of you into continuous slaughter. He knew the war was over for us. He doesn't want to see you and any of his men suffer for a futile war. Please listen to me. NATO's words are true. They don't wish to slaughter us. I met a centurion called Vero at Legrath. He is being kept under arrest, but the Americans are treating him and his men well. General Albin is also going through with Fabius's plan too, so all you Ticaret can go home peacefully. The Imperial soldiers, save for the Thualu Illas Knights and Ticaret soldiers, looked at each other, processing what Lartia said. They then began to ask one another. It was clear to everyone that the Imperial ranks were seeded with doubt and confusion. The Legatus and General Albin want to surrender, a legionnaire asked. Fabius was arrested? But I thought Dash. And did she say he was betrayed? What does that mean? How come I didn't hear about any of this? What the hell is going on? Enough, the elf commander ordered, stopping any response. As he spoke, an arrow snuck past everyone. Arrow dash. Pina tried to yell as her visor detected the incoming projectile. Kriyun blasted a burst of wind, stopping the arrow. Nelia dragged her friend to safety in the back of the group. Shields, Bozes ordered. Pina was hoping that she could have convinced them to lay their swords down. However, the hatred in their eyes showed it would not be as easy as she expected. You fool! You might have just doomed your city. Kill them all. the elf commander ordered. I want their heads for our Emperor Dash. His ears suddenly perked as he turned around. To Pina's amazement, the Imperial soldier who spoke sliced the archer who fired the arrow. The Thualu Illas Knights and Ticaret turned to face the Imperial with the elf commander stunned and furious, but his life soon ended from a 7.62 millimeters from Albertine. Seeing an opening and deciding it would be impossible to negotiate with some of these men, Pina ordered an attack to take advantage of the distraction. The fight only took moments, slaying the majority of them, while some who managed to avoid the melee battle and ran towards the palace were quickly dispatched by SAS snipers. Wiping off the blood from her blade, Pina saw Boses point her blade at the 3 Imperial soldiers. One, clearly the leader of the group, with the other holding up a wounded one. That was before Lartia grabbed her arm, trying to prevent any further death. We cannot trust them, Boses said. Just a moment ago, he called you a traitor, Lartia. Hold on, Lelei said. I saw him kill the archer. It is true, Pina said. The question is why. She approached the soldier, looking into his eyes. Speak up, soldier. The soldier looked around as he was surrounded. The centurion finally said, regardless if she is a traitor, it is up to our leader to decide her fate, not us. Smart man, Pina said. She then had Lartia explain the situation, that their leader planned to surrender to end the war on this front, that the Thualu Illas force and the Ticaret force under Sasak's Ironskin betrayed him and the Second Sanctum. The Imperial Centurion stood there with a confused look in his eyes. Are you saying the legatus was plotting to surrender to the enemy? Ah, yes, Lartia replied with a concerned tone, watching the Imperial Centurion turn to his 2 comrades. None of them said a word, communicating in shrugs and hand gestures to Pina's confusion. From the sight of the other 2, they seem exhausted. Do we have a problem, legionnaires? The leader turned back to her and said, not at all, Princess Pina. If the legatus wants to end the war, then I am fine with that. We just want to go home. The tension of the situation eased as everyone realized they were no longer enemies. Margarita Burrow Auspex rushed over to give the wounded soldier treatment. You already know who I am. I am Empress Pina Colada of the new Sadran Republic. The centurion eyed her up, partly confused by how she framed her introduction. He then said, Empress of the new Saturn Republic? Why not Hardy Pit? I am Centurion Primus Severlinus. Where is the rest of your unit? Beefeater asked. I noticed how few of our kind are here, guarding the city. There always was a small Imperial presence, however Legatus Fabius has been transferring us out of the city, Severlinus said. Over the past week, we have been getting strange orders. Impossible, Lartia said. Around that time is when they betrayed my husband. They must be using the weight of his name to possibly cause their coup. Another coup? The wounded legionary angrily said. By the gods, we are already fighting an unstoppable enemy. Why do our leaders do everything they can to make it worse? Because all they care about is maintaining their power, Panache stated. If 2 million legionaries die tomorrow but they get to keep their status, then they see it as worth it. A brutal point from Pina's long friend, the one who struggled the most with cutting ties from the Empire. Being forced to kill her father was the final nail in the coffin, as the Americans say it. Staring at the Imperial's reaction to Panache's statement, Pina could see the anger radiating from their eyes. There was no shock in their eyes, more like finally accepting a truth that they have been avoiding. We don't have time for this, Lelei said. You Imperials can catch up at the tavern, but we need to save her husband. Where are they? We don't know where Fabius is, Severlinus said. We thought you 2 were safe at the palace. Lartia raised her finger. Excuse me, I think I know who we can ask. All we have to do is talk with the maids. The thought of asking maids baffled Pina. Looking at her fellow knights, she saw the same reaction. No disrespect, but why would we ask them? They are just servants. Exactly, Lartia replied. When I was 1, I saw and heard everything. You will be surprised what your maids probably knew about you, Empress, as you were growing up. No one suspects a submissive servant. Whatever you wish to do, we have to do this fast, Severlinus interjected. Luckily, we took out everyone here without a single one of them managing to run away to report this. I could buy some time by sending a messenger to give them a false report. But if they send a soldier to do a routine check at the security of the palace, then there will be nothing I can do, and your infiltration mission will be uncovered. With the urge to dismiss Larsh's idea, Pina recalled all the conversations at the Satera Palace she had around her servants, never crossing her mind that they could be listening. Not just with her, but everyone at the palace. Wow, our arrogance really had no bounds. Okay, Lartia, we will play your game. Centurion, I think it is best that you send your messenger now. By your will, your high dash, your majesty, Severlinus corrected. My apology, your majesty. I just became aware of your coronation. It is fine, Centurion, Pina said, waving it off. To be fair, I haven't been officially crowned yet, and I don't care about it right now. Now, before I give you one more order, I want to make sure. Does everyone in Fabius' forces have no idea of his arrest? As far as I understand, no, your majesty, Severlinus replied. I'm a centurion, and yet I heard about none of it. As for Fabius' advisors and top centurions, we thought that they were still in the command camp outside the city. And are you certain that all of his men are loyal to Fabius? Pina asked. Yes, your majesty, Severlinus replied. Fabius cares about us, and thus we do too. Even if there are dissenters among the ranks, I, along with my fellow centurions and some of the soldiers, can point them out. Then it's settled, Pina said. Centurion, I want you to send messengers to all of your units in the city. Tell them to head to the western sewer. You will see some British otherworlders there protecting our exit. Why should we? Severlinus asked. If they have betrayed us, then we must fight. We will, however, once we free them, this city will hunt every Imperial down and publicly execute all of you, Boses pointed out. Besides, how many men do you have in the city? Only about 50 men, your majesty, Severlinus replied. We are only supposed to be Legatus personal guards. Most of the soldiers here are the Thualu Illas Knights, Oprichnina agents, and Ticaret forces who have had enough staying in our camp in the forest. 50 men? Pina asked, to which Severlinus replied by simply nodding. Then it's all the more reason for you to get out of the city. If you have at least 300 men, then you could at least start a revolt to help us escape. But I can't see you doing that with only 50 men. Best if you and your men get out now. And while you're at it, see if you could bring the men under Albin's command with you as well. The more men we could save, the better. By your will, your majesty, Severlinus replied with a crisp salute. But forgive me for being adamant, but it still feels wrong to leave you alone. At the very least, I would like to help you during your escape. Why? Pina asked. You have something in mind? As a matter of fact, I do, your majesty, Severlinus replied. As you have said, our number is too low to do a revolt, but there is still something that we could do to help you escape. You said there are other worlders waiting for us. Would it be possible for me to meet their commanding officer and talk to him? I have an idea that could work to our advantage. Ticaret Conglomerate. Date: August 2nd, 2026. The Sand Dunes, one of the most natural beauties on Falmart. Although providing a serene view at times, these wonders could prove deadly if taken lightly. However, what set the dunes apart from the forests, mountains, and the sea, which always felt endlessly everlasting, was their erratic behavior. The desert was an open sea of rock and sand, always in flux, changing every day with the smallest of details. Every minor aspect of the land gradually changing over time. The trees and forests rooted in a single place forever. The mountains can only stand in the desert. It stands with the wind. The dunes that stand will eventually blow away with the harsh storms. What do you think they are doing? Nothing yet. It looks like they're getting a look at their surroundings. When a scout saw a large metal beast land in this area, he knew it could only be one thing. It was the Otherworlders. This terrified Kalobol, who was praying to the gods that the war would never reach these lands. The only confident thing I can say is that the war has finally arrived here. Do you think they are attacking? The man asked. No, Kalobol replied. The force left is too small. Even with their detached unit combined, they are still too small in number. I can only assume that they're setting up a staging area or scouting the city. For a scouting mission, they don't really bother about being inconspicuous with their flying metal beast. The man commented, maybe they're going to infiltrate the city? If that is true, then would it not be safer for that flying beast to fly away to not attract attention? Maybe they're trying to infiltrate the city to capture something and return to their flying beast to escape. A monarch lady pitched her idea before a realization hit her. Or, don't tell me, they're going to guide their metal dragons here to bombard the city. That's a possibility, Kalabol replied, barely able to hide his uneasiness despite being a veteran within the sanctum, much to his dismay and shattered pride. But to be fair, his uneasiness was not without reason. A group of unknown warriors had shown up in Ticaret, and they were right in front of him. And with them came so many possibilities. More of the bad ones, while whatever good possibilities he could think of felt too naive. Every now and then, the leader of the Sanctum forces, Albin Dac Cav, sent reports regarding their progress, situation updates, enemy tactics, etc. Reports that everyone within the Sanctum had access to. Unlike normal armies who were usually known as muscleheads and glory seekers, those mentalities were little to none within the Second Sanctum. The mentality of know yourself, know your enemy had been hammered the moment one was initiated into the Sanctum, even as a mere soldier, and that mentality only grew stronger when one climbed higher in ranks. Everyone in the Sanctum was horrified when they read reports from Alden. Flying metal dragons that were able to take out large numbers of their forces and swat wyverns and griffins from the sky with just one quick swoop. Flying wagons that we were able to quickly transport enemy soldiers from far away, and iron wagons with weapons that were able to decimate even giant golems with one shot. Everyone in the Sanctum was baffled, thinking about how to successfully counter the other worlders' forces should they make it into Ticaret and bring the fight to them. Even with guidance from Albin's reports, they couldn't help but wonder if that was enough. Quite a lot of them even came to the conclusion that if all of the guidance works, a single slip-up would mean they would lose their lives. And when it came to NATO's air power, they accepted the fact that there would be nothing they could do to stop them from decimating their capital city. All of these speculations caused the morale within the Second Sanctum to plummet even before they saw the enemy themselves. At one point, the situation got so bad that Azariah Galen and other top-ranking officers of the Sanctum censored Albin's reports and only gave clearance to the reports to officers with high enough rank, Kalabol being one of them. Even what Kalabol was doing right now was following the information from Albin, taking a scouting position thrice further than usual and using Hogus Borpelt to cover himself and his men. But even with all these precautions, Kalabol was cold-sweating from all the anxiety, praying that he wouldn't get caught by the other worlders. A sand draconian emerged from the sand dune and reported to Kalabol, "I was able to get close. There are only a few of them. 16 humans, 1 bunny, 2 elves, however, they have 2 apostles. Rory, Mercury, and Fryen, no less." Rory and Fryen? Kalabol responded, concerned by that news. What could those 2 be doing with them? "I guess the rumors are true. We should strike now while they are weak," the Sand Draconian demanded. "Don't be foolish," Kalabol said. "We must report this. There is too much we do not know to strike. Besides, Rory Mercury is one of the top apostles in terms of fighting prowess. Even Martimus Honor has a difficult time against her. Not to mention, Fryen is one of the top apostles in spellcasting. And need I remind you there is a bunny among them. Never underestimate their prowess. Would get detected before we could strike. If this was any other world, Kalabol would have ordered the attack. The Second Sanctum always gets the mission done, no matter the cost. However, they were not reckless, as facing apostles without proper numbers and support only led to unnecessary casualties. And if the other worlders are here, that would mean the expedition forces have been defeated, or they could be here for other means, ones he could not think of yet. The Second Sanctum never wanted to fight this war, knowing how suicidal it would have been. Their leader, Azariah Galen, would want to hear of this regardless. After writing down a report, Kalabol looked toward the monarch and handed her the report. "Get this message to Azariah Galen, fast. Remember, fly low and use the terrains as cover. And circle around to the northern side of the city. We cannot take any chances with the other worlders. By your will." The monarch gave a quick salute to Kalabol and took off. V20, Chapter 233. Thualu Illas, Ely's region. Date, August 2nd, 2026. Walking through the main hall littered with corpses, Pina was shocked by the efficiency of the clanless and even by some of her own knights, mainly Suicess and Beefeater. Breaking into the palace was intense with the number of guards. If it was not for the Imperials who defected and Lartia's knowledge of the layout, she would have had to call on the SAS or end the mission. Entering the maid's room, all she saw were a bunch of women by the corner, scared to death. Between them and her knights was an older elf woman, dressed in fine robes. She stood up front, shielding the rest of the maids. She must be the head maid that was acting as their last protector, Pina thought to herself. You have nothing to fear, Pina tried to reassure them. We are not here to harm you, but free this city from the Empire and their League allies. The head elf gave a hateful glare toward them all, and then spoke boldly. You all come into my domain, scaring my girls half to death, and then declare you are not here to harm us? Warriors of the enemy. Realizing how this would look, enemy soldiers just burst into private servant quarters full of defenseless women. We are not going to violate you, nor are we going to kill any of you. We were told you would know where Legatus Fabius and General Alban are being held, Oiloyat said. I am head maid Celica. I am sorry, but I cannot help you. Now please go. Your war does not belong here. As I said, you have nothing to fear, Pina said. I am Empress Colada of the new Satera Republic. I am taking over the empire from my brother and his cronies. I promise after this war all of you will be freed and have a better life, but first, we just need your help. Your title Empress means nothing here, Celica retorted. We have a code and we stick to it. We do not talk about what we see or hear with anyone. Otherwise, all of us could be crucified or worse. We are not going to crucify you, Boza said. We are here to help. If you help us find Fabius and his allies, then we can end this war. You will even be freed from servitude. I am sorry, but you are Imperial elites, Celica said. We know the price of speaking. Even if you take over and all of the worlds becomes everything you desire, the world will not change for people like us. Most of us have nowhere else to go and know nothing else. If we break this code, then it jeopardizes all future prospects, either dead or living on the streets as a whore. This is more about our survival. My Lord Lartia Illas knows all too well. Frustrated by the lack of cooperation and inflexible rigidity by the maids, Pina struggled with why soldiers were willing to side with her, and yet these slaves wouldn't. Can you people ever think outside of your so-called code for once in your life and come to your senses? Panache asked. Even Imperial soldiers are far more reasonable than all of you. Feeling the sudden tension between the knights and Celica's stubbornness, Pina tried to find another way out of this mess. Look, your code is going to get people killed. We are here to try and end the war. When this war ends, another one will begin, Celica said. You should not have come here. Feeling frustration move through her body, Pina placed her hand on her sword handle out of frustration, but was stopped by a hand. Noticing it was Lartia, she watched as the feline moved between them. Hello, Celica. It was my idea for them to come here, Lartia said, walking into the room. Your persistence in your principle always impressed me by her mere presence. The tense air began to subside. The maids relaxed as a look of relief and confusion showed on their faces. They huddled closer, each relieved to see a familiar face, and started asking questions. Pina watched, impressed by how Lartia was handling them. It was clear the maids of this palace hold great respect for her. Probably come from the same background. Lartia spoke with Celica, but then turned around, requesting everyone to leave so she could persuade them. Seeing no other choice, Pina ordered everyone out of the room. Bozas and Beefeater expressed concern that this was taking too long and acknowledged her agreement. Once outside, Pina looked to Nelia as the Nico leaned against the wall to listen in. Can we trust your friend? Of course, Nelia responded. She has always been loyal. I was not inquiring about loyalty, Pina said. I have noticed your reactions to your long-lost friend. I can tell you have been struggling with reconnecting with your friend. The Nico's ears flattened and Nelia slowly responded. That is true. When we were young, we were so similar, but now we seem to be leagues apart. For me, I was forced to learn to fight. Killing and bloodshed are what I know, and I made peace with it. She, on the other hand, seems to have had a life of plenty. I grew to despise you privileged types, but she is one of you. But somehow, while different, deep down inside, I can still see my old friend. We adapt to survive, Pina replied. As the other worlders say, you deal with the hand you are given. Hearing the door open, she saw Lartia exit the room. It was Panache who spoke first, asking if the maids talked. No, they did not, Lartia said, taking a deeply frustrating breath. A part of her felt betrayed for trusting in a maid, regardless of the Nico's current status in society. They have no time for games. What do you mean they did not? Nelia asked. We came this way because we trusted you, because I trusted you, and these maids showed respect to you. That's it. No more games. This time, they're going to talk or else. Beefeaters angrily stated as she and the knights prepared to rush into the room. You do not understand, Lartia said. It is a culture no one can understand unless you live in it. Now, Your Highness, 2 floors up toward the east side is where we must go. Wait, I thought you said they did not tell you where they were, Panache asked. It will take too long to understand, Lartia said. The thing is, there are plenty of clues and details of daily life. Like everyone, we have routines, places where we are allowed and not allowed to go. Each detail is like a puzzle, and all you have to do is piece it together. The maids are no longer allowed to go into 3 rooms on that side of the palace. However, there was an increase of service in the rooms and chambers nearby. Is that really enough to go off on? Beefeater replied. We don't have time to run around in circles. Trust me, I got us this far. Unless you have any other ideas on where to start. Now, are you sure about this? Pina asked, now looking into Larsh's eyes. I am certain. Good enough for me, Pina responded. Everyone, let's go. With the possible destination, the group moved through the servant halls. Once they reached a fork in the hall, Pina asked, Lartia, where do these paths go? The one on the left will take you to the main hall, Lartia replied. That is the opposite direction we want to go. The right will take you up a floor to the main chamber, but no further. Why is there a maze inside a palace? Sebel asked. Because elves do not like seeing their servants, Pina responded. We all know elves enjoy pretending to act all high and mighty because of how long they age, Bozes added. To pretend to act more civilized, however, they just hide it and everyone pretends not to see it. All right, we split into 2 groups, Pina said. Bozes, take Panache and head left. Cause a distraction and then regroup with us. Everyone else, with me. Sebel, mind going ahead and scout? Pina asked. Surely, Sebel proudly said. We'll be right back. The small fairy coiled up her little legs before jolting forward and way ahead of the group. Rushing through the stone hallway barely lit by the small torches, Pina had to note how she had gotten used to the artificial lights at the NATO bases. Her eyes were forced to readjust to the darker tone of the halls. Finally reaching the end of the path, they saw the fairy hovering in front of the trapdoor that led to the main hall. I think I can see some people on the other side, Sebel reported as she looked through the keyhole of the door. Nelia placed her ear against the door and whispered, I hear soldiers. Roger, flash and clear, Pina ordered. Flash and clear, Oiloyat asked. Jalen patted the man's armor as he pulled out a flash grenade. Watch and learn. Fire in the hole. He waved Ellison Liverin over. The door is slightly opened, and both tossed their flash grenades inside. Thualu Illas Knights commented on the strange device before an explosion, stunning everyone. The Rose Knights stormed into the hall and killed everyone they saw, securing the area. Room clear, Balalaika yelled. Okay, people would have heard that, Oiloyat stated. Should we hide the bodies first? Like what we saw in the movies? Beefeater asked. Are you going to hide the blood too? Jalen asked. It is everywhere. Forget it, Pina said. We do not have the time, and they know we are here. We need to move quickly, Pina stated, realizing that Jalen was correct. Stealth was no longer an option, and every guard probably heard this engagement. With the order, the group moved, passing through a well-decorated hallway. The knights encountered several guards stationed at a single door, armed and ready. The knights marched towards the door, quickly surprised by an attack from a hidden corner. One knight blocked it with a ballistic arm shield, and another knight behind stabbed the attacker through the heart. The guards charge at the knights, and they clash, pushing towards the door and surrounding the guards. Eventually, the guards were outnumbered and slain one by one. The remaining guards quickly retreated behind the door. The armor on the fallen guards showed that they were of imperial origins and some from other League vassal kingdoms, as well as Ticaret ones. With the defenders cleared, The Rose Knights formed outside the door. Pina had to assume that the head maid was correct. This door was too well defended for it to be anything else. Something important must be behind the door. They tried to open it, but they found that it was locked from the inside. Voices were heard by the guards inside the room. Pina ordered Sebel to use her small size to squeeze through the gap underneath the door to take a look on the other side before going in. I detected 10 men armed with crossbows at the door and 10 more men with aimed pairs at the corner, as well as an elf charging his magic to ambush us the moment we rush inside. Furthermore, there is an elf being hanged from the ceiling, and he is in a very bad shape, Sebel reported. Jalen, breach charge, Pina ordered. Jalen then placed the breach charge at the door and set it off before backing away. The breaching charge exploded, sending wood debris to the other side of the door, causing the ambushing guards to fall down from the explosion. Taking the opportunity, the knights and the clanless rushed in and finished them off quickly and efficiently. "Get him down," Pina stated, and the knights began to get the hanging elf down. Once Lartius saw, she screamed before Nelia covered her mouth. "That is General Albin. What did they do to you?" As the knights helped Albin down, Pina kneeled next to him. "General Albin, are you okay?" "Obviously not," Albin weakly stated. Taking a closer look, to Pina's horror, the elf's ears were gone, looking more like human ears than elf. The trademark of what an elf was outside of their long life. It was considered humiliating for an elf if their ears were deformed to look like human ears, which is the cruel punishment the Imperials often subject to any elves that oppose them. "Makarita, get him some biogel," Panache ordered as Makarita takes out a syringe with biogel to inject into Albin's open wounds to stop the bleeding. Having received medical training from Jerry to act as a medic for the Rose Knights, she meticulously does the injection properly without hindrance. "Jeez," Makarita commented. "These bastards must have wanted you to die slowly. I can see multiple stab wounds across your body. Luckily we come in time, or else you would have bled to death." "I am sorry for what happened to you, General," Pina said. "But where is Fabius?" Albin breathed heavily after spitting blood on the floor. They took him to their fucking garden." "Garden?" Pina asked. Ticaret Conglomerate. Date: August 3rd, 2026. Melina had been to many cities like Sadera. Visiting such places was like going to another world. The wonders people could build, how vastly different the citizenry acted from the ones outside. The size and scale of the structures always amazed her, always wondered how they were built, and the centuries they took to complete. Glancing toward the street, Melina noticed Alden staring at 2 half-naked women dancing toward a crowd. Pulling the robe tightly to cover herself, she shook her head. "The best part about the city is the lack of moral standards," Alden commented. "You can worry about where you can stick your shriveled pike another time. Let's hurry." "I don't feel comfortable like this," Melina said. "I cannot believe I agreed to do this." "What?" Alden asked. "If I recall, do not bring up that story, you bastard." "What story?" "Oh, you mean the time I had to save the damsel in distress from that fight? You didn't seem to mind that outfit. By the way, why were you at that party?" "I told you it was to kill that bastard, and that outfit was necessary," Melina stated. "And I did not need your help. Keep it down, you two, and stay focused on the mission. You two are going to give us away with your bickering. You two do not act like slaver and slave should," Andrew said while wearing thick local clothes and a turban-like hat, which Melina stole from Clothes Shop, so Andrew could disguise himself. "Do you even know how they would behave? You act like you've never been a slave before." "Because I haven't." "I see," Melina noted. "Anyway, you are right. Let us get this over with." "I do not see the rush, my dear," Alden cockily said. "It is not every day I see my hard ass of a leader in such a sexy state. I fully intend to enjoy every moment." "Alden, I swear to all the gods that I will kill you," Melina boldly whispered. "Even in that other fight, we did not wear so little dash dot." Suddenly, she felt the chain around her neck pulled, silencing her. "You bastard." Listening to Alden laugh, she knew it was all innocent fun. He had always respected her and followed every order she has ever given, no questions. But she knew she would get even, regardless of his demeaning attitude. It is why Melina picked him for this mission. While she has only met Sharpe and his Vanguard 7 for a few days and can only go off their reputation, she can already tell they would take the direct approach. While maybe not guns blazing, as the Americans would say, however, it would not be so subtle. Seeing the number of guards throughout the city, it was clear the Ticaret was prepared for something. Melina wondered if it was because they were afraid that the Terrans assaulted Satara twice, took Rondell, and defeated Legrath in a night. However, her intuition said it was more than the guards who were keeping the people in line. Among the people, she gets the impression that the populace was happy, but there was a cold sense of worry. Worrying about what? She does not know. The American warriors wouldn't blend in well, even with a big cloth to cover their entire body, and almost everyone in Ticaret knew Rory's face due to her exploits against the Ticaret in the past during the early days of the Empire. The only option she saw was her and Alden going in as they could blend in, and her teammates' special personal entertainment skill. The two would go into the city, her acting as a slave for sale, using her warrior bunny sex appeal and exoticness to their advantage to meet the higher-end class of citizens. To Melina's surprise, Sharpe was quick to agree to the plan, seeing him as a typical alpha man who must remain in control. Glad to see that he does not let the ego override common sense. However, he still demanded one of his men go with them. Sergeant Andrew Steele was chosen to accompany them under disguise as a local. To add to the discretion, Andrew would only carry a combat knife and what they called a silenced M18. During the planning phase from the other Worlders officers on how to get inside the city, Melina was reluctant about how she would degrade herself to pretend to be a sex slave for sale. But understanding that the mission was much more important than even these other Worlders' objectives, it was a price willingly paid. Alden was impressed by her determination to see this through, as expected of their leader. And besides, for him, he knew he would never get another opportunity like this to enjoy his fun. An opportunity he fully intends to push to the limits. If these are my final days, then I shall enjoy them as much as possible, Alden teased as he eyed her boss. Bastard, Melina mumbled. Jesus Christ, you two bitch like we do on deployment, Andrew pointed out. Can't you focus on the mission instead of the half-naked women? I'm not going to take that coming from the guy who volunteered to come to see them for yourself, Alden added. Which I found interesting as you are married, Melina said. You humans value marriage, so I do wonder what she will think of this. I was asked to. It was Rory, Alicia, and Sophia's idea for some reason, Andrew replied, and then thought about what was said. Do not tell my wife when I get home, shit. Men are idiots, Melina mumbled. How did you fall for that so easily? With a laugh, Alden responded, you realize they tricked you, so they could have dirt on you. Now they can use you as they please in their little games. I love it. That is bullsh. Andrew stopped and thought about the situation. His eyes widened with the realization that he was tricked. Oh fuck, what is the meaning of this? Confused by who spoke that, Alden turned to face an armed guard. Excuse me? It seems your slaves are giving you a hard time, the guard said. Keep them under check here. We will not have them causing trouble. With a loud laugh, Alden responded with, hard time? Hardly. He then elbowed the guard. But I do say that I do enjoy a bit of fun from them. It makes the conquest more thrilling, if you know what I mean. The guard tilted his helmet up slightly, inspecting Melina before he chuckled. I do say, I heard stories of the thrill of such prizes. Glad to finally see the once mighty warrior bunnies finally making it to our markets. She is for sale, right? That is correct, good sir, Alden said as he moved behind her and placed his hand under her chin to lift her face. Once a high-ranking warrior within their ranks. I caught her while sleeping some time ago, escaping the enslavement of her people. Where can I take her? I'm not looking for a common whore market. No, I only want a fine price. Those that can appreciate the splendor and fire in this specimen. The guard glared at Alden and said, You are an outsider. Of course. How do you think I got the bunny in the first place? Alden confidently stated. Why are you here then? The guard asked. As I said, I came to sell this piece of fur, Alden frustratingly responded, making sure to show his impatience. No point selling to the Empire. Their markets are devastated. And besides, when they win the war, it will take years to recover. I see, the guard said. The two began to talk, telling stories of past nights they had and other stories of where they had been. Andrew tried his hardest to hide his shocked reaction as the elf handled the situation near flawlessly. Once the guard left, Melina asked, "Where are we going?" "The guy gave me 3 possibilities," Alden said. "One is controlled by the Gummis House, while the other is run by the House of Tezuko. He also mentioned the Tessum Union is a major buyer and seller of slaves. There are a few smaller ones, but nothing of note." "We want nothing to do with the Gummis House," Andrew said. "Our intel says they're the ones fighting in the Dumas Mountains with the League." "Lartia said the House of Tezuko and House of Alton is who we are looking for," Melina added. "Let's not waste any time with the others and head straight there." "Tezuko, that's that kitsune who owns the brothels, right?" Melina asked. "Yes, that one. According to the guard, she owns the Dark Moon and the Sand Dune," Alden said. "But it seemed like the main establishment was the Half Moon. All her high-class clients go there. Not just any walk-in, though." "Then that is where we are heading," Melina said. "Anything exclusive always means there is something important there. Get us there, Alden. But there's still the issue of getting in. We'll figure that out once we get there. Now lead the way." The 3 moved through the massive city, passing through the crowds of people. There were a few incidents as people wanted to see the bunny. However, Andrew stopped them. Alden explained that he was their security guard, protecting this high-value property. The extra attention began to get on Melina's nerves. With the extra attention, she did notice and was surprised by the diversity of the people within the city. From a few quick glances, she could see a lot of refugees from the Empire. Though she had seen villages and towns double in size because of the war, people were attempting to escape the violence. In what felt like hours, the 3 finally reached the Half Moon. They stood outside, gazing at the massive and admiring the details of the building. Remnants of the Elvish era were marvelously carved into the walls. Once inside, the place was more glorious than they could have ever imagined, making even some modern establishments look shameful. A wood elf approached in a fine, silk-like dress that highlighted all her features, made more prominent with each sway of her hips as she approached. My, has a goddess herself descended from the realm of the gods to grace me with her presence? Well, I must admit to be very honored," Alden flirtatiously said as he quickly reached for her hand and offered a kiss. A nudge from the back of his slave snapped back into reality. The elf merely giggled with a red face but quickly resumed her duties. "Such a charmer, but I am sorry, my lord, but we do not allow walk-ins at this establishment. May I recommend the Sand Dune for your pleasure?" "Oh, I understand the rules, but I know you will make an expectation of them for my case," Alden confidently said as he eyes another passing lady. He then sharply turned to the elf and continued, "I did not travel this far and risked much to be turned away now. And not from a beauty such as you. No, I am here to partake in this establishment's esteemed services. Maybe whisper in the ear of a few entertainers. I have heard only the best from here. As proof of my worth, I offer for sale my exotic slave here. She was no easy prize, but one well worth the price." Hearing being called a slave left a deep chill down Melina's spine. She's vowed to never allow herself to be put in such a position, and yet she volunteered herself for the role. She merely shook her head as she looked back at her friends, however. She noticed an entitled smirk coming from the elf, which was a big mistake, as she merely nodded slowly, warning him of what was coming. But for now, she was forced to swallow her pride, and as she knew what was about to happen. "My lady," Alden said, "I understand the need to vet your client. The wonders of what must happen in this house must be amazing. I admire your loyalty, however. Do you believe I came all this way, crossing the mountains that divide this land from the rest of Falmart, the famous freezing sandy desert, to be turned away? Or that I did not have something worthy to sell at this establishment?" Not allowing the elf a moment to respond, Alden raised his hand and voice, engaging the passing clients and staff. "I have braved scorching challenges and risked my very own life for this trophy. We have all heard stories of the warrior bunny tribes and their fearless queen. But her," Alden dramatically spoke as he pulled on Melina's chains, "was not the only one of them. Who I have here was once a great clan leader." Reaching out his hand, he snapped his finger. Taking a deep breath, Melina realized that was the signal. She hesitantly removed the robe and revealed her almost natural form. To her discomfort and disgust, Everyone gawked at her curvaceous and enticing body, eyes consuming the brown fur that flowed throughout her body. The scars from battle added to the illusion of the story that she was once a warrior back home. As Alden told a story about how he fought her by the edge of a river, he explained the duel lasted from morning to dawn, the warrior of civilization against the warrior of the barbarians. He flared up the details on how he captured her, making sure every key point was something she hated. While it was evident that it worked with each ear twitch, she continued to swallow her pride, knowing if this worked, she could seek revenge later. Once getting the crowd interested, Alden took the elf's hand and lightly kissed it once more. Then he stared into her eyes and lightly spoke. "Now, shall we speak?" After a moment of deliberation, the elf finally relented. "Certainly, sir. I'll get the head. Please, make yourself comfortable while you wait," the elf said, and then left. A moment later, a blue siren approached. "Good day, my lord. My name is Thualu, head servant. Please follow me." Following the head servant throughout the establishment, Melina saw much of the clientele: statesmen, lords, the wealthy, and royalty. The sensitivity of her ears allowed her to hear much of what this place offered. "Before I agree to anything, I wish to sell to Mistress Tizuko herself," Alden said. "I do not deal with servants." "I understand," Thualu replied. "As you can see, this is no normal brothel. Mistress Tizuko prefers to see each courtesan before purchase to determine if they are worthy of this establishment." "Very interesting," Alden said. "I expect nothing less of Madame Tizuko, bothering with menial tasks to maintain the quality of her products." Alden threw in some compliments, to which Melina, again, swallowed her pride at being called a product. The four stopped by a beautiful moon-shaped door. The siren turned around and said, "Sadly, Mistress Tizuko is busy with political business, so it will be some time before she can speak with you. In the meantime, we would like to start our inspection of your offer." A fairy approached Thualu and then left. An orange and black-haired Nico, wearing a golden lace silk robe, entered the hall by her side, bowing. "In the meantime, would you wish to enjoy our services?" Thualu offered. "The first hour will be complimentary as a courtesy." Watching Melina's comrade eye the Nico whore, she couldn't help but sigh as he took the offer. However, the truth was that it would have raised suspicion if he rejected both offers. The Nico's hips swayed in an almost hypnotic rhythmic motion that stole his glare, refusing to release its trance. As she approached closer, nearly meeting his lips, Alden leaned forward to meet hers. But she quickly diverted, moving slowly down his neck, making sure he felt her breath as she let out a sexual purr. She graciously offered him a peck on his neck while grabbing his hand to lead him away. Alden's mind began to race as he was let out, nearly reaching the door, but curiosity emerging from his mind stopped him. He needed an answer. "Are you sure it is wise to let customers try your products for free? An hour is pretty generous. Wouldn't you lose money? You will stay longer. An hour is just a taste. It will not be nearly long enough," Thualu said with a smile. Satisfied with the answer, Alden was about to leave when he remembered his companion Andrew. "Actually, if I may be so bold as to ask for a request, my companion here has been on this same strenuous journey with me. He might need some help relaxing as well, at least for an hour." The elf finished with a smirk as Andrew gave him a deadly stare. "But of course, you are under the care of House Tizuko, and we will never leave a client unsatisfied," Thualu responded as she called in for another attendant, this one being a Medusi. They were let out, Alden with such eagerness, much to Andrew's dismay with a flushed face. Once they were taken away into their booths, Thualu took Melina into the back room where the rest of the courtesans prepared themselves. Even for her, she was impressed by the wealth being worn by these slaves, nothing like she had seen in other brothels within imperial territories. The women even seemed to be better treated, almost to the same standards as brothels within NATO territories, a fact she learned from visiting the dancing princess in Alnus to retrieve a certain drunken elf. "Stop here," Thualu ordered. Another human woman surrounded Melina and began inspecting her body. "I am impressed," Thualu said. "I expected much amusement and trauma. I would have assumed he and others would have used you. Alden might be a whore in itself, but he is no rapist," Melina replied. Glancing over to the siren, Melina noticed a suspicious reaction. She then realized she did not speak like a sex slave who was taken against her will as she defended the elf. I see that he did not break your free spirit. Thualu sighed before replying. This is not good. I am afraid this will decrease your value. We will have to either break that or reject you. Is that such a problem? Melina asked. The Imperials invaded our land because of our defiant nature. With the amount of wealth and class you have here, I would assume you would want someone like me for the male-dominant type. This is the Half Moon, not a lower brothel, Thualu said. Mistress Tizuko only wants submissive females, as your type only brings more trouble. You will see that Mistress Tizuko will not tolerate any abuse against any of her slaves, by anyone, Thualu added. We have tried your kind before with the same desire to resist. It only brings out the worst in men, which risks all of our safety. Surprised by the intelligence of this woman and the massive value on the slave's well-being, Melina wanted to meet this Tizuko woman. This mistress seemed not to be like most other brothel owners, only looking to make a quick coin at others' expense. Makes sense, Melina responded. The question is, if my kind only brings trouble, then why do you want to buy me? Your ears mainly, Thualu replied. Finding that response confusing, Melina inquired, You Ticerats must have some strange fetish with ears. That makes no sense. As she spoke, she then realized a possible context. Their mission here is to make contact with this house under the assumption they might side with NATO. With the amount of wealth and power inside this establishment, this Tizuko woman would be smart to listen into conversations to gather dirt and information. The more she thought on the matter, the more she realized how smart and dangerous this woman was, since most of the women in this establishment were both whores and spies combined into one. Unless you want me to gather information on your clients. Thualu's feathered flustered a bit with that response. Seeing the reaction she wanted to see, Melina continued. The question is, what information are you interested in and from who? Thualu glared at the bunny. Like her suspicion had been confirmed, she signaled the other women in the room to leave. Once they were the only two left in the room, she stared directly at Melina. Who are you? Melina found that this blue siren was smart, leaving her in a naked state as a means to show strength. However, this siren does not fully understand who she was dealing with yet. Is it not obvious? A slave bunny who was being sold, Melina responded. I've been doing this job all my life, Thualu said. I got to this position because of hard work and loyalty, and knowing who to trust and not to trust. I have seen thousands of girls who came through here. Watching the blue siren speak made Melina smile. While Thualu spoke with authority, the warrior bunny could see a far different person hidden within her eyes. The question right now, though, was which side the House of Tizuko was on. Based on the culture of this place, she was starting to believe that Lartia was correct. However, if she was wrong, then that meant they were dead and Sharpe would have a full legion on his position before they knew it, but only if she survived this encounter. Look, Unblood, I respect your loyalty to your master. I really do. But I need to know one thing. Am I spying against the House of Alton or the House of Gummis? Thualu carefully looked at her. What makes you think we want you to spy on them? Without a direct rejection, it confirmed that Thualu does want her to spy on them, or one of them at least. Based on the NATO reports before coming here, Gummu and Tizuko, 1. Allied with each other to go to war against NATO, leaving Alton to dry in the sun. Alton, being a powerful house in itself, is the logical choice, assuming that Tizuko's allegiance is with the League still. However, with her senses and with Larsha's claim, things may not be so transparent. We all know there is a war going on, Melina said as she began to pace around the room, but taking care not to break her gaze from the siren. I assume you want me to sleep with your Alton clients. And what made you think that? Thualu quickly said. Melina smiled, getting the reaction she wanted. She thought the siren's tough acting stance was adorable, but she could see right through her. The warrior bunnies were known for their agility and unusual superior strength. What many didn't know was that bunnies could also pick up sudden changes in someone's behaviors and attitudes. It is how they can notice the Hario tribe's shapeshifters so easily. With this siren, Melina could see that she struck a nerve. She now realized that this establishment was secretly on Alton's side. The gaze in Thualu's eyes, however, showed more than a mere allegiance. It showed the deep love of someone within that house. That was the public reason, but I knew that was a front, as the Otherworlders would say, Melina said. Hearing that term, Otherworlders, shook Tuel as she swallowed a lump that suddenly appeared in her throat. Something is not right here, she thought to herself. It was then that realized something, a small detail that she internally cursed at herself for not realizing sooner. It was not a well-known fact except among slave dealers, but after being conquered, warriors' bunnies had the tips of their ears cut to prove that they were indeed a slave. But she stood there in shock at the realization that this one had 2 intact ears. Who did I invite into this house? She thought to herself. You are not a slave, are you? Tuel stated. The tone clearly showed that she already knew the fact, however needed to hear it out loud. No, I am not, Melina said. I can see you have no ill will with the House of Alton, ignoring the public enemy against the Otherworlders. Your eyes and tone defended Alton for some reason, meaning your heart is on their side. From what I can tell, Mistress Tezuko runs a respectable but tight ship. If she is using her whores to spy on her enemies, she would not keep someone like you who has feelings for her enemies. Who are you? Tuel asked. I represent an other-worlded delegation, Melina said. I am here to see your master, Tuel. The war has arrived at your door, and America is knocking. It is time to step up and pick a side. V20. Chapter 234, Another Man for the Cause. Researchers from University of Princeton and Harvard and top portion mages from North American Coven Councils have successfully recreated the fabled Mithridate poison antidote that can cure virtually all forms of poisons from nature, or even something as strong as ricin and cyanide. The Mithridate was created by Mithridates, 6th Eupator of Pontus with his royal mages in the 1st century BC to safeguard himself against assassination attempts. The formula of the antidote has a staggering 65 different ingredients and dozens of enchantments, solidifying it as the most complex form of medicine in ancient times. After the death of the emperor, the formula was mistranslated, wrongfully modified, and the mages with the knowledge to create it vanished to escape prosecution. As a result, the antidote lost its potency and faded into obscurity from the public. For centuries, the mage descendants of the ancient mages of Pontus safeguard the original recipe and its creation technique, so someday this fabled portion will benefit society. With the great magical revelation, the antidote has now become one of the newest symbols to justify the peaceful existence between mages and non-mages. Medical experts state that the Mithridate will enable the public to have far more effective and much cheaper means to combat poisons either from nature or man-made. The Lotus News. Thualu Illas, Elise region. Date: August 2nd, 2026. Hearing the warning bells ring, it had become clear that the Thualu Illas Knights, the Oprichnina and Ticaret forces, under Sasax's and Ganig's command, had figured out that they had been infiltrated. If it was not for Lartia knowing the layout and the defectors giving advice on the enemy's strength and location, Pina would have been forced to launch a direct assault which could have resulted in heavy casualties. While hoping to find Rescue Fabius, the Rose Knights found their secondary objective, Albin, commander of the Ticaret Conglomerate. However, he did divulge a location called the Garden for them, where the Legudas could be. What do you mean by garden? Pina asked. Do you mean outside the city? No, Albin painfully replied. I do not know where it is. It sounded like it was a place where the city elite went underground. A private chamber? Beefeater asked. Why not? Panache replied. If I were this wealthy and lived 1,000 years, I would want a place to escape everyone else. The lady is correct, Albin said. The truth is we elves who live in the cities all have a place to get away from you short-lived folk. Usually, they are not underground. Well, it's the only lead we have, so it'll have to do, Pina said. Everyone, prepare to leave. Empress, he is in no position to run around like this, and he will slow us down, Panache said. We do not have time for this, Pina replied. Jalen, carry him and regroup with Bozes. I cannot, Jalen replied. His injuries are too great for me to simply carry him off. Give me 3 minutes. Hopefully I find something to make a makeshift stretcher for him. Damn it, Pina cursed. Okay, fine. Macarita, patch Albin up in the meantime. Got it. Macarita replied before getting herself to work on Albin. Started giving him a morphine injection. It's okay. It's just a medicine to numb your pain. Calm down, Pina. Jalen said while searching around the room and managed to find 2 flagstaffs. Besides, we don't even know where the chamber is. And searching around blindly will only tire us faster. You got a point? How are we going to find this chamber? Bozes asked. That was the question Pina was still trying to figure out. Doing a sweep would only mean they would get boxed in and overrun. Now that their cover is gone, she either finds Fabius or calls off the mission. Ideas? Yes, Lartia said. Let them take me. You are insane, Pina quickly replied. They will kill you, or worse. I will not lose the wife of the legatus. She is right. This is too dangerous, and I will not lose you twice, Nelia added. They will not kill me. Not yet anyway, Lartia said. As you said, I am his wife. There is value in keeping me alive, at least long enough to reach my husband and the royalty to give his speech. You and the rest can follow the trail to reach the garden. Not going to happen, Pina stated again. I cannot lose both of you. Do you have a better idea? Lartia asked. The brain remained fogged, unable to think of a better idea. Everything else would take too long and put everyone in more danger. Shit. Now I know how Sharpe felt, Pina mumbled. All right, let's do it. Siebel tracks her movement. Do not lose sight of her. Yes, ma'am, the fairy responded. While sounding confident to the Empress, Lartia was terrified of what she volunteered herself to do. As she rushed through the halls of the palace, she purposely bypassed guards to make them chase her. Just be like Nelia, Lartia kept telling herself as she felt her heart pounding, having never put herself in such a dangerous situation before. Seeing her old friend fight without hesitation nor any hint of fear, she assumed she could borrow some of that courage from her old friend. Her husband provided her with a wonderful life, allowing her to go from slave to nobility. That kindness was something she felt she had to repay. Despite her fear, Lartia kept reminding herself that she was doing this for her love. But a part of her wished that the Empress overrode her proposal. Turning a corner, she saw 2 elf guards keeping watch. When they noticed her, they instinctively tried to grab her. But leaping over, she barely got past them. Rushing away, she ran into a dead end. Quickly turning around to flee in the other direction, she was stopped by a light fire blast that impacted her shoulder, throwing her against the wall. Screaming in pain, 3 elves approached. One of the bigger ones aggressively lifted her from the ground. Wanting to cry, Lartia noticed Sebel behind them all, watching. Remembering others were relying on her, she found the strength to push the pain away. You cannot harm me. I am Lartia Illas, wife of Legudas Fabius Illas. I demand you take me to my husband. She watched the 3 elves debate the demand until it seemed like they made up their mind. Fine, the elf guard said. We have been looking for you tirelessly, and you have been under our noses the whole time. Dropping her, the elf grabbed Lartia's arm tightly so she could not escape. Not so hard. I am the wife of a legend, Lartia screamed. I swear you will pay for this. Shut up, Nico. Do you think you are still high and mighty after your husband betrayed us? Consider it a luxury that you are still drawing breath, the elf said. Being dragged through the halls, she passed the other guards organizing to counter the Rose Knights. She struggled as best as she could, unable to apply no resistance. Being forced to the lower chambers, the 4 stood at a strange brown wall that looked like massive tree roots. One of the elves waved his hand as it shimmered a strange bright light green color, revealing some type of rune. The root wall unfolded as each layer pulled back into the ground. The group moved through once the path was clear, heading down a staircase. It did not take as long as Lartia expected to get to the end. Looking around the chamber, she saw much vegetation infesting everything. Green-flamed torches lit the chamber while a strange light emanating from the plants illuminated the place. The guards continued to drag her through the garden as she put up some resistance. The guards' hardened grips made it that much more painful. They continued until they finally reached the end and tossed her onto the muddied ground tainted crimson with some substance. Her eyes widened when she realized what this substance was. My lord, we have captured this Nico, the elf guard said. She claimed to be his wife of him. Lartia, Fabius yelled, finally seeing her husband for what felt like months. Lartia nearly screamed as she saw her beloved husband's body bruised and bloodied. She held her hands over mouth, trying to hold back her tears while staring at his defeated look. She could see the horrific and confused reaction on his face upon laying eyes on her. He jerked up quickly to try and get to her, but his chains held him back. A small stream of blood oozed from his mouth as he tried to speak. Until now, he believed that she was far from here and safe. "I guess that confirms that," Duke Lurlan Olafina said. By her husband's side, Lartia saw the leader of this city, Olafina. She didn't expect to see him here and plotted against them as well. Was everyone against them? She thought to herself. Hearing a spit, she noticed a glob of blood on the floor near her. "What are you doing here?" Fabius asked weakly, finally getting rid of the blockage from his mouth. "I had to save you," Lartia replied, holding her arm, trying to ignore the pain. "This will be good," Katsua said. "Once we secure our control over the Legion, I will grant you the honor of executing them." Duke Lurlan Olafina. Two guards grabbed Fabius and dragged him toward his wife as another guard lifted her. "What about the Rose Knights upstairs?" Duke Olafina asked. "I think it is clear that Pina wants to free her husband to join her cause. They are trapped within the palace," Katsuo said. "It is only a matter of time until they are all caught." Suddenly, a lone Oprignina soldier emerged from the back entrance of the garden, out of breath before prostrating before Katsuo. "Just you?" Katsuo asked the soldier. "Where's the rest of you?" "There should be a squad of you who must come here during the emergency, as per my order." The soldier, still prostrating and catching his breath, replied. "Forgive me, sir. I do not know what happened to those soldiers you have assigned. I'm a messenger from the unit outside the castle. There is an urgent situation developing." "About the NATO infiltrators?" Duke Olafina interjected. "We already knew about them, you fool." "No, Your Highness. It's something else. We need your dash." A large explosion suddenly is heard coming from the entrance. The garden chamber shook, striking fear into everyone. Looking up at the large elf guard that held her, she saw a glowing light rush into an opening in his helmet to attack him. She felt relief, realizing it was Sebel, as the guard released his grip on her to try and remove it. That was before a dark figure flew past, slicing his throat. "Nelia," Lartia said after realizing who it had to be. The other guards prepared to attack before being stopped in their tracks by a strong gust of wind by Kriyun. Being freed, Lartia quickly grabbed her husband, cutting the rope with her sharp claws, and released him. "What are you doing here?" Fabius asked once more. "I said I came for you," Lartia responded while embracing him tightly, to Fabius' discomfort. "Kill them all?" Katsuo ordered multiple guards to rush toward Lartia and Fabius. "Not so fast," Pina shouts before pulling an incendiary grenade. Hearing the Empress' voice, Lartia saw Pina and some of her knights form at the entrance. "Nobody is making a move, or else I will burn this place down," the Empress threatened as she pulled the pin and held the spoon of the grenade to prevent detonation. "You fool! You would doom us all?" Katsuo shouted. "So long as I don't release this, it will not blow. But that depends on your next move," Pina threatened. "She is bluffing. She would not kill herself, or the one she risked so much to save," Olafina added. "Do not test my resolve," Pina said, standing her ground, slowly releasing her grip. The Oprignina agent looked all around in order to escape, but saw no other means inside. Being familiar with the grenades from captured NATO weaponry, Olafina and Katsuo ordered the guards to stand down. Without breaking her gaze from her opponents, Pina told Lartia to get Fabius upstairs. She continued, "Duke Lurlan Olafina, I am giving you one chance. Surrender now, and let us go with the legatus. Because when I leave this chamber, I will not offer this a second time." "You think in such short terms, young lady," Duke Lurlan Olafina said. "This world will never embrace the Otherworlders. Today, many warriors might fall because of their sheer power, but our differences will divide us over time. The Empire and the League might lose this war, but we will win with the spirit of the war and our ways that last for centuries. The entire continent will be against those people you sold yourself to. Even they cannot wage war on that scale and occupy us." His words terrified Pina, a reminder that there were still so many who opposed the changes she wished to bring to her people. For there to be a future, she realized that she must quash people like them now and end the war. "You people might persist with the old ways, but that doesn't mean I will fail to change all of that." I know about your deal with the Ticaret dogs, Pina replied. You do not know that we already established contact with the rebels at the Ticaret capital. Your confidence is based on your old ways and the misbelief that everyone will want to oppose the Terrans forever. You are wrong, as we are about to remove the Ticaret from the war. An Oprichnina commander intervened, cutting in front of the king. Lies! She is a traitor who will say anything to weaken our cause. Guards, kill them! You idiots! Stop! Olafina screamed, trying to stop the guards from making a move, but it was too late as the zealous Oprichnina members and guards rushed toward the knights, the legatus, and his wife. Seeing the incoming Oprichnina, Pina could only feel hatred for them. While always fearing them growing up, she always had a level of respect. They protected Sadera and the rest of the empire from all the other races and maintained order. Now, however, she only saw monsters. She gave her team a nod, giving the signal. Pina, Ginebra, and Ellison tossed 3 incendiary grenades into the large plants. Once the plants caught on fire, she ordered Kriyun to use a wind blast to spread the flame quicker and then told everyone to rush out as fast as they could. The 5 knights and Siren rushed as fast as they could as a large explosion was heard, and they all felt a powerful airbrush engulf them, throwing them out of the stairway and back into the palace. Coughing, Kriyun asked, "What was that?" "Homemade air bomb," Pina replied, placing a hand over her head. "We learned that plants create the air we breathe. However, too much in one place makes it flammable. When I was in Ohio, I saw these greenhouses familiar to the ones down there. I did not realize learning about farming would one day help me in battle." "I get it," Sebel said. "Because of the garden, combining a firebomb and Kriyun's wind magic, you created a larger bomb." "Correct," Pina said. "Do you think you killed them?" Lartia asked. "The guards that were attacking us." "Yes," Pina said, "but I saw the rear guard move to protect their king. I hope that was enough of a signal for Severlinus out there. Whatever he is trying to do," Ginebra chimed in. "Yeah, and I hope his trick is worth all the trouble," Pina replied. Pina remembered when he got an order from Albert via radio before. The order goes, "When you are ready to head out, make a big explosion for Severlinus to initiate his plan." When Pina asked him to elaborate, Albert simply said that there was not enough time, but he convinced Pina that the plan would work. Pina was hesitant to follow a plan she did not understand, but from Albert's tone, he sounded confident of the plan. "What is the meaning of this?" Fabius asked. Pina was helped up. As she readjusted her armor, she looked at the man and spoke. "You must be Legutas Fabius Illas. I am Empress Pina Colada of the Sadera Republic. We came to rescue you. By bringing my wife to me and using her as bait?" Fabius asked. "I sent her to you to be safe, not to be brought back here to be killed." "It is okay, my dear. I volunteered." Lartia defended Pina as she tried calming her husband down. Looking toward the Nico, Pina saw the damage to her arm. Severe burns, probably from a magical attack. It hung limply on her side as Lartia held it. With its strange positioning, she realized it might be broken too. A flood of guilt hit Pina, realizing what she had done, sending a civilian woman as bait to complete the mission. "I apologize, but we can talk about it back at base," Pina said. "Knights, secure the way out. Oiloyat, help Legatus Fabius up and out of here. Clanless, you're on escort duty. Protect Jalen and the Legatus." "Wait," Fabius said to Pina as he was being shouldered by Oiloyat. "What about Albin? Is he dead?" "He's fine," Pina replied. "He's with the rest of my knights upstairs. We are taking him with us, as well." After regrouping with the rest of her knights upstairs along with Albin, treated and laying on a makeshift stretcher with Jalen and Beefeater carrying it, the group navigated through the palace, clearing out resistance. Pina reported to Captain Albert via radio. "Captain Albert, it's Pina. We have 10 of spades and 9 of diamonds in custody and heading out of the castle. Be advised, 10 of spade is lightly injured and 9 of diamond is heavily injured but stable. What's your sitrep out there?" "Fighting is breaking out in the city, but we're fine," Captain Albert replied via radio. "It just sounds worse than it is, at least for us. Your friend, Severlinus, did a bloody good job on giving us a window to escape, so I advise to double time it. Cause when the chaos subsides. I imagine there will be an entire city worth of angry soldiers coming right after our arse." What about my comrades? Pina asked. They are with you, aren't they? They're stubborn like all you imperialists, Albert replied. They insisted on assisting you, even though Severlinus had done one bloody job. So, they will meet you halfway. Fully understanding the meaning, she just shook her head with pride. That stubbornness has been a curse. However, it has led to their once greatness, a trait she has learned to embrace over the past year. Reaching the main royal staircase, the sounds of steel clashing and screaming rang throughout them. Looking over the railing, Pina saw Bose's team engaging the city night guard, trying to stop them. The fight seemed intense. While the majority fought with swords, she watched as one of her knights blocked a water attack by an elf. Two more are freezing the door shut, while another was blasting two of her knights with a fire and lighting attack. Bastards, Pina mumbled. She then directed and ordered Kriyun to use a wind spell, hoping it would cancel or lessen the elf's attack. Then ordered her knights to charge forward to push out and kill the enemy. Kriyun stood up and moved her hands in circular motion as her hands shimmered, forming several miniature tornado balls, and then hurled them at the enemy position. The mini tornadoes flew straight towards the guards as those whirlwinds fully enveloped them. To their surprise, the spell lifted the elven guards and other assailants in the air as they tried desperately to grab anything to stay grounded. Kriyun watched as they panicked, nearly reaching the ceiling, but with a snap of her finger, canceled the spell, causing them to plummet back onto the ground. They groaned in pain as they tried to recover, but it provided the knights an opening to finish them off easily. Good job, Kriyun, Pina commended. Now everyone breaks the ice layers that encase the door, so we can get out of here. The knights and the clanless tried swinging their weapons to chip away at it, but they merely bounced back with each impact. Since the ice layers were conjured to be very thick beforehand to prevent their escape, Pina knew it would not be an easy task. Wish we had a flamethrower to melt through these ice layers, Jalen complained. After about 5 minutes, the group managed to break through the ice layers and head outside. However, as they were about to go out, several palace guards charged from behind and started shooting arrows and elemental magic at them. Kriyun managed to enact a wind barrier to blow most of the arrows and elemental magic blasts away, but an arrow and a fireball managed to get through. Nicolasha grabbed her leg with a yelp as she fell back, grabbing her leg that now held a protruding projectile. While Bose's was blown back as smoke emanated from her hip, skin seared underneath her armor. She held her side with a pain-wretched face as her right hip was heavily burnt by the fireball when she tried to dodge its trajectory. Bose's, Nicolasha, medic, Macarita, we got men down. Pina shouted for Macarita to tend to the two injured knights while the rest of them drew out their compound crossbows and shot back, taking down some of the guards, but more of them still flooded in. Knowing they would need a distraction to buy some time, Pina ordered Beefeater to throw the smoke grenades to cover their escape. With the smoke concealing them, the group managed to escape as the guards were left incapacitated. Once Pina exited the palace, she saw a confusing sight. Smokes, fires, and fighting had spread all over the city, even though she swore that neither she nor NATO had enough manpower to incite a battle this large. Focusing more into the ongoing fighting, Pina's confusion only increased. What in the name of Emroy is going on here? Was all that Pina could mumble at the sight? Are the leagues fighting against each other? Panache chimed in while also watching at the bizarre sight. Through the thick smoke, Pina and the Rose Order Knights could barely tell that the League forces were fighting amongst themselves. Oprichnina, Ticaret, and the Thualu Illas Knights are in the melee against one another inside the thick veil of smoke. Pina could also swear that she saw some Ticaret men killing their fellow Ticaret soldiers. Hey, I don't know what is going on myself. Jalen walked up to Pina's side while shouldering Fabius. But we must get out of here now. I don't know what Severlinus did, but this is a great chance for us to escape. All right. Sorry. Pina got herself together from the confusion and ordered her knights to push. Let's go. Heads towards the exit. Don't engage the enemy unless you must. Once outside the palace and moving toward the street, Pina saw the battle taking place in the street and by the sewers through the NETT warrior. The sound of gunfire popped off and explosions occurred in multiple places. Taking advantage of the chaos, the group hurried toward the sewer entrance. However, what caught her attention, though, was that the sun was beginning to rise, losing their night protection. We need to move fast. The SAS cover will not last long as they are running out of bullets, and when the sun is rising high enough, the whole fortress will swarm on us, Pina said. Then you should leave me here, Bozes said, holding her burnt side and trying her best to hold her sword. I'm just going to slow you down. Never, don't say such stupid thing, Pina said while holding Bozes by the shoulder. Bozes laughed, then felt a sharp pain on her side. At least you did not give "no man left behind" speech like you know who would. Yeah, but at least I can tell you that Charles would skin me if I left his woman's behind, Pina jokingly replied. Loving her lifelong friend's humor, Pina looked down the main pathway. About 8 or 9 elf knights and human Oprichnina charged at them. They suddenly stopped when the leader's head exploded from one of the British sniper rifles. Beefeater ordered the counterattack, and the enemy was cut down with ease. Quickly regrouping, the group rushed down the path, heading to the sewer. Moving through the streets, civilians screamed as they passed, fleeing for their lives as fire and explosion occurred rampantly. A few warriors appeared but were defeated. It seemed the enemy was still confused about what exactly was going on and struggled to react. Luckily, they met up with the legionaries and Second Sanctum soldiers who defected. Albert did say they sent them halfway to provide support. Outside of killing any enemies and hostile civilians, they were also burning some of the buildings down in lieu of SASC for explosions in several places in the city, creating as much confusion and damage as they could. Legatus, you are alive? Severilinus said to Fabius. I am fine, Severilinus. Fabius replied, a little hurt, but this will not kill me. Commander, by the gods, what did they do to you? One of the Sanctum soldiers asked while checking on Albin, who was lying on the stretcher. I am fine, Daliol. Albin replied to the Sanctum soldier. I feel better than before, thanks to the Rose Knights and their medic. I see. The elf called Daliol breathed easy before turning to Pina. Thank you for saving our commander. My name is Daliol Proberos, Sir Albin's second-in-command. We are indebted to you. Glad we can help, Daliol. Pina replied, happy to receive gratitude. Pina could see the excitement and thrill of seeing their leaders. Watching the love and respect of the soldiers reminded her of how her knights would have acted. Looking at her wounded friends, both of them smile, enjoying the loving sight. I am in no condition to take command, Fabius said, holding his chest. Listen to the Empress. They got us this far already. Severilinus, take point and get us to the British, Pina ordered. That was until they ran into a large formation that was engaging the SAS force, ordering everyone to take cover on the sides and wait for orders. Pina sat Bozes down and grabbed the radio from Ginebra and said, Captain Albert, this is the Rose Knights. We are just north of you but cut off. Stand by, Albert said. I requested air support. Patching them through. Suddenly, Pina's radio blared with somebody else's voice. Rose Knights 6, this is Geist 0 to 1. Currently orbiting Thualu Illas at Angel 7. Over. From what Pina could recall, air support was supposed to be the last resort if stealth was compromised, which it had. A F-15E Strike Eagle, the air-to-ground version of the mighty Eagle, should be above them, waiting just in case thanks to its long-range abilities. Pina turned to her radio man, Ginebra, and gave her order. Ginebra, guide them in. Panache, Balalaika, mark our position with green flares. Give some flares to Severilinus and Albin's men, too. All right. Panache and Balalaika responded before popping their flares and handing some to the defectors. Here, hold this and stick together with your group. If you hold this, our aircrafts won't shoot at you. Okay, Severilinus replied while receiving a couple flares from Panache. Thank you, but please, I believe we need more of these flares. We have more groups? Daliol asked, to which Balalaika happily provided more flares. Yes, ma'am. Ginebra replied to Pina before she got on her radio. Guys 0 to 1, this is Rose Knight 6. We are marking our position and friendly positions with green flares. Break. Your first target is an enemy garrison setting up a blockade 100 meters to our south. Be advised, further south of the blockade is the SAS team, so pick your target. Over. Roger that, Rose Knight. We got visual on all friendlies and enemy blockade. Engaging with 30 mm. Keep your heads down. A moment later, A series of explosions destroyed the intersection and damaged the nearby buildings. Seeing the opportunity to bypass all the enemy, everyone gathered up and moved through the alleyways and reached the SAS position. That was close, Pina stated as she handed Boses to the team medic. Sorry, Albert answered. We gotta move. I'm calling the F-15 for bombing run. We have 5 minutes to move. Isn't that a bit overkill? Boses asked. We are deep behind enemy lines, kilometers away from our extraction, Albert said. I don't want them following us. She began thinking about many innocents that might get killed. But Pina shook her head as she forced those thoughts into the back of her head. They are at war, and they are the enemy. It is not as if she ordered their execution, and their mission must come first, otherwise, everything was pointless. Innocent death in war is simply unavoidable. Wait, Your Highness, Albin called to Pina from his stretcher. Yes, Pina responded. What about my men? Will you be able to take them with you? Albin asked. Take them, as in taking them with us with the helicopter? Pina asked, to which Albin simply nodded. Pina was stumped. She was too focused with the mission. She forgot to think about how to get her new defecting allies to go with her back to Legrath. Now that she thought about it, she didn't think about how to get Severlinus and his men back either. She then looked at Albert. Sorry, lass. Albin immediately responded, already guessing what Pina was about to ask. We don't have enough choppers. For Severlinus and his 50 men is easy. It just so happened that there was a spare Chinook at Legrath to pick them up. But that's it. And speaking of which, you, Daliol, was it? How many men have you got? A little over 3,000, Your Highness, Daliol replied. Pina's heart sank when she heard that number. Forget about helicopters. They would need several of USAF's largest aircraft to transport all of them. Wait, Lartia chimed in. What about your men, Fabius? When I escaped Thualu Illas before, there were still many of your men at the forest base. I am afraid it won't work, Fabius replied. There was a reason why my officers only brought a handful of soldiers with them during your escape. Many of them could still be coerced to either surrender or join NATO. However, quite many of them are too loyal to the Empire to be coerced. Besides, Daliol chimed in. Bringing them with us is only adding more men to move. Not that I do not want to. I would be happy to help fellow defectors. But it does not solve the problem of how we go to NATO's territory. Your Highness, I only ask of you. Please, take care, Sir Albin. But dash, we will be fine, Your Highness. Daliol cut Pino off, trying to reassure her. We too wanted to go home from this foolish war. We will not be killed by the likes of Gagnog and Katsuo. Sir Albert, could you tell your aircrafts to level the southern city wall and attack the League's garrison at Belergit after they have bombed this city? We can take it from there to cross the river. Understood. I'll pass the message to them. Take care of yourself out there, mate. I'll treat you to some beer when I see you at Legrath. Come on, princess, Albert said before heading to the sewer and talking to the pilots on his radio. Geist Lancer, this is Charlie 6, standby for new tasking. That's the plan, then. Come on, Pina, let's go, Oiloyat said to Pina before following Albert to the sewer while still shouldering Fabius. Sir Daliol, please, bring as many of my men as possible with you, Fabius said to Daliol. I will do my best, Legatus, Daliol replied to Fabius, before turning to Albin, being carried by Jalen and Beefeater. Commander, we will see you soon. Daliol bowed to Albin, to which Albin nodded to reply. The gesture was simple, but his expression showed confidence that his men will make it. Well, Your Highness, I believe we have to part ways now. We will see you again. Daliol bowed to Pina before joining back to his own group. Pina could only look at Daliol and the Sanctum men, hoping that she could do more for them. Pina, Panache called Pina while reaching for her shoulder, catching her attention. I know what you're thinking, but we had done everything we could for them. Now all we can do is to hope for the best for them. Let's just hope that they will be strong enough to not only join us at Legrath, but also for them to go back home. Hearing the advice from her friend, Pina sighed to calm herself before replying. You're right. Thank you, Panache. Pina turned to her comrades. No hesitation this time. Captain, cover us? Pina ordered. Clanless, Vinco, Balalaika, advance forward and secure our exit. Everyone else, with me. The Knights and Clanless eventually pushed toward the exit, followed by SAS members. After they managed to reach the other side of the sewer, the F-15s unloaded their payloads on the city, destroying barracks, guard posts, and other vital facilities along with the southern city wall as per Albert's promise, decimating the defenders of Thualu Illas and further damaging the already ruined city. Two Chinooks reached the extraction zone by the sewer exit. Quickly rushing to them, the four groups all gathered in and headed back to Legrath. Fort Legrath, Illas region. Date: August 4th, 2026. An entire day had passed ever since Pina got out of Thualu Illas to rescue Fabius and Albin. The moment they landed back at Legrath, Fabius, Albin, Lartia, Nicolasha, and Bozes, along with other wounds, were immediately taken to the infirmary to be treated. Thankfully, none of them were killed, including Albin, who received the worst of injuries in the group, although it meant that he had to receive intensive care and he couldn't be released for some time. Later that day, the group had also received news that Betrayal and his men had also managed to cross the Agarant stream with 1,000 of Fabius's men in tow. Sadly, they also received news that some of them didn't make it despite the help of the air support. Over 100 of them were either killed in the city or during their escape south. But still, about 2,000 freshmen were now in Pina's command. Well, at least until the Second Sanctum's men decided to go home. Then she would be left with only Fabius men. But Pina did not complain. Besides, there were still many of Fabius' men left on the other side of the Agarant stream. Accommodation of those men gave the NATO commanders in Legrath some headache, but overall, it was an easy fix. Housing was easily solved by American semi-permanent buildings, and even Fabius men and the Sanctum's men volunteered to build their own housing using logs from the nearby forest. And Legrath is situated right in the middle of the Empire's main food-producing region, now with even more yield thanks to American seeds and equipment. So really, most of the problem was the paperworks. After spending a day at the fort infirmary, Legatus Fabius Illas and his wife, Lartia, finally were assigned their own quarters. "I was expecting something smaller," Lartia said. With a quick inspection, it was obvious the Americans gave them one of the royal rooms. They didn't know that he held no high enough title yet for such luxuries. He assumed they thought he spent time in such a room when the Empire still controlled this place. "So, these are the artificial lights," Lartia said, inspecting a chain connected to a self-installed ceiling. Once they reached here, he first noticed the non-flame artificial lighting. While seeing it in the halls and the infirmary, he was still surprised it was in personal rooms. His empress warned them of how the Terrans loved their lights. Now he did not understand, but now he did. Before heading to this room, he ran into some formal warriors of his that defected long ago. The catching up was short as he needed to take care of his wife. They provided candles to use as lighting. Setting up 4 candles and lighting them, he asked Lartia to turn off the main light source, finding it unnatural. As Fabius lit the candles, he noticed the main light was still on. Turning around, he saw his wife's free arm pulling and swiping the hanging chain. "What are you doing?" "I do not know," Lartia replied, transfixed on the chain. "For some reason, I cannot stop." He chuckled as he shook his head, but it reassured him to see his wife still retain her cheerful self. He saw the cast around her left arm, where she was stricken by an elf fireball spell. Walking over, Fabius pulled the chain, turning off the light, so there was only candlelight. "There, now that feels more like home." With a smile, Lartia said, "You know they will ask you to fight again." He knew all too well why the new empress came for him. While he was grateful for the rescue and for saving as many of his men as possible, he knew it was not a charity. Seeing no other option, he had no choice but to swear an oath to this new Sadera Republic Pina kept boasting about. "I know," Fabius said, "a soldier's duty is never over. You should know by now." "I know all too well," Lartia said. "I am the one that has to watch you leave every single time. I just want it to end so we can go home." "I do too, my dear." Hearing a knock on the door, Fabius had a good idea of who it was. "I must go. I will send help. I do not want you to stress your arm." Opening the door, he saw Pina. "Your high dash." Fabius stopped his sentence before prostrating in front of Pina and correcting himself. "I mean, Your Majesty. Can I help you?" "My apology. This new title of yours is very new for me." Pina chuckled at Fabius' action. "It is fine, Legatus. Besides, I'm not officially an empress yet. And please rise. Can we talk? With a nod, he left his quarters and the two headed down the wall to an outer balcony. If you do not mind, Your Majesty, can I arrange a servant to help my wife? I will personally take care of it, Pina said. You have a tough wife, you know that? Most noble women I know would have never risked their lives for their husbands. They would have hidden behind their title and station to stay away from the violence. No need to respond. He knows his wife's character all too well. It was still not easy for a man to watch his wife be put into such a dangerous situation as that. It was supposed to be the opposite. Once outside, he got a full view of all the construction and transformation. The sound of artillery in the distance and jets taking off at the nearby airfield with helicopters flying around. I have to admit, Your Majesty, Fabius said, a part of me hates what I am seeing. What are they doing to this place? I can understand, Pina said, but such is the nature of war. We lost this fortress to NATO, and now they're using it to suit their needs. Just like what we have done to many states, many people. This fortress once had a legacy. And the sad part is that its legacy could have been maintained if my brother did not betray you and the people out here. You did side with the enemy in this war, Fabius replied. You helped the otherworlders. It was his last wish, Pina said. He brought me here, gave me the responsibility to continue his goal. She then pulled out a scroll and handed it to him too. He gave me this. Taking it, he quickly glanced through it. It stated how he intended to surrender to the Americans, take the army to the gates of Sadera, and force a surrender. It revealed how he planned on ending the war and corruption, and finally ushering a new age. He planned so far ahead, Fabius mumbled, and I thought he was nothing but a traitorous war addict. Now I understand who the real traitor is. I wish I realized that earlier. You're not the only one, Legatus, Pina replied. If you are asking for my support, you have it, Fabius said while handing her back the scroll. Our interests align. As long as my men can get to go home, and they and their families enjoy a better life under the new republic. Your men will get to go home and have a better life once the job is done, Pina said. And you too, Fabius. You and your wife deserve much better after everything both of you have been through. Taking a tired breath, Fabius looked toward the Empress and asked, What do you need from me? Pina turned toward him and smiled. To help end the war here once and for all. Then to me, overthrow my brother and end this bloody cycle of oppression. But first, I would like you to meet the Duke Nader de Aquilo. If you endorse him, it will help end the insurgency in this region and finally bring peace. I can do that, Fabius said. I am surprised the otherworlders did not toss me into a dungeon or hang me. If you did not surrender when you did, they might have, Pina said, but I would not worry about that. My brother Diabo and I already agreed with the Americans on who they could arrest for war crimes as well as which of the main leaders within the Empire are to blame. Outside of that, anyone who sides with me is off the table, which is why I've been trying to recruit as many generals and their legions as I can. And you need an army after taking control, Fabius pointed out. That too, Pina said. Not needing to explain the importance of the Imperial Army for post-war, there would be very little left to stabilize the Empire. There would be no point in trying regime change if the new government could not project power. What about the rest of Albans and my men who were left behind in Thualu Illas? Fabius asked. You and I are going to go after them, Pina said. Save as many as possible. March to Thualu Illas and capture the city, ending the Illas front once and for all. Looking out into the farmland that seemed to go on forever, Fabius reflected on what had unfolded. I do wish I could have killed those who betrayed me. I wonder if this is what Mwilk felt before he met his end. He turned to the Empress and extended his hand. I believe the other worlders have this gesture. Confirming an agreement? Pina looked at the hand and smiled. She took it and shook it. V20. Chapter 235 The Palace of Honey Traps. Mission Report. To General Charles Stanford. Operation Weed Out was a success. Thanks to the intel provided by a defector from Elba Resistance Force, the last remnant of the Elba Resistance, and their leader Prince Astel have been eliminated in their last holdout in Gward Forest by 5th Battalion of German KSK Special Force and the blitzing death group led by Queen Tayul. Although King Duran requested that we try to capture his son alive so he could be imprisoned back in Elba, and in time, he hopes that he could make Astel see reasons and accept our ways of progress. However, The prince stubbornly refused and desired to fight to the death rather than surrendering and being imprisoned in a kingdom that had been lost to him. Unfortunately, his remaining men did not think the same way, and when we broke into his hideout, he had been impaled by his own men who surrendered later on. After hearing the news, King Duran and the Elba royal family requested us to dispose of his body on the spot, as he and the rest of the royal family stated that they do not want a disgrace like him to be properly buried back in the royal tomb. Astel's body was cremated later on along with his dead troops. The remaining surrendered Elba resistance members were given 10 years of hard labor as punishment by King Duran because they turned on Astel at the last moment, sparing them the death sentence. As the Roman highway is being built, the 10th Armored Division and 92nd Infantry Regiment have successfully wiped out the League garrison in the east side Milud Valley, enabling Operation Uppercut to proceed as planned. In the meantime, we should focus on the Vanguard 7 operation in Ticaret to hopefully pull the Ticaret out of the war. I will report to you if I receive any further updates. Thank you. Colonel Young. Ticaret Conglomerate. Date: August 4th, 2026. As Rory finished a beef goulash emery, she laid back on the blanket, looking at the tan tarp that was covering them. With a loud yawn, she realized how bored she had become without Lelei, Tuke, or Selena around. While Yao was with them, she was not as fun as the others since her 3 other sisters knew more about entertainment than her, especially Lelei and Selena. I should have gone with them. At least I can do some sightseeing. It has been centuries since I last went to the Ticaret capital, Rory mumbled. You are not a very discreet girl, Sergeant Major Randy Dotson commented. He's got a point, Sophia chimed in. Even if by some miracle you manage to stay cool, aren't you famous in every part of Falmart? People will recognize you right away. And there's the fact that everyone knows that you're with NATO now. It wouldn't be hard for people to connect the dot. Rory quickly sat up and pointed to Randy and Sophia. She was about to complain. However, she realized they were right and was too low energy from being bored to fake an argument. Leaning back, all she could respond with was, I should have brought my bikini. At least I could have sunbathed and teased you all. Is this really all you people do when not fighting? Beluti asked, sitting beside Rory. Pretty much, Sophia said as she cleaned her M5. Half of being a soldier is creating drama to pass the time. With another yawn, Rory looked toward Beluti, or otherwise known as Pinky, for having pink feathers. She noticed that the siren was watching Sharpe's pace. Why are you staring at him? He has been pacing like that for an hour now, Beluti pointed out. Maybe almost 2 hours. Yup, Rory said. With all of his traits, patience is not one of them. In missions like these, he likes to be as hands-on as possible. This is why I love him. But the other guy, Itami, at least I think his name is, he is just sleeping calmly like there is nothing to worry about. Glancing over, Rory saw Itami sleeping while his 3rd recon team worked. She heard about him and saw him from time to time. Apparently, the 2 officers worked together in a country called Japan. The 2 stopped a terrorist attack years ago and became friends. Yup, when Rory first met Itami, she admitted she thought he was quiet. The polar opposite of Sharpe, he was more laid back, far less regimental, and easy to get close to. There was a moment she enjoyed making Sharpe jealous with the sudden lack of attention. However, the novelty wore off quickly. Even though she found Itami physically more attractive and highly fun-loving, no woman wants to be around a lazy man. Action has always been 10 times more attractive than physical appearance for most females, and there is no competition between the 2 for her. Noticing that Fryan was meditating, Rory stood up, and after a long stretch, she walked over. How are you so calm? If that was me, I would already be in there busting heads until I found Sharpe. Patience is the key, Fryan said. Annoyed by the lack of conversation from him, she kneeled to face the dark elf. You have something else planned, don't you? The lack of response confirmed to her that he does have something else planned. What was it? Rondell? Still troubling you? Rory mumbled. Honestly, it still is for me, but I don't know what else to do. Let me confirm, it was Hardy that opened the gate, right? Fryan asked. That is what Giselle told me, Rory said. That is what she told the old emperor as well. I just don't understand why. Simple. To humble the empire as well as other great powers like the Ticaret to an extent and bring change to this world, Fryan replied. Taking a deep breath, Rory leaned back, using her hands to hold her up. Reflecting on what was said, the idea that a god from the underworld would open the gate thousands of years early, twice to the same world. From what she understood, the gate has never opened to the same world twice. However, it was opened 3 times to Earth within the last 300,000 years according to Aphrodite 1. The last 2 happened within the time span of 2,000 years. This world had gone through hundreds of light and dark ages. The Empire was not the first corrupt force to rise from the ashes of the last age. Hardy's motives seemed to not align with her peers, as the gods did nothing during the Dark Ages. Even the worst days of the Empire were still a blessing compared to the best of times during that age. What Darko did in Rondell was bold. No, it was insane, Rory thought. For the past year, everyone assumed the Terrans of Earth were this great, powerful force. It never dawned on her what else might be out there until the Balrog was summoned. How did they know how to summon such a beast? Rory asked. I do not recall the demons from 2,000 years ago having such beasts. They did not, Fryen said. I am just as lost as you are, and the gods have remained silent on the matter. I expected to be informed by them after recent events. However, nothing has been said. Same here, Rory said. It seems like they are intentionally withholding information. It makes no sense. We are their apostles after all. When there is an imbalance, we are required to fix it. Unless they were the ones creating the imbalance, Fryen pointed out. The gravity of Fryen's statement froze Rory with chills. A rogue action done by a god or two is one thing. But for all of them to take part? What is going on? What are you thinking, pointy ears? I found it interesting that the Terrans name worlds based on dead gods, Fryen said, noticing a chuckle from Rory from calling Earth gods dead. The fact that they call our world Uros, the only true dead god that we know of. That is my fault too, Rory said. Regardless of whose fault it was, the last time there was an imbalance like this among the gods was when they all murdered Uros, the god of creation. Do you think there is a connection? Rory asked. I have no idea, Fryen said. But that is the other reason why I am here. Ticaret has one of 2 remaining temples left dedicated to him. I am hoping to find clues here before I return to the library of Elish. In crisis? Rory asked. My first priority is to assist in their mission and rescue my master, Fryen said. And I shall not deviate before then. He then looked toward Rory. Once you reach Alnus, it might be wise to speak with the Earth gods to see if they know anything of worth. I will try, but they are very strict, Rory replied. They only talk when they want to. Hearing someone talking to Sharpe, Rory sat up and saw Alicia talking with Sharpe and Atami. It looks like we finally have an update, Rory said. Watching Sharpe give orders, Randy gathered up Vanguard 7. We got orders from Andrew, Randy said. They have made contact with the rebels. Larsh's intel is solid. They were seeking our help, and now we have a way in. Be prepared to move out in 10 mics. Hoa. From the radio call from Sergeant Andrew Steele, the House of Naratizuko sent one of her agents to the northeast side of the ancient city. Surrendering this much trust quickly did not sit well for Sharpe or Randy. However, he knew they had no choice. Andrew met the team with some of the Tezuko guards. It took nearly 2 hours to navigate through the sewer maze, seeing why no guards were down there. Without a guide, they would get lost and probably die without relieving themselves from a surface guard. Once they reached the Half Moon, both Vanguard 7 and Legrath Knights were secretly guided to the upper floors. Drying off, the stench from the sewers still remained. Then a beautiful blue feather siren entered the room and said, Greetings, noble guests. My name is Tuel, head servant of the High Moon. Please follow me. Madame Tezuko and Master Atlan are expecting you all. It could be a recipe for disaster after ordering Randy to keep the troops from both teams together, with so many sexual phenomena in the air and bored soldiers waiting for orders. Especially with the fact that he is pretty sure this place is a spy network based on Melina's report. Even if they share the same goals, current allies could be tomorrow's enemies. They followed the blue siren when gathering with Beludi, Rory, and Yao. Rory commented on the paintings and facial statues as they walked through the halls, pointing out how many of these men were once great statesmen, generals, and house heads. This hallway applied to all the greats who walked down this hallway, meaning he is one of the greats. It took a moment for Sharpe to understand the meaning behind the point. Seeing all these great men and moments would boost his pride and ego if he were a man seeking this brothel service on this level. He realized this Tuke woman was very manipulative and devious. Every aspect of this institution is designed to exploit and extract everything it could from its clients through elaborated honey traps. She would fit in well in the Wall Street class. The fact that she was a Kazun made Sharpe realize that she lived up to the nature of a cunning fox. Once inside a large room, Sharpe saw Melina sitting on a seat pillow. After some small talk, they sat down as three individuals walked into the room. One of them was a silver-haired kitsune with alluring looks and body to boot. Her pale skin was akin to that of the moon. The makeup on her face merely added to her already natural beauty, with dark eyeliner ending in a sharp point. Her amber-colored eyes transfixed on them as her slit pupils gave off such a seductive vibe. But behind her stunning beauty, Sharpe picked up the confidence emanating from her facial expression, most likely from her experience on these sensitive matters. Her experience with dealing with people further solidified Sharpe's guess of her, thinking that she would easily fit in with the Wall Street circle. The other is one he had seen many times within the Empire. A half-elf, half-human, and a girl who, despite looking like a human, moved and acted like a golem. The blue siren called Tuel introduced the two as Madame Tuke and Master Alton. Then Yao introduced Sharpe, Rory, and Baludi to them. As they began to sit around to discuss, Sharpe took note of that individual with her stiff movements. Each motion further grabbed Sharpe's attention. Seeing his reaction, Atlan attempted to alleviate some of the tension by also introducing her. "Pardon me, this is Kira. She is my machina and she serves as both my assistant as well as my bodyguard." "Machina?" Sharpe questioned. "Oh, I guess you would not know what that means. She is non-living. She is like a construct of sorts, one used purely for servitude. In some cases, better than slaves in my opinion," Atlan answered. Sharpe was amazed that the Ticaret managed to create a magical version of a conventional humanoid robot. So, she's like some type of magic robot. Impressive. Tuke and Atlan gave a curiously confused reaction as the half-elf asked, "Robot? So you have similar constructs in your world as well?" "In a sense, yes. But fascination aside, that's not what we came here to talk about." "Indeed, then let us begin. It is nice to finally meet you all, otherworlders," Tuke said. "They prefer to be called Terrans," Rory corrected. "The term otherworlder is offensive because it implies that they do not belong here, but the gods are the ones who brought them here. They should be given the respect they deserve." There was a long silence from Tuke, like she was analyzing the situation. She then stared directly at Rory and smiled, saying, "My apologies, I meant no disrespect. Information reaching us is slow because of NATO air blockade of the mailing system." "I can understand that," Rory said, staring right back. "Before we begin, all your whores must stay away from our people. They are under my protection, so if I find out that you're playing your games with them, I will purge this place." With a shocked smile, Tuke placed her hand over her mouth and said, "Oh my, do you really think so shallow of me? I would never do such a thing that would jeopardize the peace and prosperity of the Ticaret." Honestly, she finished with a teasing tone and smile, not unlike a certain Gothic apostle. "Don't play with me," Rory stated in a calm but direct voice. "I know that those whores of yours can siphon all the deepest secrets of men with their body. I will not tolerate any honey trapping while we discuss with you. Quite bold of an accusation you are throwing at me and my girls." "Your Holiness," Rory Mercury Tuke softly replied, somehow still maintaining her soft and alluring expression, with little to no fear in her face. Sharpe sat and watched the sudden passive-aggressive banter between the two women. Yao leaned in, whispering that Rory was establishing who was the alpha female of the two. She also pointed out that the apostle did the same thing with herself when she first joined the group, as well as Pina, and so on. He knew when he looked up to Rory, however, he did not know how intense it was, taking the security of the team so seriously. It was almost neck to neck, but noticing that Rory came out on top in this power struggle, Sharpe interjected, "Ladies, let us get down to business. We were informed that you were planning on staging a rebellion against the pro-league houses." "A straight-to-the-point man," Tuke commented as she smoked her pipe that befitted her station as househead. She held a jeweled, embedded golden pipe in one hand as she slowly blew smoke to one side. I like that. Your reputation truly speaks for itself. That is correct, Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe, Alton said. This war has brought much stress on my people. Once this war has concluded, there will not be anything good at the end of it. Then why do you keep fighting? Rory asked. It always struck me odd that Ticaret would still side with the Empire even with all the odds stacking against the League. It is more complex than that, Alton said. As you know, the war is far away from us. None of the houses believed it would reach our borders anytime soon. Maybe in the future, but not in this war. That means everyone is fighting for self-interest. I can confirm this, Tuke added. I'm on the War Council. While in public, they support the Empire point of view of defending Falmart against an evil invader. However, amongst themselves, they are siding with the Empire in hopes that they will receive a portion of riches they would plunder from the other side of the gate. However foolish that is, as she has said, in private, the war is about profiting and securing power for themselves, Alton said. Assuming the war is going as badly as it sounds, the House of Gummis and his allies will be on a path of decline. It is only a matter of time before they are devoured by other houses, especially the Tessum Union. As Sharpe listened, he found it interesting how similar the points were, how history repeats itself regardless of where you are in the universe. Here is the thing. Why should we care? Sharpe said. As you said, you are far away from us. We might not be able to strike you efficiently. Any army you send our way, we can eliminate with ease. We can bleed you to death and bide our time. Seeing the two whisper to each other, from their reaction, it seemed they expected that comment. The Ticaret is one of the great three powers on Falmart, Alton said. Your people hid behind your mountains, Beluti countered. You are not a power but a bunch of houses that bicker amongst yourselves. Like the current state of the Empire? Tuke quickly retorted. And your point is, Sharpe asked, trying to get the conversation back on track. Point is, Lieutenant Colonel, if your people no longer have to deal with us, then the war comes that much closer to an end, Alton explained. You will no longer have to worry about us. In addition, having us as an ally will help you to maintain stability after the war, not to mention a great trade partner in the long run. Stability? Sharpe asked. It is pretty clear that a war on this scale will bring much instability, Tuke said. Even if your kind defeats the League and establishes a puppet government, most of the continent will still look unfavorably on you. Proxy wars and insurgency will spread like wildfire. With us in power within the Ticaret Conglomerate, we can help with the post-war. Sharpe had a feeling the Kitsune would have said that, and it matched NATO's long-term interest. Half of the reason his people sent him all the way up here was to find out the truth. However, he must remain within his primary mission, to discover if General Crisis is here and alive. I will admit, that is in our best interest, Sharpe said. However, that isn't in our immediate interest. You are here for the General, Tuke confidently said. The response took Sharpe by surprise. He knew someone had to leak that knowledge. He just was not prepared for it to be them. You were the leak? Of course, Tuke said. My best lady, Thualu, discovered it. One of Gummis' bastard sons, Wagra his name is, found the General and could not stop bragging about it to Thualu. Then I passed it to Alton, which he passed to the Second Sanctum, which they were attempting to pass it to you. I am thrilled to see that it worked. Actually, Beluti begun to say before Sharpe stopped her. Sharpe glanced at Tuke and Alton, realizing that he was a little too late. The Kitsune maintained a stoic but intrigued expression, as opposed to her satisfied one that was on her face just 5 seconds ago. Alton, meanwhile, was a lot more apparent in his expression that he wanted to know more. What is it? Alton asked. What happened? The truth is, it was an accident that we got this information. Sharpe then explained what had been happening in Illas. The coup against the Imperials and the Second Sanctum. How Gagnog's Sandshield and Saskak's Ironskin got thousands of their people killed. That the only reason they even knew what happened or got her message was thanks to the wife of Legatus Fabius, who knew it from General Albin. As I expected, Tuke commented. Fools like Saskax and Gagnog only think with their muscles and blind pride. So do you know where Crisis is located? Melina quickly interrupted, wanting to get the conversation moved along. I'm a little impatient, are we? You seem eager to find him. Tuke prodded as she took another puff. He is the main reason why we are here, Sharpe replied. She thought for a bit and answered the bunny's question. He is located within the House of Gummis. If you knew where he was, why didn't you try to recover him? Melina asked. You have your 2 houses, plus the second sanctum on your side. It does not seem like you need us. You do not understand the scale and influence of all the minor houses who are allied with Gummis. The Gummis house might have been weakened by their setbacks against you people, but they still hold substantial power and influence here in Ticaret, Tuke said. A direct attack would result in civil war, which is why the second sanctum has not been fully committed. Besides, they are only half the problem. The other? Rory asked. The Apostle of Deldort, Martimus Onur and Ajin, Morzefrit, Alton said. The thing is, we all agreed to a contract supervised by Martimus Onur. If we are seen as the ones who broke it, then the people will not side with us, and Martimus himself will intervene to deal with the violators, which is no longer a problem, Tuke said. Thank you, Sharpe, for informing us about recent events. That hothead Gagnog Sandshield broke the contract, so as far as we are concerned, it is void. It is always an apostle, Sharpe thought. He will address that issue with Rory later. If you help us with acquiring General Crisis, then we will assist you in your power grab. Do we have an agreement? Watching the two, Sharpe watched as they agreed to the terms. As they began to shake hands, the doors burst open as a silver-haired dark elf woman in skin-tight, black leather armor entered. What is the meaning of this? Azariah Galen asked in a demanding tone. You arranged a meeting with the other worlders? How did you know about this meeting? Tuke asked. I only just learned of it. I know about their intrusion since their great metal bird landed in the desert, Azariah Galen said. She then snapped her fingers as guards stormed in. Some of them prepared powerful restraining spells to subdue the Apostle of Emroy. Sharpe stood up, calming everyone down from fighting. Azariah Galen, I presume? Your field commander in Illas, Albin Desi Calv, informed us about your intention of wanting to end the war. If true, it would be wise to calm down. If not, well, you won't like the alternative. V20, Chapter 236. Ticaret Conglomerate. Date, August 3rd, 2026. Everything they had been working toward had finally reached their grasp, so Alton thought. He sat at his desk, looking over all the ancient desert city. The realization that he would have to see a man die in battle for the first time was weighting over his shoulders heavily. Not men from a faraway land, but men who were his countrymen, in the city he was currently living in, no less. I cannot believe the only way to end the bloodshed is to cause more bloodshed. Do not think of it like that, Tuke reassured him, leaning over his chair. He saw the love of his life freshening up in front of a mirror. Her beautiful feminine frame, the well-groomed blue feathers throughout her body. However, what had always attracted him the most had been her soft, soothing voice that brought a positive light. What makes you say that? Alton asked. I am terrified. I am starting a civil war and about to commit the worst crime in our people's history. Putting down a pad, Tuke walked over and then sat on Alton's lap, slowly moving her hand down from his cheek to his jaw. You have been preparing for this for the past 6 months. Your house is loyal to you, one of the only houses that are loyal to your character and not greed. It will be okay. Hearing that relaxed him to a point. However, he realized that many of his loyal men were about to die. I know, Tuke, Alton said. Obviously, it came so quickly. I do not know if I have the strength to follow through. I'm not as strong or cunning as your mistress or Azariah. With a light kiss, Tuke laid her head against his shoulder and cuddled. That is not true. Madame Tuke bet everything on you. That is because she believes in you. You will lead us through these dark times. I believe in you. Feeling empowered, Alton placed his hand on her side as he looked back outside the window, gazing at the city. Ticaret Conglomerate. Date, August 3rd, 2026. Looking around the stone table, with Jackson Sharpe were Randy, Beluti, Melina, and Rory. On the other side of the table was Tuke, Alton, Tuke, and the most important addition, Azariah Galen. This is risky, Azariah said. It is too soon. The populace is still supportive toward the war. It is now or never, Alton said. Even with Gagnog Sandshield betrayal, it will be a large task to start this war, Azariah Galen said. The Terrans are here to help, Tuke said. However, it is your decision. Sharpe watched as Azariah Galen carefully analyzed the map on the table. Unlike the other two, it had become clear that this elf was far more conscious about kicking off a civil war, something he respected. The people who never fought are usually too eager to go to war. With the head of the Second Sanctum here, he felt far more comfortable with this agreement. A first strike will be simple, Azariah Galen said. The thing is, while the Second Sanctum is the most elite force, it is still not large enough to fight off both the Tessum Union and Gummis House with multiple lower houses if they are mobilized. Even if most are deployed to war. But if we do secure the city, there will be counterattacks, and we will be overwhelmed. My team cannot help with the counterattacks, Sharpe said. However, if we do this right, we can give you a decisive edge. It will give you a clear advantage until proper NATO assists arrive. Go through your plan again, Azariah Galen said. The plan is pretty simple, Sharpe said. He then pointed to the round table. We're going to strike the house of Gummis and retrieve Crisis. How? Azariah Galen asked. They are not just going to let you go inside. That is my job, Tuke said. Tual already has connections with some of the sons. She will be able to slip in with some escorts. That is where my team comes in, Melina added. We will go with Tual as entertainers. Then we make our strike, Sharpe continued. Vanguard 7, the Legrath Knights, and your forces will strike at these key locations. He then pointed at different locations on the map. Fryen and I will deal with Martimus Honor and any other surprises that might appear, Rory said. A long silence appeared over them as they consumed the details. Bold plan, Lieutenant Colonel Sharpe, Azariah Galen stated. But what is preventing them from overrunning us? It seems your plan stretches us thin. Just one misstep could see any one of our groups surrounded. That is by design, Sharpe said. The goal is to turn their numbers against them. The other houses will attack in large formations, and they'll be a nice target for our bomber. The B-1 Lancer bomber will be on station to provide us with airstrike when that happens. Once it arrives, the bomber will drop its bombs on the targets we designated. It should tip the scale to your side to wage your revolution, long enough until we are assisted. The main issue is the bomber will only have a limited amount of JDAM and SDBs, Sharpe added. Once we use them, that is it. We will have no more support, so we have to make sure that the airstrike will be as effective as possible. I thought your power was limitless, Alton said, confused by the lack of support. Be thankful we have that, Beluti said. While NATO has many powerful wonders, they are no gods. We're 2,000 kilometers away from Legrath, 3 from Alnus, Sharpe said. We just don't have the resources, and Command refuses to invest all of our bombers and tankers for a non-priority theater of war. I understand, Azariah Galen said. It is a lot better than no support. And the main problem is merely to make sure that your airstrike will take out as many loyalist forces as possible. Yes? I'll let my men know. Good, Sharpe said. In addition, Andrew and Yao will be our overwatch. They will kill targets of interest and call in our air support. And hopefully, Melina said, during all this chaos, we will be able to reach Crisis. Remember, we are not here to win the war today, Sharpe said. That comes later. What we do today should weaken your opponents, though, but only if we stick to the plan. No going off mission or unnecessary risks that could jeopardize everything. Seeing that the group understood the operation, everyone began to leave. However, Sharpe noticed that Azariah Galen stood by the table, looking at the mission layout. Once the room was cleared, he asked, "Is there something I can clear up?" "No," Azariah Galen said. "I do wish to talk to you in private, though." "I cannot believe I am doing this a second time," Melina mumbled. "Stop complaining," Tual said. "You already agreed to this and put more sway into your hips. You want everyone to think you are one of us." Being the only non-suspicious way to enter the House of Gummis, Melina again agreed to pretend to be a courtesan. Unlike last time, Tual gave her the proper dress wear for the mission. It even got to the point where the Blue Siren and her 5 friends were teaching her how to do the job better. In a way, she was grateful to Tual for her help and at the same time impressed. The professionalism and pride could be seen in her. Despite her embarrassing apparel, the one thrill she got to enjoy from this plan was seeing the horrific look on Alden's face when he was forced to pretend to be a male whore. Watching Tual getting past the guards amazed Melina. How easily it was to sneak past the guards with just a pretty face. She could not believe how men could become that blind. The fact they did not even check their bags with their weapons and gear baffled her, but she held no complaints. One man's carelessness was another's opportunity. Once they were cleared, Melina whispered to Tuel and asked, "Why did they let us pass so easily? Are you not worried?" Confused, Tuel responded with, "What do you mean? I am well known among the family. This is how things work here. I guess I just do not understand your ways," Melina said. As the group moved through the mansion, Alden stopped, asking what the giant stone throne was for. Looking at the throne, at first Melina wanted to say it was of course the throne for the ruler. However, once she gazed at it, the sheer size shocked her, making her believe it was a statue rather than an actual throne. "That is Mortimer Gummis' throne," Tuel answered. "He is the size of 3 men, mostly from his belly. But do not let that fool you. He can still walk on his own." "The fact that he could walk at all is an accomplishment of its own," Alden added. Unable to fathom the size of that man, the group moved along, heading up the long flight of stairs. As they walked up the eerily creepy stairs, Melina could feel the sweat drip from her ear, damping her fur, seeing why her people never migrated to these lands. She looked over to the blue siren and noticed she was doing fine, probably used to walking like this in this climate. The one thing Melina noticed from Tuel were the 2 sides of her. The professional and bold side, like how she is now. The other was when she was around Alton. At first, she assumed it was just her side when she was being a prostitute. However, the eyes gave it away. Tuel was in love. "Tuel, what is your reason for doing all this?" Melina asked. "Do you really think Alton will love you if you put your life at risk? Do you really think you will attract his attention like this?" "For one thing, I know he loves me," Tuel corrected. "Out of all the whores he could go to, he always comes to me. He shares his heart with me." "Sure, but you are just a prostitute at the end of the day, and he is a powerful man," Melina said. "Not disrespecting the man, but I have never met him until now. I have seen hundreds of men in powerful positions like that, and even they have a favorite, a tool to release stress and nothing more. Eventually, they will just replace you. I know that all too well and understand that," Tuel said. "But once all this is over, I will show you my coin jar just Alton. I have been charging double than anyone else since we met, slowly collecting it. And when I am free, I will give it back as a symbol of our love." Stunned, Melina replied, "You are very foolish if that really is what you believe. If you have amassed a fortune, then use it to put yourself ahead. But if you really believe in this, then it is your decision. Just hope you don't regret it. I guess I will find out once all this is over," Tuel said, stealing her resolve. "What about you? You are not the soldier type. Mercenaries, but why would you come up here? Surely the pay isn't worth the risk for your kind." Melina's ear twitched at that quick jab hidden within that question, but this was far more personal to Melina than the siren thought. She had never met Crisis before, but from the tales she had heard she knew he was the man who she'd been seeking. A man who had everything in this world thrown at him, and he just smiled like it was nothing. One, being exiled, betrayed, banished, but still managed to get everything he wanted, even earning the recognition of her late master, Attilius. She was hoping he could provide the answer she needed to prevent her clan from completely dividing. "I guess that would make sense to think so, but you wouldn't believe the amount of money that was offered," Melina replied. Tuel merely shook her head as she continued on. Alden looked at her, curiously, as she discreetly shook her head at him as he slightly nodded in understanding. They reached a hallway with a strangely large amount of guards. Their escort stopped them, forcing them against the wall. Alden expressed concern that they had been made. However, Melina calmed him, stating that they seemed focused on a presentation of security. Seeing a group of nearly a dozen, maybe 24 young men, many of them being hybrids of different races, Melina whispered to Tuel who they were. "Those are all of Mortimer Gummis bastards," Tuel responded. "This must be important if they all are tolerating each other enough to meet." "Those are all his sons?" "Some of them," Tuel replied. "Most of them are fighting in the war around Sadera with their father." She then pointed to one of the sons. "That is him, who captured your general." It took a moment for Melina to spot the man. Her eyes refused to accept who Tuel was pointing at. The small frame for a man seemed so impossible to be the one who brought Crisis here, as he appeared to not be able to stand up against an average warrior, whether it from Uros or Earth. After what felt like forever, the group reached the dorm floor, where many of the sons and chosen men lived. Within moments, an explosion from outside rattled the torches and glass decorations on the walls. As planned, Melina watched the guards and sons storm from their rooms or posts, heading to the lower levels. Hearing feminine screams, Melina looked to see Thualu and her fellow courtesans were scared to death, not fully understanding the loud sounds and rumbling coming from outside. "It is okay. It is just the Americans. They seem to like to make an entrance." Alden quickly pulled out his knife and killed one of the guards who stood next to him. "I guess it is time to get busy." Vanguard 7 reached the Gummis mansions and noticed a marble stair set that led up to the plaza. They quickly made their way to the top to take up a defensive position outside. It was perfect for their 6.8mm Fury rounds. Below were the city defenders, soldiers from the Tessum Union, Sandshield Deep Clan Eastern Salamanders, the Gummis armies, security, and anyone else that could hold a weapon. To no surprise, he also saw personnel from the local guilds, mainly from the Magic, Adventurer, Exploration, and Slave guilds. However, they noticed one that he had never seen before. All were wearing black cloaks. Alton stated that they were from the Black Bird Amphitheater, one of the 5 orders of jinns that were tasked with protecting the Ticaret Conglomerate as a whole from threats from both outside and inside. Before that, Sharpe questioned why Tezuko, Atlan, or Azariah about why could not get some of the jinns to be part of their force. Atlan stated that since all jinns never leave their domain in the Western Desert due to their lack of interest in expansion and conquest or even exploration, they were quite shallow-minded and downright ignorant with the world outside the Ticaret. Therefore, all of them were easily convinced by the houses and those that participated in the war that NATO was a threat to the Ticaret. It was no surprise that if anyone asked the jinns to participate in this whole operation, they would be immediately seen as traitors to the Ticaret and must be destroyed on the spot. "If I ever see another guild, I will shoot myself," Randy said. "Only after me, Sergeant Major," Sharpe replied. Watching below, Sharpe was baffled as he saw the disorganized mess of the enemy forces. They couldn't properly organize into a single cohesive unit as they bickered amongst themselves on who should do what. He quickly realized the lack of centralization among them, all divided by their houses or guilds. While he understood why they all had separate forces, all nations within NATO maintained their own independent armed forces, he could not believe how they did not have a single commander organizing them. Wondering if there was a lack of trust between them all. "I'm surprised a force like that is considered a competitor with the Empire," Randy commented. "No kidding. At least they're organized," Sharpe responded. "Lieutenant Colonel," Yao said while looking through her sniper scope from a high tower. "I see some forming up 3 blocks from you." Acknowledging the news, Sharpe nodded to Randy to give them a warm welcome. Randy turned and ordered Specialist Daniel Chapman, the team demolition expert, to prepare their mortar. With him were 2 Legrath Knights assisting in loading the round. Firing the mortar, the round flew above them all, using the extra elevation to increase the range. The force marched forward, inching ever closer as their focus was directed upward by an eerie whistling sound. The round landed between the ground and a building, bringing destruction onto both. The remainder of that force fled, not understanding what just happened. "That should keep them busy for a bit," Randy said. Suddenly, the sound of AM-250 opening fire from the rear grabbed Sharpe's attention as he turned and saw that a small ground of guards from the mansion was cut down. "Be careful with your ammo," Randy said. "Do not spray and pray. Our ammo isn't unlimited." "Sorry, Sergeant Major," Scott said. The sounds of sniper rounds popped off all around as the Rangers picked off targets of interest. The house head, Falson Alton, approached and said, "I feel like you do not need us. It seems like we are only a hindrance to you. Our efforts seem wasted." "Do not get too bored," Randy said. "Soon enough, there will be corpses all around us. Just hope they are the enemy, not yours." "Listen to the Sergeant Major," Sharpe said. "Keep your position to our rear. Right now, that is the best chance of a breakthrough by the enemy." "All right, I understand," Alton replied as he returned to his formation with his elite guard, or so they claimed to be. While the armor and weapons seemed to be high quality, the best someone could buy on Falmart, it was clear that the guards lacked experience in the art of war. Watching Alton leave with his knights, Beludi approached. "I guess they do not make them as they used to, right?" "Possible, but give them a chance," Sharpe said. "The fact they are here says a lot, but depending on how events unfold, will determine if I propose honoring our agreement and helping them. Sir, Yao said through the comm as she sniped one of the enemies. Watch out, a large group is coming. Looking down the stairway, a large ground of spearmen marched up, shields at the ready. While the rangers' weapons could cut through them, they deployed mages augmented with powerful amulets to create enhanced magic shields, deflecting the bullets. Contact the B-1 bomber and blow them away, Sharpe ordered. Alicia kneeled as she spoke with the pilot of the bomber above them. Acknowledging approval for a bombing run, she told everyone to keep their heads down. As Alicia counted down, a JDM impacted the ground that was protected by magical shielding, leaving nothing but a crater in the stairway. Noticing one of his rangers reacting to something, Sharpe turned around and saw this floating crimson, strange-looking woman in decorated armor and armed with a metal double-edged spear. As he looked closely, he saw that the woman had no legs but instead a trail of smoke in place of them, indicating that she was a djinn. Noticing the target was Alton, Sharpe used all his strength to knock the half-elf to the ground, missing the spear strike. Seeing the cold reaction from the djinn, she swung her spear. Sharpe felt someone grab the vest strap from behind and was pulled back, falling onto the ground on top of someone. Looking back, to his surprise, he saw Sophia under him, struggling from his weight. Sophia tried to say something, probably to comment how heavy he was and get off. However, her demeanor completely changed from struggle to panic as she tried to pull out her rifle from under him. As the two were helped up by Randy and Jerry, Sophia said as she caught her breath, "Damn, I enjoy the Hulk on top, but not to be crushed." With a quick pat on Sophia's shoulder, Sharpe turned and who he calls the Terminator, meleeing with the djinn. It was clear the Terminator knew what to do, maintaining his grab on the spear as each struggled against the other. Surprised by the unnatural strength of this human, the djinn swung her fist into the Legrath Knight, nearly cracking the armor. Once he let go of the spear, she backed away. Seeing that she was surrounded, the djinn pulled out a lamp and scrubbed the lamp, which caused multiple smokes to come out of it. Suddenly one, then two, and then four more additional djinns appeared, all looking exactly like her. "Hold on there," Lelei said. She held out her hands as a powerful gust of wind blew past everyone, impacting the 7 djinn. Once the blast was over, all 7 djinn remained, standing strong. That was supposed to reveal which one is an illusion. "Normally you are right," Alton said. "But this is Moore's Efreet of the Black Bird Amphitheater. While powerful in her own right, she has mastered the magic of illusion." As one of the illusion djinn was about to strike the Terminator from behind, Sharpe pulled out his M1911 and fired a bullet right at its head, knocking it back. However, its head regenerated back like ink pouring. "It is always something. Belluda, overwhelm her with your wind magic. Her element is smoke, so strong wind should disperse her." As he finished giving his orders, he heard Yao warn that someone with a massive mace was incoming. Sharpe knew it had to be the Apostle. From one of the tall buildings, a figure jumped off and landed on the plaza. The dark-skinned human man stood up and pulled out a large mace and spoke. "Alton, I have always seen you as an honorable man. I never expected you to betray your god, Deldort." "I betrayed no one, Martimus," Alton responded. "The war was wrong from the beginning, and I have proof. The otherworlders are not the enemy." "Do not speak lies, half-breed," Martimus said. "I know that you and Tizuko have met in secret with these otherworlders who bring darkness to our world. Azariah Galen, Second Sanctum, has informed me of everything." "What?" Alton stated with shock. "Shit, sir," Randy said. "We have been played." "I see that," Sharpe said as he grabbed his radio. "Rory, now please." As Martimus approached, a sudden impact between him and everyone else. Rory emerged from the dust, wagging her finger at the Apostle. 3 of the illusion djinns burst apart as Fryen phased through a wall. "I warned you that he was too thick-headed to listen," Rory said. "Look, Martimus, you need to listen to them. The reason for the war." She stopped speaking and looked closer at Martimus. Immediately, Rory began to panic when she realized the gravity of the situation. "Sharpe, Mabel was here. Martimus has been brainwashed." "How can you tell?" Sharpe asked. "His eyes," Rory replied as she prepared for a fight. "They knew we would come here. Randy said. Just like Rondell, they are trying to keep the war going for some reason. Believing Randy's theory was correct, Sharpe ordered Rory and Fryen to take care of Martimus and Morzefried while he reassessed the current situation. According to Martimus, Altin's and Tizuko's alliance with the Second Sanctum either was a fraud or was compromised in some manner. Hearing Beluti comment about enemy reinforcements, Sharpe watched as one segment of the plaza opened up and a large elevator emerged. On it were lightly armed enemy warriors. However, what terrified Sharpe and everyone else the most was a hulking dark-furred beast with a set of horns that towered over the others. A minotaur, not the humanoid ones you'd normally see in villages and in the army, but the massive feral ones. "Sir," Alicia said, "you will want to see this." Seeing the three apostles and the djinn fight, Sharpe ordered Randy and Altin to stay away from them and hold this position. He ordered concentrated fire on that beast in order to bring down that monster as fast as possible before it got the opportunity to charge over to Alicia and Scott. If it got through, they would risk getting overrun. "What is it?" "Out there," Alicia said, pointing to a distant plaza. "I think that is Azariah." Taking her binoculars, Sharpe saw where she was pointing. His deepest fear was confirmed. It was Azariah. Below her were legions of soldiers from the other houses. All of them looked more like peasants that quickly were armed and not true soldiers. However, the numbers concerned Sharpe. One thing he noticed, while Azariah was there, he still has yet to see any of her warriors, putting fear in what they might be up to. "Tell Melina's team to hurry up and get Crisis out," Sharpe said. "This is going to go from bad to worse quickly." "They're all in a file, perfect for a bombing run," Alicia pointed out. "I don't think they understand air power yet," Sharpe said. "Keep hammering them, but be wise on your targets. The last thing we need is to lose our air support." V20. Chapter 237 Divine, Contract Void. Inside Gummis's palace, Ticaret Conglomerate. Date: August 3rd, 2026. The building shook from a massive explosion from outside. The torches shook, some falling to the ground and catching the rugs on fire. From the conversation on the radio, Melina concluded that the Rangers and the Legrath Knights were facing the Apostle. It even sounded like there was a traitor, but the details were fuzzy. "Looks like they are in for one hell of a fight," Melina commented after listening to the radio chat. "By Deldort's vow, what is going on out there?" Tuel asked in a panicked voice, flinching at every explosion, sound, and vibration. "I have been to the Sin City Wall before and witnessed several battles before, but the only times it was this chaotic was when the Empire attempted a large push with bands of ogres and wyverns." "Yeah, you will get used to it," Melina simply replied right after a sigh. Operating around a war zone for a better part of a year, the loud explosions had become a norm. Looking toward the blue siren and her fellow prostitutes, she noticed they were covering their ears and looking around with a confused fear in their eyes. Glancing toward Alden, she saw they both found the sight amusing, realizing how normalized the otherworlders' weapons had become to them. She and Alden took out their bags and grabbed their weapons and gear. After finishing donning their Kevlar armors, weapons, and comms, they rushed toward their objective. "We need to find our target fast," Melina said. "Tuel, where would he be located?" "Someone—" The building shook again, scaring Tuel as she tried to regain her footing. "Someone like him would be in a special chamber, not in a dungeon. If I recall, he is one more floor above, close to the master chamber." "All right," Melina said. "It will be best if you all flee now while you can. Once we find him, it could be a bloody fight all the way out. If you leave now, they will not expect you to work with us." "No," Tuel said. "Everyone else should go, but I want to see this through. In case you get lost, I have been in this place enough times to help with an easy escape." Slightly annoyed by the blue siren's disobedience, Melina, however, accepted her proposal as the logic made sense. She was just not pleased by having to protect a non-combatant. "Fine, stay by Alden." "Why him?" Alden laughed and then said, "Because she's about to put her legs to work." Shooting the elf a deep glare, she pulled out her twin kukri blades and looked toward the stairway down the hall. She slowly crouched then, waiting for her opening. Seeing two guards recently come down, she charged forward, using her bunny agility of her race to jump between two walls to bypass them, slicing them apart as she passed them. Once landing on the ground, Melina hopped forward up the stairs, bouncing off the wall to increase her speed. Seeing another guard at the top of the stairway, Melina speedily cut through him, slicing his head off. Hearing the sound of armor and steel clashing against each other and the voices of guards acknowledging her, she turned to see 5 well-armored soldiers standing by a well-decorated door. With all the chaos going on outside, Melina figured that door must be the objective because of all the commotion outside. It had to be something worth guarding. "Hey boys, what are you hiding in there?" she intentionally said. Making sure the soldiers had their full focus on her, she sprinted as fast as she could toward them. 2 of the guards held their positions as the remaining charged at her. Noticing that the ceiling was lower and wouldn't be able to jump over them, Melina increased her speed. As she got close, she slid on the ground, cutting one of the soldiers' legs as she passed. Quickly getting into her combat stance, Melina realized she was surrounded by the remaining 4. "By the gods," one of the men said. "A warrior bunny. I never thought my eyes would ever lay eyes on one." "Then I am honored to be the last thing you will ever see," Melina said to the 4 men, 2 humans, an elf, and a dwarf, as they laughed. "I know of your kind's reputation," the same man said, "but even you cannot defeat all 4 of us." With a smirk, Melina responded, "You are correct. If it was only 3 of you, I could easily cut you all down, but for..." Staring at the man, an arrow suddenly went through his neck. As he fell, the guards turned to see Alden standing behind, bow in hand. "I guess there are only 3 of you now," Melina said before the men could react. She pierced 2 of them in the neck before bringing her blades together to remove the head of the 3rd man. They stood in shock before slowly beginning to fall to the ground. Blood soaked the floor, freaking out Tuke as she held onto the elf while she tried to tiptoe around the pool. Noting how humorous the blue siren was acting with Albin, Melina took the keys from the dwarf's corpse and approached the stylized door. "All right," as the Terrans say, moment of truth. Melina opened the door and the 2 stormed inside. The stench of blood quickly made its way into their nostrils as Tuke covered her nose, trying her best not to puke. The room was devoid of any of the stylized designs that the door held. It was nearly empty. The only thing inside was an odd shape in the center. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a naked man chained on the ground. With a quick look, Melina saw at least 6 chains keeping this man on his knees. She has seen people chained before, but to this scale, just for a man was overkill. However, judging from his fearsome reputation as an unbeatable gladiator, this kind of measure was necessary. Ordering Tuke to find some clothes as Albin covered the door, Melina rushed over to him. "Who is there?" the man mumbled. The voice was crackled, desperate for water. Unlocking the chain around his neck, she quickly looked at the face. To her pleasure, it was their objective crisis. "General, we came to save you," Melina said. "Then you must be with the other worlders." Crisis struggled to comment. "I will never forget the sounds of their weapons. They really do like to be noisy," Melina replied. "I am with Vanguard 7. We came just for you, Forsaken One. Now, let me get the rest of these chains off." Seeing the confused but pleased look on Crisis' face, Melina began unlocking all the chains. Once she looked over, she noticed that his lower right arm was missing. She had seen enough dismembered limbs to know this was done by a sword. After unlocking all the chains, she helped Crisis up. Tuke rushed over and covered him in a red moon pattern high-quality tunic. "If what you said is true, then why is Sharpe not here?" Crisis asked. "Who are you?" "I am Melina, acting leader of what's left of the Dark Blades, the Clanless," Melina replied. "You met my late master before, Attilius, as well as Alden here a year ago, after the Americans first bombed the city." "I recall those names," Crisis said. He looked toward her, squinting his eyes as he tried to analyze her. "You look like a bunny?" Confused by the question, Melina looked closely at his eyes and noticed something strange. "I am. Tell me, what do you see?" With much hesitation, Crisis responded, "Everything is blurry." "Hold still," Melina said while reaching into her side pouch and taking out a small device. A small click could be heard as a bright light pierced his eyes. "Hold still." "Ah, I know this herb. The damage doesn't seem to be too bad. Luckily, it doesn't seem to look permanent, but we have to remove that quickly." With a million questions filling her mind, Melina began putting her mini flashlight away as she heard Albin state that they needed to go. Wrapping his arm around her shoulder, the group headed out. As planned, Tuke showed them the way out. Vanguard 7. This is Clanless 4. VIP has been secured, and we are on our way for extraction, Alden said through the hidden comm. Outside Gummis's palace, Ticaret Conglomerate. Even with the bombing run and constant firepower from the Vanguard 7, the Ticaret force, still undeterred, started amassing a siege at the Gummis Palace. Vanguard 7 and the Legrath Knights were soon caught in a perilous situation as they were now sandwiched between them and Gummis's army, as they could not get close to the positions of their enemies without massive casualties. The Ticaret force started bombarding the Rangers and Legrath Knights' positions. Magic, arrows, and siege weapons pinned them down so their forces could make a breakthrough through the line of fire. "Permission to kill the traitors, sir?" Andrew asked as he aimed his designated marksman rifle at Azariah Galen's head. "Not yet," Sharpe said. "Keep an eye on her, though." For hours, the city defenders tried to storm up the long stairway to the palace with long-range support from archers, mages, and siege engines. Piles of bodies lay on the sandy stone, preventing further assaults. With the bodies acting as a natural barrier, most of the Rangers turned their focus to the Gummis warriors behind them. Randy approached and pointed out, "It seems they stopped charging at our positions and limited themselves to long-range attacks. However, it will only be a matter of time until they find another way here when we run out of bullets. Hopefully our insurance comes through," Sharpe said. "But even if it does, I don't know how we will be able to withdraw with those apostles fighting." Seeing the 3 apostles and Jin fight, Sharpe realized that another could be hidden, like in Rondell. Mabel's surprise attack in Rondell, too, caught everyone off guard, so he assumed there was a good chance she might be here to spread whatever agenda she might have. Based on Martimus' eyes, he realized he had been brainwashed like the other apostles. "Yow, have you spotted Mabel yet?" Sharpe asked his spotter, who was sniping at the enemy forces. "No, sir. She is nowhere to be found, and I cannot sense her mana signature either," Yao replied. "Damn it. The last thing we need is another apostle attacking us from out of nowhere." Sharpe cursed. "Mabel was here, but I don't think she is anymore," Rory replied through the comm. "What do you mean?" Sharpe asked. "Much like Yao, both Fryen and I cannot sense her presence either, but more importantly, if she were here, she would have attacked us with Martimus already," Rory replied. "Thank God. Keep Martimus away from us or subdue him. And get rid of that Jin," Sharpe ordered. "Looks like our plan will be more difficult than we planned," Atlan stated. "If we do not convince Martimus to stop the war, we could face the full populace of this city. So, there is no way we can make him break the contract?" Sharpe asked in a worrying tone. "I think we can," Fryen replied. "How?" Sharpe and Rory asked. "From what I have sensed, Martimus has just been recently brainwashed, unlike Jasus and Envira. Therefore, I can try to remove the spell cast on him, so we can reason with him, but first, we need to subdue him first," Fryen stated as he fought more as a Freet. "Okay, do it," Sharpe stated. Alicia rushed over and said, "Sir, Melina just reported in. They found the objective and are heading to the rally point." "Roger. Tell 3rd Recon to come here and provide a path out of here." Sharpe then looked to his mortar team and said, "Let's finish up here." "Chapman, fire flare." Specialist Daniel Chapman looked toward his superior with a confused look and asked, "Sir?" "It is daytime, and for what?" "To signal the second sanctum," Sharpe answered. "What do you mean?" Chapman asked. "Just do it," Sharpe ordered. As the flare fired, Sharpe thought back to the briefing with everyone. The second sanctum leader, Azariah Galen, wanted to speak with him in private. The Dark Elf liked Sharpe's plan, but believed it would fail. Galen stated that she thought it relied too much on the enemy doing what he wanted, and once they adapted, his force and Altons would be overrun. There were just too many to repel. So, Galen wanted to tip off the enemy. As the leader of the Second Sanctum, her leadership in internal security would allow her to influence the other houses' reaction so that it would allow them to maximize the damage while giving free rein to his warriors to position themselves accordingly. This way, he could capitalize on the enemy's confusion and loyalty. While Sharpe agreed with the idea, seeing no choice but to trust Galen by that point. Still, as a rule, it was not wise to inform the enemy about what was happening. Looking around the buildings that towered over everything, Sharpe wondered where the Second Sanctum warriors were. Up to this point, they had seen none in the battle, and while Azariah Galen was spotted leading the enemy, the tactics seemed to be assisting his rangers. Small, easy to spot waves up a funnel stairway. Easy to be picked up and bunched together enough to maximize their CAS from their B-1 bomber that's on Overwatch. Yao said they saw people at the windows, freaking out many of his people and allies. Looking up, Sharpe saw archers, dozens of them. The archers fired into the incoming soldiers while other warriors broke out of the nearby builds and engulfed the enemy warriors, slaughtering them. Walking over to the cliff, many rangers looked down as they watched the slaughter. Many young men who thought they were allied with the Second Sanctum now betrayed them. "That is brutal," Scott said. "What is going on here?" "I thought that bitch betrayed us," Andrew said in confusion. Sharpe then briefly explained to everyone about Azariah Galen's idea, that he intently sold everyone out to double-cross the city's armies and the other houses. "So she was our Trojan horse all along," Andrew commented. "I have to say this plan is ingenious, especially the fact that in order to fool the enemy, you must fool your allies first. Especially so if she's willing to betray her own people so quickly," Jerry added. "I don't know if I could have done that." "Never underestimate a fiery woman, guys," Sophia replied. "I know we are the beneficiary of this betrayal, however, this is not sitting well for me," Jerry commented. "Well, look at the bright side," Sharpe said. "At least she manipulated the enemy force to get into a favorable position for us to bomb them to Kingdom Come." Looking to Jerry, and then looking back to the Second Sanctum, now executing the survivors. A part of him agreed with Jerry that something unethical or unhonorable just happened, spoiling their victory. However, he knows this is war and is not in the position to debate the ethics of war. "Let's go." Rory dodged another swing from Martimus' mace, using her agility to stay on the defensive. She tried to attack him, but he channeled his magic through his mace and swung at her halberd, causing her to be blown away with a magic wave and slammed through a wall. "Fryen, anytime now?" Rory asked as she pulled herself off the destroyed wall. "Hold him off a little bit longer until Beludi and I can get rid of Morzefrit," Fryen stated as he generates a shield to protect himself against the Jinn's spear strike. Seeing the mace coming from the right, Rory spun her halberd and then used the momentum to block the strike, holding it back. Martimus moved his mace back, grabbed Rory's halberd, and then lifted her up. She, however, used her weapon to spin, kicking his head and pushing him back. Once landing on the ground, Rory looked back over at Fryen to see how he was doing. He just stood in one spot, eyeing his surroundings. The Jinn had duplicates of herself scattered everywhere, surrounding the Dark Elf and the Pink Siren. 7 of the shadows went in for the kill. 6 of the shadows evaporated when they got close to him as he dispersed the illusion with a massive magic wave from all directions. With all the shadows gone, both he and Beludi magically blasted a huge gust of wind toward the real Morzefrit, causing her to be blown backward. "I have studied from the Library of Elish that Jinns of Smoke Element, like you, rely on illusional replicas to attack the enemy from all directions. You seek to cause confusion and conceal a covert attack from behind a direct one, usually from a blind spot," Fryen said. "Dispersing each one of the illusion replicas is not efficient as you can just summon more, but by unleashing a massive magic wave of illusion dispersing spell at all directions, I can take down all your illusion replicas all at once. Detecting you and immediately attacking afterward is child's play. So give it up. Your trickery has no effect on me. Go back to your theater and leave us be." "I shall not," Morzefrit frustratedly retorted. "Because you think you are an apostle, that means you can defeat me so easily. You might be able to see through my technique, but my kins have repelled Talon and Rory's empire for centuries. As long as my kind and I live, the Otherworlders will never lay hands on the Ticaret, and those traitors that side with them will be purged. Darkness shall not reign over the Western Desert. Darkness already reigns over the Western Desert within the ignorance in those heads of your kind." Beludi mocked as she knew there was no point in reasoning with the ignorant Jinns who knew nothing of the outside world of the Western Desert. The enraged Jinn then summoned 7 illusion replicas to prepare to attack them again, but this time she, and her clones started flying around in circles to confuse both Phryane and Beluti. The 7 clones then attacked all at once, but were easily dispersed by Phryane as a spear was thrown at him from a distance, but he quickly used his phantom magic to phase through it, using your clones as a smoke screen to hide your long-ranged attack. This time we will end this. Phryane signaled Belut to finish the fight once and for all. As the Jinn dashed to recover her spear, Phryane generated an air sphere and launched it at Morzafrit, and successfully trapped her in it. "Finish her!" Phryane shouted to Belut as she charged her wind magic and compressed it. "Time to apply my science lesson to my wind magic." "Compressed air cannon," Belut stated as she blasted a powerful air blast at the air sphere that held Efreet. The rotating air from the sphere and huge air blast caused the Jinn to scream in agony as she was quickly dispersed into nothingness, leaving behind only her armor and some accessories. Phryane then drew his attention to Martimus and rushed to restrain him. Martimus knew what the Dark Elf was up to. As Phryane prepared, he charged toward him, causing Phryane to put up his shield to defend himself. But the impact of the magically enhanced mace launched Phryane through the same wall where Rory was. Belut then unleashed her air cannon spell to stun him long enough for Rory to flank him in order to immobilize him. Martimus charged with his mace and slammed the tip of it into the ground, shattering it. The ground collapsed, plunging him, Rory, and Beluti to the lower ground. Rory landed on the ground with ease. Being an apostle this distant would have no real effect. However, she saw the Legrath Knight land on the ground hard, now vulnerable against Martimus. She rushed over and blocked his mace with her halberd, now stuck in a strength contest. In battle, Rory has always relied on her speed and agility to fight, avoiding a contest of strength when an opponent is stronger than her, which is rare. Martimus, being one of the few apostles that is physically stronger than she, realized that she is in a bind. While it seemed that Martimus would overwhelm her, Rory got a quick idea. She went for her Glock 17 sidearm that Sharpe had given her for emergencies. She reached under her skirt with her right hand and shot at Martimus's leg. Gaining some freedom, she unloaded the magazine into Martimus's eyes, temporarily blinding him and causing him to drop his weapon in pain. "Phryane, it is now or never. Release him from the Bloodsword Diva's influence." Rory yelled at Phryane while she restrained Martimus with all her strength so he could not move. Phryane jumped at the scene and quickly placed both his hands on Martimus's head and concentrated his magic to disperse the brainwashing. As both Martimus's eyes were regenerating, he could see that the red eyes had gone and returned to the natural green eyes of the Apostle of Deldord before he fainted. "There, he has been successfully released from the brainwashing. Now we can reason with him. We can start by dash," Phryane said, but was interrupted by a radio call. "The clanless need assistance. The palace guards are surrounding their position. You talk to him while I go to help them," Phryane said as he dashed to the clanless position, not asking for permission. After Phryane left, Martimus awoke from the effect of the spell and Rory approached him. "What happened?" Martimus asked. "Martimus, you have been brainwashed by Mabel for quite a while. However, there is something I want to discuss with you about." Rory stopped suddenly as Martimus grabbed his mace and swung at her, forcing her to dodge his attack. "What the fuck?" Rory yelled. "I know why you're here, Rory. You and the other worlders are going to bring down the Ticaret, and I'm going to stop you all." Martimus then goes for another attack. "Shit, you are still brainwashed," Rory stated as she dodged his attack. "I am no longer under Mabel's control, Rory. The reason for my brainwashing was that Mabel was afraid you were going to sway me to side with the other worlders as well as the traitors, Atlin and Tezuko, so she forcefully brainwashed me as insurance. While both she and I agree that NATO must be stopped, that wretch lacked any faith in me to properly defend this realm and thought that I would be easily swayed by you and your other world patrons to plunge this realm into darkness. I will show her that I can defend the Ticaret and take down the menace of the other worlders," Martimus declared. "Look, Martimus," Rory said, "we need your help to stop this war. Even you must see this is different." "Silent Rory," Martimus replied. "I know your agenda all too well, and I have no interest in it. You and your lover Talon brought darkness to these lands when you formed the Empire. Now you are going to do the same to this land with the Terrans. That was a different time, . And this time is not different. What makes you think the Terrans are not going to turn out like another empire? You and Talon do not have the best of record in dealing with mortals. And is that why you are being such an asshole right now? Rory said, Look, the Terrans, while far from perfect, are far more developed than any civilizations of this world ideologically, philosophically, and socially. With my guidance, I will make sure that there will be no empire to emerge ever again. Please have faith in these people. They have outgrown far beyond everything in this world without a single apostle to even guide them throughout centuries in their world. Even I have to learn a lot from them. Please listen to me for the sake of your homeland, your people, and the worshippers of Deldord. All a man has is his word, and a contract must never be broken, Martimus said. I will not make the mistake again. Nope. Now you are making the one me and Talon made, Rory angrily responded. Standing on top of Martimus' body, she rams the end point of her halberd straight through his back in an attempt to keep him fixed to the ground. Listen, Martimus, Rory said. We need your help stopping this war. Whatever reason these people had to go to war no longer applies. We all are at risk. Hearing footsteps, Rory looked up. She saw the half-elf, Alton with Sharpe, and the second sanctum leader, Azariah Galen. She noticed that Martimus stopped struggling to stare at the group. Galen, what is the meaning of this? Martimus demanded. Have you been conspiring with them all along? That is true, Galen said. I do not know the business you once had, but this is important. Falson Alton approached and then stood, staring down at Martimus. Please note, I have nothing but deep respect for you, Martimus. Our following of Deldord is why our beautiful homeland remains united and strong. United, Martimus said after spitting on the ground. He then groaned as Rory twisted her halberd. You have betrayed your god to pursue your own agenda. Not at all, Alton replied. You must understand, everything I have done has been to protect everything we have built. We were lied to so we could be dragged into a lost war by the Empire. The other houses voted for war not because it was in the best interests of Ticaret. He is correct, Galen said. The war is a farce. It is true, Alton said. With that, we have proof that the other houses have already broken our agreement, which by law means they have betrayed Ticaret and Deldort will. As the three spoke, Rory looked down and saw that Martimus had calmed down. Removing her halberd from his back, he suddenly reached around and grabbed her leg, tossing her off. Not knowing what just happened, Rory regrouped herself. To her horror, she witnessed Martimus holding Falson Alton by the throat with one hand, lifting him 2 feet in the air. Everyone reacted, Beluti grabbing the second sanctum leader to safety as everyone took a step back. Rory saw the fear in everyone's eyes, fully knowing the threat of an apostle. Even Rory, knowing if she made a move, Alton's neck would be snapped. Do not do it, Martimus, Alton said. I just want my people to live. All of us. Martimus just stared at Alton. You have always been an honorable man, Falson. How could you be fooled so easily? Not a fool, Sharpe said. He is a patriot. Martimus, Galen said. His opposition to this war has always been public. However, he has always been loyal. We came to learn that many of our houses and Oprichnina have betrayed us on the battlefield. And you blindly trust these other worlders' words? Martimus asked. There was a short hesitation as Atlan struggled to speak. He finally said, Of course not. They have proof. Gagnog, Sand Shield. Martimus mumbled and slowly set Alton down. Seeing an opportunity to strike, Rory burst forward, not willing to let her guard down a second time. Rory! Hearing Sharpe yell her name, Rory stopped. Her blade stopped right against Martimus' head. Staring at her opponent's eyes, she only prayed that Sharpe was correct not to finish him when they could. Sharpe placed his hand on Rory's shoulder, getting between the two. If you give us time, I can prove it. We learned that Gagnog's Sand Shield forged an alliance with the Oprichnina and led a coup against the Imperial Army and Second Sanctum. Back in Illas, we have a force rescuing them right now. Rory knew what Sharpe said was partly a lie. While it is true Pina was rescuing Fabius, she recalled that finding the Second Sanctum commander was a secondary objective. Being mostly out of contact with the rest of the world right now, There is no way they could confirm how Pina's mission went, so for all he knows, Pina was rescuing a corpse. I will hold you to that, otherworlder, Martimus said. He then looked to Alton. However, I will not fight a civil war for you, nor support anyone who wants to form a dictatorship. I did not expect you to assist, Alton said. And I promise I will not create a dictatorship. I just want the war to end and replace those houses that are using the war to self-profit with new ones. I do not want to be king. I see, Martimus commented. I will free you from the bonds of the declaration of war. However, before you can continue, I expect a new covenant to be forged. Listening to the three talked about the future of the Ticaret, Rory looked to Sharpe. I guess our work is done. Yes, it seems so, Sharpe said. We should get out of here. V20. Chapter 238, When the Child is Born. Army Hospital, Fort Alness. Date: August 5th, 2026. After a successful rescue operation in Thualu Illas, Empress Pina Colada wanted nothing more but to celebrate with her Rose Knights at the Apex Bar. Celebrating that, they saved a very popular imperial general from a betrayal, bringing a massive force to her side and another influential individual into the future administration of the Sodran Republic. However, all celebrational moods evaporated once Vanguard 7 returned. She assumed she would have tackled her brother with a giant hug. Instead, she watched in horror as the beaten and bloodied body of her once proud sibling lay on a stretcher. The brutal scars of torture were visible everywhere on his body. Standing outside a large glass wall at the army hospital, Pina watched the doctors perform surgery on her brother. "How are you holding up?" a voice spoke to her. Glancing over, Pina saw Sharpe and said, "Your doctor said they are working on it. His right arm was severed, and they said that area had a severe infection. Deep cuts throughout his body, dehydration, starvation, some blindness. Maybe." Nothing but despair filled her mind as she spoke, listing all the issues with her eldest brother. Sharpe responded with a story when an operation against the terrorist group Abu Sayyaf went bad in the Philippines, where one of his comrades nearly died from a claymore mine. However, although he and others felt that he might not survive, the man was utterly strong in his will to live and push through the pain long enough to be brought to a hospital. In the end, the American soldier managed to survive and taught Sharpe an important lesson of not giving up living even when the Grim Reaper is near. "I wondered if he was going to die," Pina said. "It would be a tragedy after all that work to rescue him, just so I could watch him die." There was a short silence before Sharpe's response. "He is a tough one, so I wouldn't worry too much. Besides, he is too much of a pain in the ass to die like this." "I know," Pina replied. "I never properly thanked you, Lieutenant Colonel." "You don't need to," Sharpe said. Looking back into the surgery room, Pina struggled to form the words. It was taking all her strength not to break down. With another short silence, Sharpe continued, "You know, I originally came to congratulate you on saving Fabius and Albin." She had almost completely forgotten about her mission in Illas. The situation was beginning to improve in the region. With Fabius's help and intel, NATO was able to deploy their module bridge across Agaron Stream. It would only be a matter of days before Thualu Illas fell as Imperial defense crumbled and surrendered, allowing the enemy to be outflanked and outmaneuvered and ending the Illas front permanently. "Thank you," Pina said. "Just wish the mood was different." "It might sound harsh, but you will need to move on," Sharpe said. "It is not your fault. He made his choice then, and I bet that he still wouldn't change a thing. You can only control what you do, not the world." "I know," Pina replied. "I just remember being so childish and helpless. I just wish I did more." "Well, you have changed a lot in the past year," Sharpe pointed out. "From a naive princess who wanted to play knight to a proper empress where you are now. Just keep living up to the expectation, and he will see the sacrifice he made for you was worth it." With a smile, Pina responded, "I know you are not a fan of him, but I appreciate you bringing him back. But while you are here, how did your meeting go?" "Like any other," Sharpe responded. "The rescue of the Second Sanctum Commander Albin DC Calv tipped the scale in Ticaret. I gambled and lied to all those rebels, hoping that your mission would be successful. Does that mean it is over?" Pina asked. "For us mostly," Sharpe said. "The general said our priority will be closing out the Western Front. Once that is done, we'll supply the alliance of House Atlan, House Tezuko, and Second Sanctum. Outside Special Forces. I don't see any major involvement on our end. Glad to hear. Pina saw Bose's and Hamilton's approach. Behind her were the rebel senators, with some not too happy. She could already tell what the issue was going to be. Most of them hate her oldest brother for rebelling against the Empire and nearly bringing Sad Era to its knees. Not them. Mind shooting them? Pina jokingly asked. Maybe next time, Sharpe said. Well, good luck. Watching her formal commander and mentor leave, Pina stopped him and smiled. By the way, I wish it was under better circumstances, but I heard that the ultrasound checkup revealed that your child will be a boy. Yep, that's right, Sharpe said with a smile. We will name him Harper. Should be born any day now. You name your son after your late commander and mentor. That is nice. Being your son, he will probably be a handful. Once Sharpe left, Pina turned to Bose's co-Palesti. There was this apologetic look on her friend's face. So, gentlemen, what can I do for you all? Pina asked. Pina, how could you? Dussie boldly said. Noticing that Nias Dussie used her first name and not her proper title, Pina stopped him by holding up her index finger, silencing them all. While she could understand that they were angry and felt threatened, however, she knew she could not allow such disrespect to her authority to slide, even if it was accidental. First, you will address me as Empress or Your Highness, Pina calmly but boldly said. Second, I understand your history with my oldest brother, but that stays in the past. We have to leave those pasts behind and move on. My apologies, Empress. I meant no disrespect, Dussie said and then turned to the surgery room. I do not care that the bastard is Molt's oldest known son. He is a disgrace and will put everything we are doing at risk. Bose's nearly laughed, but stopped herself. The truth is you all are worried that he might want to seek vengeance on you all. But the Empress here is the only one that can protect you from his revenge, Hamilton mockingly elaborated. You tried to kill him out of fear of his charisma and influence within the Imperial Army and could turn that back at you once this war is over. Silence hovered among them all, to the point that if it was not for all the hospital noises, they could have heard a pin drop. Pina could tell that Bose's and Hamilton hit their nerves. Casel L. Tiberius got between everyone, calming everyone down. We must remain calm. What is done. He then looked toward Pina. However, have you thought this through, Empress? I have thought it through very clearly. Pina slightly raised her tone to make sure that all the senators understood that her decision is final and not up for debate. It did concern her that she might not be able to control Crisis, however. As long as she stood strong, he would follow. Now, Empress, Tiberius said, you told us that this man was your father's firstborn. By our laws, that means the throne belongs to him, not you. This fact, along with all his past deeds, could throw the revolution into chaos, especially your imperial generals who certainly refused to work with a traitor like him. Looking back into the surgery room, Pina had to admit that scenario did cross her mind. Crisis did plot against the Empire twice, once during a rebellion 6 years ago, and a second time last year, using NATO to boost his image to then force the previous Emperor and Senate to surrender, effectively enabling NATO to replace the Empire. He was in the perfect position to take the throne, especially if he found out who his real father was. However, she recalled that he never cared about the throne, and his greatest desire was for the Terrans to improve this world, a very thing the Empire has failed to accomplish. From her short period of time being his captive at Legrath, she never learned what Crisis thought what that better world would look like, but she assumed it was similar to hers. And that is why he passed the baton to her, to make his vision of a better Uros come to fruition. When he recovers, I fully intend to make him my general of the army. And before anyone says a word, I have made my decision. If any of you do not like it, you may turn in your resignation at any time. Your positions aren't forced upon you. But if you wish to continue to build this republic, then I look forward to all of your help. Seeing their reactions, some clearly disapproved, however none protested under the threat of dismissal. Pina continued, now I will handle him once he recovers. But I highly doubt he will want the throne since he was never interested in ruling a nation, especially when he learns who his father was. I hope you are right, Empress. You have shown so far to be not like your father or Zorzel, Salus Abutus said. I know this was a heated topic, but I must state that the Senate do believe in you and trust your judgment. You carried us this far. We just wish to live to see this through. Once the conversation is over, the senators left the hospital. Those senators sure are so stubborn, Hamilton noted. Well, nobles mostly never admit they are wrong after all. It is good that you show them who. Oh. She stopped as she feels multiple strong kick in her big belly, which she leans in discomfort. Hamilton, you're supposed to stay in bed and not come here, Penis said. You are 9 months pregnant already for Marithia's sake. You can give birth any moment. It is okay, Empress. Hamilton placed her hands on her pregnant belly. I am your loyal servant after all, so I must personally come to congratulate you on the successful operation. Hannah just can't wait to come out of my belly and see her parents and Empress. I have to say your daughter is ferocious as the Empress and her father. Bozes placed her hand on Hamilton's belly. She kicks pretty hard there. Pino walked over and placed her hand on her loyal servant's belly. You are going to be a wonderful mother, Hamilton, Pina said, making Hamilton blush. Hannah, if you can hear me, I promise you that when you grow up, I will make this world a wonderful world for you. You will never have to bear the scars of the past of anyone, Pina said. This is a promise I make to you as your godmother. Thank you so much, Empress, Hamilton replied while she was being embraced by her friends. While we wait for Crisis to recover, I say we deserve a celebration for our hard work so far and the fact that our first night is to become a mother, Bozes proposed. Yep, let's go and get everyone to celebrate, Pina replied as the three left the hospital. Army residence, Fort Minnick. Lelei, who was floating in the middle of the room with multiple books floating around her and on a magic ritual circle, suddenly falls as her concentration was suddenly cut off. Big sis, Dad is home, Selena happily shouted as she opened the door to Lelei's room. Selena, what did I tell you about? Lelei angrily yelled as she turned toward the door. Not happy that she was interrupted again, her eyes glowed with rage at Selena. I have told you a dozen times, Selena, stop barging into my room. When she turned to face her sister, she saw Sharpe, Sarah, Rory, and Yao at the door. She saw a sharp glare coming from Sarah, warning her to be nice. Hey Lelei, how is it going? Is there anything wrong while we were away in Ticaret? Sharpe gently asked his second adopted daughter. Oh no, everything is fine, Dad, Lelei replied awkwardly as she put her right hand in her left arm nervously. My, you have been very busy, Rory said as she picked up some of the science books and grimoires as well as notes scattered across the bed and floor. This is different: meditation, spirituality, shamanism, body energy conservation, and Wiccan rituals. Yeah, Lelei replied. Since Dad did not want me on his mission, I needed to keep myself busy. I have learned all these new spells over the years, and yet efficiency has become an issue. I am tired of using my hypersonic star burst spell and having my mana depleted after one use. Besides, Fryan was the one who told me to begin studying this topic. Look, Lelei, Sharpe said. I know that you are eager to be part of the team, but you need time to move on from Cato's death. Putting you in an intense operation might not be ideal for your mental state right now, as it could make it worse. I do this because I care about you. I know that, Lelei said. It is just that I feel useless when I was left out of all of this because of my grieving. I just do not want to see any of my family lose again. Lelei tore as she placed her hand on Cato's ash urn near her lamp desk as Rory, Selena, and Yao came to hug her. There, Selena said. I understand, I know that you care for us, but you have to live for us as well. What you were trying to do is very much like when Selena never told us about her royal blood, Rory added. You cannot be selfish like that. We are here for you, so you must be here for us. Thank you, everyone, Lelei cried as she hugged her sisters. Now then, Sharpe said, trying to change the subject. Since we have successfully completed 2 big operations, how about we celebrate with a nice dinner and a movie night? However, before that, I have a surprise for everyone. Well, I am due any day now. Pretty soon we will have a new member of our family. I will be giving birth to little Harper pretty soon, Sarah announced as she placed her hands on her pregnant belly. Our family is growing. I can't wait to see my brother being born. Selena came and kissed Sarah's belly. So, Lelei, where do you want to eat tonight? Sharpe asked. How about Korean food? Lelei proposed. There is a new Korean restaurant opening in Alness Town. Why does it have to be Korean food? Rory complained. Look, Rory, Lelei said. Jaleo and I checked it out, and it seemed good. Mostly Falmart meats, but the flavors are amazing. And just because you hate kimchi does not mean the food is bad. Besides, we can order some nice Korean barbecue. I guarantee you it is as good as Texas barbecue. Okay, I give you the benefit of doubt for that, Rory replied as they left for the restaurant. Besides, I am wondering more about why you went to lunch with a boy. She teased as she winked when she walked out, hinting at a romantic encounter. Realizing the slip-up, Lelei's face turned bright red. It was not like that. I said no boys unless I meet them, Sharpe said. That is final. You could tell me about him over dinner. Now let's go. Not what happened. Wait, how did this get tuned on me? Damn, Lelei mumbled. So Lelei, how are things between you and Master Swordin? Yao asked. I am still annoyed that she rejected my application, Lelei said. But we have talked and things are okay now between us. She gave me the same reason as Dad, about time to mourn Kato death and not wanting to rush into things because of my emotions. She gave me tons of grimoires as a token of apology, but I still hate it though. She said we can talk about me going to school once the war is over. You cannot go around hating everyone forever, Yao said. I think Sharpe was right to keep you here. And while I do not know much about Master Swordin, rushing into her school all emotional would not end well. I recalled that Master Nissan and Odelia stated another reason for rejecting you was because you might abuse voodoo magic to do reckless stuff. I know, Lelei mumbled. Does not mean that I have to like it. Army Hospital, Fort Alness. Date, 7 days later. Congratulations. It is a healthy baby boy, the doctor said as he came out of the emergency room. Everyone rushed into the room and saw Sarah holding a newborn baby that Sarah gave to Sharpe to embrace. As he held him, he could not help but note how light the baby was and that he took his eyes. Can I hug my baby brother? Please, please, Selena eagerly asked, bouncing up and down with excitement. After a warning, Sharpe then handed Harper to Selena, where Lelei and Yao cuddled the baby. Hello, baby brother. My name is Selena, your big sister, and this is Lelei and Yao, your other big sisters as well. There's another one named Tuke, but she is on a mission right now, so you will see her later. However, most of all, this is your godmother, Rory Mercury. She is the apostle of Emroy, and she will be the guardian of your spirit. Selena, he does not understand any of that, Sharpe said. Rory saw the baby and cried uncontrollably as her emotion overflowed throughout every part of her body. Rory, do you want to hug your godson? Sarah asked. Yes, yes. Rory cried as she rushed toward Selena and took the baby. She then hugged it with all her heart. After 900 years, this is the greatest moment of my entire existence. I have a son of my own. I have become a mother, a mother. Rory continued to cry as she put her face on the baby, kissing him like she never kissed a person before. Okay. I think that is overdoing it, Sharpe said as he took the baby and gave it back to Sarah. I am sorry. I'm just being too emotional for it, Rory said as she wiped her tears. Don't worry. You're going to be an awesome godmother to our child, Rory, Sarah said. Yeah, but first you should stop being a childish girl to be a proper godmother, Lelei teased. Oh, shut up. I am fun-loving, not childish, Rory shot back. The door of the emergency room opened with Andrew pushing a wheelchair. His wife Hamilton was sitting on it, holding their newborn daughter. Around them were some of the Rose Knights, Pina, Bozes, and Beefeater. Congratulations, Lieutenant Colonel, Andrew said. That's one good-looking boy. Thank you, Sharpe replied. Oh, is that Hannah? Can I hug her? Selena innocently asked as Hamilton handed the baby to her. She is so cute. Maybe one day when they grow up, they will be together. She is marrying no one ever, Andrew said. That is what Dad always says about me, Selena commented. Now you know how it feels, Sharpe said. A day later, with the cool evening breeze, Sharpe looked up at the silver-colored moon this world called Eidos. Staring up into the sky, Sharpe couldn't help but think of the future. For most of his life, he only saw the past, what has happened, the good and bad. His past missions, his past relations. Even with adopting Selena, he spent most of his time trying to protect her past. Seeing the face of his newborn son, it was the first time he took a solid look at the future. Congratulations. Hearing First Lieutenant Charles Johnson's voice, Sharpe turned. The two cheered their 2 beers together, and he said, "Thank you. I cannot believe it. Jackson has a son," Captain Bailey Roberson said. "We are totally screwed." "Ha, ha, ha," Sharpe said. "Don't take it personal, boss," Johnson commented. "Bailey here is just worried that your son will seduce his twin daughters." "To hell with that," Bailey said. "If any boy gets anywhere close to them, I will shoot them." "Bullshit," Sharpe said. "For the past year, everyone said I was overprotective with Selena, and now you are acting like me." "See, I was not crazy. I think both of you are nuts," Johnson said, taking a drink. "But I do think Johnson has a point," Sharpe said. "If Harper takes after me, he will be a ladies' man, so be careful, Bailey." Bailey laughed and replied, "Then I have nothing to worry about, sir." "You a ladies' man?" Sharpe smirked, expecting that response. He pointed toward the glass door that looked into the living room. Inside was Rory, Lelei, Yao, and Selena all gossiping about the newborn. Factor in the fact that I originally picked up the Rose Knights when we first met. And there is Tuke. Also, there's that dragon and that crazy succubus apostle. I wonder who else? Bailey stood there for a moment. He then took a long drink and said, "There is no way your son doing sleepovers in his teen years. You are banned from visiting." Johnson laughed and then said, "Is this really what married life is? It changed both of you, and not for the better. Don't worry, you're next. When you get married, Johnson, you will act this dumb," Sharpe explained. "Are you going to marry Boses?" Bailey asked. "Short answer is yes," Johnson said. "But we decided to wait until after the war. Watching you three and all the problems that came with it with marriage and kids, we figured it would be smoother after the war than during. Want to keep our priorities straight." "I totally get it," Sharpe said. "I love Sarah and I regret nothing. But if we could have, we should have waited until after the war to expand our family. It just made everything more complicated." "Oh God," Bailey added. "My folks always said kids were a handful, but damn, I spend so much time thinking about them. If I was not in a firefight, it would be about them. Especially that they are bunnies," Johnson said. "The way this world works, everyone is going to want them. Then I am happy to boldly say, thank God for fathers with rifles," Sharpe said. Bailey added, "Backed by Special Forces training." The three cheered with mugs in hand and took a drink. "Before we head in, what is next?" Johnson asked. "VRTF2 is on hold," Sharpe said. "Right now, there is a massive influx right now. Currently, the only active theaters are the Dumas and Milud Valley. That shouldn't last long," Bailey said. "With Illas done, that region won't be sucking up all those resources." "Then you have not heard," Johnson said. "The Emperor's plan worked. Most of the Imperial army in the region rebelled, taking no prisoners. They easily stormed Thualu Illas, and not a single hostile was left. The leader of Thualu Illas, Olafina, Opriknina head Katsuo, and Ganig Sandshield were found with their heads on spikes." "Holy shit," Bailey commented. "Were any of our assets involved?" "Not from what I heard," Johnson said. "Rumor is that Lieutenant General Adam Young allowed it to happen." "I am honestly not that surprised," Sharpe said and then took a drink. "Really?" Johnson asked. "It is pretty extreme." "I'm not saying I agree," Sharpe said, "but I saw Crisis. He is in bad shape. Imagine the rest of them there. They were betrayed twice by their government and leadership. Even a Ticaret was part of the coup against them. The general probably saw the writing on the wall and let the natives handle it." "Damn, I see your point," Bailey said. "Well, the healing process will be hell. Hopefully, it won't be Afghanistan 2.0. "I don't think it will," Sharpe said. "The old regime's credibility has been destroyed, and I think this new one will work. Might be biased, but I think we got a good replacement regime. The main issue hasn't been winning battles, but having a long-term plan with Falmart. Being newcomers to these lands, NATO didn't have the history or depth to know how to properly win the war that will last. The old regime was always going to be toppled. However, the question has always been replaced with who? Especially with a massive population that was loyal to that regime. That was then. Now that Pina has an army behind her, a native army, the populace preferring the Republic and NATO side over their own government. All the dominoes are set to close out the war." Hearing a knock on the glass, Sharpe saw Yao waving them inside. "Seems like cake is ready." Finishing their beers, the three headed inside. Inside, Sharpe saw his son getting a lot of attention. His wife sat on the small couch, holding the baby. The girls, all making jokes about how Harper was so much cuter than his father, all expressing fear when he grew up, sparking laughter. It was Yao who proposed a group photo. After a few shots, Sarah wanted to get a photo of the original four with the baby. Taking his son into his arms, Selena was placed right in front of him, with Rory to the left and Lelei to the right. Together, the five Tuke stood there as the picture was taken. V20. Chapter 239 Mountain Tunnel Raid. Chinese archaeological authorities have just announced a successful excavation of the tomb of the first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang, underneath the first emperor mausoleum in Shaanxi province of China. Ever since the mausoleum was discovered and excavated in 1974, only the terracotta warriors and some sections of the mausoleum were properly excavated and showcased, leaving the tomb of the emperor unexcavated. This is because excavation equipment in the past years was not advanced enough to excavate the tomb without damaging it. To make matters worse, the tomb is surrounded by a river of mercury created by the emperor's architect, since the ancient Chinese believed that mercury is a mythical substance to achieve immortality. Because of this, it was extremely toxic to come near the tomb. Furthermore, it was recently revealed that there were tons of magical protective enchantments enacted by the royal mystics of the first emperor to protect his tomb from intruders, which would kill anyone trespassing near it in case they managed to overcome the Mercury River. Thanks to the latest advancement in excavation equipment, and with the help of the Chinese Society of Mystics, the River of Mercury and the protective enchantments were magically removed effectively, and the tomb was excavated safely. Aside from the perfectly preserved body of the emperor, archaeologists discovered $2 trillion worth of treasure and hundreds of bodies of concubines, servants, and officials whom the emperor ordered to be buried alive when he died so he could have companions in the afterlife. This successful excavation is the second archaeological success of China after the rediscovery of the original heirloom of seal of the realm, the most valuable relic in human history in northern China. The Chinese government has proudly declared that the tomb will be open to the public in the next 2 years. Lotus News. Somewhere in the Dumas Mountains. Date: August 3rd, 2026. With the rainfall and mountain breeze, Tuke sat on the poncho liner laid on the ground, holding her arms and knees tightly. I cannot recall the last time I was cold and hot simultaneously, Tuke said. Stop complaining, Hodder said. I swear, your time with the other worlders made you soft. You never complained like this before meeting them. Hearing that comment for the 4th time during this mission, Tuke ignored her father, looming around their tent. Feeling a drip of water, Tuke adjusted her seating, growing used to the many cracks in the wooden shelter. Around the shelter were the Horgus boar hides, all designed to help conceal their heat from NATO sensors. From what she understood from her visit to DARPA, because of all the heat-seeking predators in this world, much of the life evolved skin to help protect them from such beasts. She watched her father dress in imperial armor. He was working undercover with an informant. With the construction of a highway through the Dumas Mountains that would allow armor and logistics to pass through, the League had thrown everything it had at this last stand to protect Sadera. From her short time at this camp, she had learned that everyone here knew if they failed, Sadera would fall shortly after, and the rest of the continent would follow. How much longer until we are ready? Tuke asked. Tomorrow, Hodder said. We have to paint 2 more batteries and everything should be good. Hodder Marceau then tossed a collar. Don't forget to wear this. And please act with a more broken spirit. You are a slave. You need to act like it. Taking the collar, Tuke glared at her father. I did not sign up for this. It was your idea, Hodder replied. Well, you should have said no. Hodder Marceau shook his head and looked out the tent. Women say one thing and mean another. Tuke put on the collar. A sign showed that she belonged to her father and no one else. It was meant to protect her from unwanted advances. This had been a benefit, allowing her to see, hear, and do things she otherwise wouldn't be able to. She planted one of the NATO markers and spoke with the other slaves while not looking suspicious. This is how they found their primary objective, the Dwarven Door. The Dumas mountain range was filled with dwarven towns and cities, deep underground with a complex tunnel network. Another one appeared when NATO destroyed a tunnel or one of these doors. It became clear NATO needed to strike at the heart, which required capturing one of these doors. That became another issue as they were hard to find and heavily guarded. If NATO found one and neutralized its defenders, the door would be sealed immediately, and another would pop up somewhere else. That is why Hodder spent the past few months infiltrating the Imperial ranks. In the past, it might have been impossible to do so. However, with how desperate they needed bodies, they took him in quickly without so much inspection. Discovering this Imperial base was deemed too much risk for a direct assault. Enemies' defensive batteries, mages, and risked that the dwarves would seal the door again anyway. So their mission was to find all the base defenses for a coordinated airstrike. In confusion, the 101st Airborne will swiftly strike while they capture the tunnel door, preventing its closing. Remember your mission? Yes, Father, Tuke answered. Good, Hodder said. Remember, I will not be able to help if you get caught. And if he betrays us, you dash dot. She intentionally cried to make her face look like a mess, giving off this depressing look. Stop worrying, Dad, Tuke stated, standing up. Once outside, Tuke followed her father through the base. The base exterior was very concealed thanks to the Ticaret being experts in defensive warfare. As usual, Tuke saw the three main groups within the Falmart League segregating themselves. The ones loyal to the Empire, the Dark Races, and the Ticaret. As the two walked through the base, heading to the slave quarters, Tuke could feel the mood in the air. While there's still hope in their eyes, the tension and stress of the war could be felt. Everyone here was tired, hungry, and bloodied, all knowing that any battle could be their last. To Tuke's surprise, everyone's motivations were different. The Dark Races under Famulus fear that if the Terrans become the dominant power on Falmart, they would be exterminated since the Terrans were pretty much human. Humans and Dark Races never get along with each other for centuries in Uros, as two sides wanted the destruction of the other. The Ticaret was here solely for wealth and title. Few thought that their homeland would be attacked, so they were trying to profit before the war ended. The Imperials, on the other hand, confused Tuke the most. She still remembered their arrogance of them. A year ago, they thought they could beat the Otherworlders. Even with their inferior technology, they still believed they would win with valor, courage, and ingenuity. All that was done after spending time with them for the past few days. The only reason many of them are here was loyalty to the Empire. She reached the wash station, where many female slaves washed the soldiers' clothing. I will be back later, Hodder said. Good luck. Taking a deep breath, Tuke entered the wash station and began washing some clothing. Tuke glanced at all the girls when first arrived. She wanted to communicate with the other slaves, thinking they could help with their mission backed by the promise and prospect of freedom. Her father objected to it instantly. Apparently, the CIA already tried this, and it backfired completely. One of the slaves sold out an agent, and he was publicly crucified, including all the 58 slaves, to set an example. This fact makes her wonder whether to save these kinds of slaves or just let them die in the crossfire, as they were too broken to be saved. Looking around, she realized that all the female slaves suddenly had a hint of fear in their eyes. Looking toward the entrance, Tuke noticed a man in armor had just walked in. The man looked around until his eyes locked with hers. Pushing past the other slaves, he grabbed her arm, stated that she was going with him, and dragged her out of the washing station, ignoring her protest. After being dragged through the base, Tuke ended up at the officer section. Being tossed into a room, she turned around after hearing the door slammed shut and said, "Could you have been gentler? All you elves are so fragile," the man said. The man turned, a senior Centurion man named Decius Aselio. She had seen him, and her father spoke. However, this will be the first time they interacted. "Are you ready?" "Yes," Tuke replied. "Are you sure no one will come?" "No one will dare enter my domain unless it is urgent. And my bodyguard Nesevere here will alarm anyone who is about to enter," Decius said. "Do you have a device?" Glaring at the Imperial, Tuke reached into her shirt and pulled out a tracking device. Decius leaned closer with an unimpressed look. "How can something so small do so much?" "I do not know," Tuke replied, "but do not let its size fool you. I have learned not to underestimate anything the Otherworlders have," Decius commented. He then began removing a wall section that led to her objective. As Tuke headed to the hole, she stopped and looked at the man and asked, "Why are you helping? You do not seem like the type to betray your own people." "Because I am not," Decius said. With a short silence, he responded, I defeated many of the enemy's outposts and temporarily destroyed their highways. 1. Ambushed many of their patrols and successfully prevented them from entering our tunnel network. I even brought down one of their hovering flying ships and captured their pilots. 2. Listening to this man's accomplishments shocked Tuke. This man clearly found a way to bleed the Terrans. She even developed a spike of anger upon hearing that, realizing he was responsible for killing more people she called comrades. Then why? Because I realized none of it mattered, Decius said. The enemy still controls the sky. Their highways will be rebuilt. And when their armored wagons reach the peninsula, it's over. I would have to overrun 100 outposts to stop them, which is utterly impossible. Then your father offered me a deal I could not pass. That was... The Imperial leadership has gone mad, Decius said. His eyes are full of hate after your friends massacred his village with their aeroplanes. Even if Satara falls, he wants to fight to the last man, and I do not want to die in some cave in a lost war. For my aid, I will get full immunity and my own villa with its own farmland. Tux realized that he saw the writing on the wall and set himself up for the future. Maybe worried about future war crimes, but he hoped that the Empress would give him some level of mercy. Whatever his motives were, she had a mission to complete. Squeezing through the hole, Tuke traveled through the inner defense structure of the mountains, heading to the cliffside of the forest. The space was tight, air struggling to make its way through. The only light came from the cracks in the wall and ceiling. After what felt like forever, Tuke saw the light at the end of the right path. Once she reached it, she was almost blown away by a sudden gust of wind. That was close. Grabbing the cliffside, Tuke moved along the edge, heading toward the hidden artillery cannon. She suddenly stopped as her ears heard something. Then a yellow stream passed where she just was. Realizing what it was, Tuke looked up and saw an orc standing on the cliff edge. A chilling fear swept her body, believing she had been caught. While not as good as Valradans, orcs still possess a superior sense of smell to humans and can easily sniff the scent of anyone near them. Feeling the breeze press against her skin, Tuke realized she was downwind. She breathed a sigh of relief when she realized her scent hadn't yet reached the sentinel. Seeing an opportunity to remove a threat, Tuke cast her sleeping spell against the orc. The orc let out a deep yawn when he noticed a shimmering light. His eyes quickly widened when he saw the spell and Tuke, but it was too late. He quickly fell asleep and fell off the cliff. None of the usual panicking or screaming, just silence as he crashed and landed on the ground. That was disgusting and close, Tuke mumbled. Quickly moving along, she spotted the cannon, covered by the rock, foliage, and, to Tuke's surprise, sandbags. She assumed they saw NATO using them and adopted the idea, which made sense as it was cheap, simple, and required no real skill, but it came with many benefits. Tuke peeked up and saw only 2 enemy soldiers, probably the cannon crew. The tone of their voices showed more delight than concern about their lost comrade, clearly showing the loathing between the factions. They were both talking about the orc, wondering where he had gone, even poking fun at his potential encounter with the ground down below. After climbing over the sandbag, Tuke took cover by the cannon. When the two were not looking, she took the tracking chip from her upper shirt and placed it under the cannon, hidden from sight. Thrilled that her mission was a success, Tuke quickly got out of there, heading back the way she came. Next day, the sudden sound of explosions erupted throughout the base as defensive batteries and barracks were engulfed in flames. Right on time, Hodder commented. Any minute the 101st Airborne will be here. Then let's hurry, Tuke said. Placing an arrow on her bow, Tuke smiled at her father. Dressed to look like Ticaret archers, the two rushed through the burning camp. Soldiers from the 3 factions were panicking, putting out fires as senior officers tried to bring order. She knew that they had a small window to capture the dwarven door. Passing dozens of enemy soldiers, the two reached the door. Seeing that the dwarves guarding the entrance were already closing the door, she knew that had to act now. Each fired an arrow, killing the 2 outer guards. As planned, the 2 switched to enchanted fire arrows and fired at the ground inside the tunnel. The sudden blast killed the dwarves, as they were not prepared for a sudden attack. Take the door, Hodder ordered. Rushing down the path, Tuke slid past the halfway closed doors and fired an arrow, killing a messenger. Area secured. Father, Tuke reported. Now for your American friends to arrive, Hodder said. Looking outside the tunnel, the sound of rotary aircraft could be heard. The Apaches quickly conducted a pass over the base, clearing out any remaining threats. Right behind the attack helicopters were Blackhawks and Chinooks. The two Blackhawks hovered overhead, dropping robes, and allowed soldiers to slide down. The other aircraft provided cover, while the ground team set up a landing zone. Inside, one of the Chinooks Tuke saw shields, the closest design matching the Alcatraz and Elba Knights. While not expecting native support, she could tell that the Americans really wanted to capture this door. With U.S. forces landing, Tuke realized the League only had one place to go, the tunnel. Father, we're going to get overwhelmed. We won't have enough arrows or mana to hold this tunnel. Only for a moment, Hodder said. Just hold them off until the Americans arrive. Taking cover behind the door for protection, the sound of gunfire and helicopters echoed throughout the camp. Screaming of soldiers could be heard as they engaged each other. Quickly aiming her bow, Tuke fired, killing a shirtless man running away from the battle. Others quickly followed behind him as her father killed a man in full armor, hitting the gap between the neck. More enemy soldiers came down the path, each getting snipped by arrows or killed by magic attacks from the father and daughter duo. It did not take long before they realized that they were being attacked from behind the door. One of the Imperials stopped the group and attempted to erect a shield wall. Father, I know, I see it too. Just hearing voices from behind, Hodder Marceau turned and killed an approaching dwarf. Seeing that they are about to be overrun, Tuke used her last remaining mana to unleash her flame wave toward the enemy position. The blast knocked the unarmored ones to the ground with burns across the bodies. Some of the armored ones had parts of their clothes sung from the hellish fire. Despite seeing their comrades be struck, the followed-up waves continued to rush toward them. A flaming javelin landed between Tuke and the group, stopping them temporarily. Decius slid down the side of the path and cut down a man that stood in his way. You all will lay down your blades now, or face mine, Decius ordered. Somewhat surprised by Decius Aselio's sudden appearance alongside his bunny bodyguard Nesevere, Tuke saw a few within the group about to attack, allowing their fear to consume their logic. Pulling an arrow, Tuke's headshot one of those men, and then appeared from the door with her bow loaded. Next person who moves dies. All the men stared at the two, trying to figure out what to do. Tuke assumed it must have been confusing seeing an elf they once thought was a slave and one of their senior centurions standing in front of them. Tuke could feel the tension, feeling the cold sweat flow down her skin as she maintained her aim. Fully knowing that all that needs to happen is one brave man to attack, and she would be out of arrows. After what felt like forever, the sound of Americans approaching could finally be heard. Seeing now that they were surrounded, everyone threw down their weapons and surrendered, allowing Tuke to relax. Facing the Americans, to Tuke's shock, she saw Rangers from Vanguard 2, even First Lieutenant Charlie Johnson. Seeing him, she charged, passing all the detained enemy soldiers and gave him a hug. Johnson, it is great to see you. Wow, Johnson said. Nice to see you too, Tuke. It has been a bit. It seems like you guys were having fun. He then looked to Senior Centurion Decius Aselio. What about him? Him, Tuke replied. He is our informant helping us. After hours of securing the League base, Johnson rallied his Rangers to prepare to invade the tunnels. The 101st has committed an entire battalion to Operation Downfall with other NATO units acting as a reserve. 2 companies from 1st Battalion, 1st IBCD, have already assaulted the lower levels of the tunnel network. Their mission was to destroy the enemy and establish a foothold for further assaults. For Vanguard 2 and Boses along with Uros Knights, their mission was to extract 2 missing pilots. This so-called informant stated that he arranged for the pilots to be stationed at this underground fort for questioning. While Johnson did not trust Decius Aselio, his defection had become one of those trends as of late, and with Tuke's backing, he was confident there shouldn't be any need to worry. Moving through the dwarven tunnels, Johnson assumed they would be cramped, where he would have to remain crouched most of the way. To his surprise, the pathways were roomy, almost allowing 2 soldiers to walk side by side. Hodder said it was to allow the larger humanoids to pass through. Seeing his girlfriend, Bose's co-Palesti holding her nose, He then noticed most of the female Rose Knights doing the same. He asked what was wrong. Are you kidding? Boses asked. It smells like a guy's locker room when you come back from a mission. Hearing a few of his younger rangers laugh, Sergeant First Class Jamal Sameha quieted everyone, reminding them all that their voices echo. The echoing could not be closer to the truth. However, Johnson did think Sameha was overreacting. Not because he disagreed, because the sound of yelling and gunfire echoing throughout every tunnel. He doubted anyone could hear them unless they were close by. Still, he knew better than to correct one of his non-commissioned officers. How are our people losing against your kind? Decius mumbled. Children with power are all I see. That is a wrong perception, Decius, Boses said. I have seen their war stories in books and their theaters. It is nothing like you have ever seen. That lack of perception is what led the Empire into this foolish war. Interesting response, Nesavir commented. How is that interesting? Boses asked, confused by the response from the slave warrior bunny. Interesting because of your history, Decius said. You royal ladies lived protected behind Satara city walls. If I recall, all of you were just as supportive of the war as your fathers. Rumor has it, you never even faced these other worlders in battle. They saved you during the siege of Italica, and you ran to them like a child screaming for their mother's milk after Satara was attacked. Then you lecture all of us for not having the wisdom to get on our knees and surrender as quickly as you did. Watch your mouth! Boses shouted directly at the bunny. You know nothing about what we have been through. As Johnson listened into the conversation, he noticed that Decius glanced over at him before looking away. Seeing that the topic was heartening and that his girlfriend was about to explode on him for implying that she and her fellow knights were whores, he quickly placed his hand on her shoulder armor to calm her down. Enough, Johnson said. This is not the time. The only thing that matters right now is the mission or our arrangement is over. After that, we can debate the past. After clearing out the entrance to the chamber, securing the area. Unlike the door that led to the surface, which was magically locked and needed a mage to open, the chamber door was not. Johnson assumed that the dwarves never expected anyone to get this far. Once inside, there were half-made statues on the wall of intricate designs, tall ceilings, and more. Until then, the tunnel and other chambers were just rock, but this looked like it could be a plaza of a town. Jesus Christ, Sergeant Adam Hill mumbled as he looked around the chamber. How the hell can they do this in such a short period of time? They are dwarves, Diakis stated. They are masters of the underground, blacksmithing, and more. Dwarven mages mostly specialize in ground manipulation magic, carving through the rocks and dirt with little rest. This is their domain. Check it out later, Johnson said. This is where the hard part begins. Diakis, where are the prisoners? Diakis looked around and then pointed toward the left. Below that path will lead to what your kind calls the command center. However, there is a second secret path that will allow you to bypass much of their defenses. Bullshit, Adams stated. What do you mean there's a secret path? Dwarves' tunnels are like a spider web, Diakis replied. They have main tunnel highways for traffic. However, they like other routes just in case of an attack. Or if they need to move around quicker in case of an emergency and perform ambushes. Classical textbook of insurgency tactics. Tuke, Hodder, Johnson said. Can either of you confirm this? I am sorry, Lieutenant, Hodder said. We know nothing of dwarves. I do think he is telling the truth, sir, Boses said. I have never been in a dwarven city. However, I recall my bastard of a father did complain many times regarding such things. Well, you've led us this far, Johnson said. We go, but no tricks. The two teams moved down the tunnel highway. Resistance was far heavier than expected as the enemy was making a strong last stand with various booby traps and ambushes. After clearing the remaining guards, Vanguard 2 entered another chamber. Johnson was still shocked regarding the detail of these chambers and how complex they were, noting it would take years if not decades to do such a thing on Earth. Look, Boses said, noticing they were on the third level, looking down a middle opening. On the first level were Imperials and Dwarves fighting in melee combat against an airborne unit and what seemed to be Alcatraz Knights. The issue was that spearmen and archers were on the second level, with two mages striking down on the men below. Johnson noted the two airborne and one knight lying dead on the second level, wondering if they got surrounded by ambush force from those extra tunnels Diakis mentioned. "Jamal, take your team to the other side," Johnson said. "I want everyone to line up and catch those bastards in a crossfire. Boses, Diakis, get to that second level and clear out who we miss. Tuke Hodder, those guys must have used one of those secret passageways to outflank our guys. Find it before they seal it." Everyone left or got into position, preparing to strike. Once the other ranger team, led by Sergeant First Class Jamal Sameha, was ready, Johnson gave the order. 5 rangers from both sides of the chamber opened fire, raining bullets down on the unexpected spearmen and archers. One of the mages was killed from priority fire, and a few others died as well from the opening salvo. However, the other mage quickly reacted and created a barrier above them, deflecting some of the bullets. With a glance, Johnson estimated that they got about a third of the force. Then out of nowhere, Johnson watched a powerful blast hit the bottom part of the balcony where Sameha's team was. Part of it collapsed, and one of his men nearly fell as a result, only being saved by 2 other rangers grabbing him at the last moment. "Where did that come from?" asked Sergeant Okamasaru. Standing up and leaning over the railing, putting himself in danger, Johnson saw another mage, one that they missed. "Shit, taking cover." An arrow hit the railing next to him. "We don't have a shot." "Boses, please tell me you were almost there?" "Almost need cover." "Rangers, cover fire." All 10 stood up from their cover and opened fire with everything they had. About a third of their bullets were deflected. However, the others were finding their target. The return fire from the mages was intense, with fire spreading everywhere, forcing the rangers to disengage. In the meantime, the Imperials engaged the rangers as Bose's knights swiftly flanked the enemy, catching them off guard. Seeing the opening, Johnson ordered a second attack. Rangers got back in a firing position and began picking off targets of interest as the Rose Knights began cutting down what remained. Being attacked on 2 fronts, the remaining Imperials did not last long. "This is Echo 9, requesting identification of who is above us." "First Lieutenant Johnson, Vanguard 2, Johnson replied over his personal radio. "Thought you needed help. Thanks for the cover. This is 2nd Lieutenant Baker," Baker said. "We are on an urgent mission," Johnson said. "If you can repay the assistance, can your platoon strike the enemy command post?" "Roger that," Baker replied. "Once we clear up here, we will assist." "Out." Johnson, Tuke said. "I think we found that tunnel. Come here." After getting everyone organized, Johnson met up with the 2 elves. The 2 were correct. They found a hidden entrance, and to his surprise, the door perfectly blended into the wall. Without it already opened, no one would have noticed it as they passed. This time, the path was tight, only allowing 1 person through at a time. "We move. I want a knight, then rifleman in that order," Johnson said, wanting a shield in front to protect the riflemen. As they moved through the passage, their movement was slower than Johnson would have liked. Luckily, they did not face anyone. He could only assume that everyone was elsewhere, trying to repel Lieutenant Baker's assault. "We have a problem, sir," Knight Nicolasha Lamont said. "I have a fork in the road, 2 new routes." Turning to Decius for an answer, Johnson asked, "Which way?" "Is there a marking with a sideways cross with a horse head?" Decius asked. "The horse head represents the brain, meaning command post." "Yes," Nicolasha said. Slowly but surely, the unit moved down the passageways. Unlike the previous passageway, which was cool and roomy, this was hot and tight. The knights and rangers could feel the heat in their armor and vests. Johnson, conducting a quick glance among everyone under his command to make sure everything was fine, noticed the warrior bunny Nesevere. He heard some mumbling by some of his rangers, stating how strange it was seeing to see a bunny working with the Empire. However, it was clear she was Decius' slave. But it was clear that this slave was being used for her warrior skill and not for her body. A creature like herself could easily escape, as he saw no signs of restraints. "Nesevere, if you don't mind, what are you doing here with the Imperials?" Johnson asked. "I don't recall ever seeing a warrior bunny fighting for the Empire before." "Excuse me?" Nesevere responded with much confusion. "I do not believe it is your business. She is here because she was assigned to me by her real master," Decius answered. "The old man did not want to send his sons to war, so they sent her. She used to be a top assassin for Queen Tyul after all." That is because they have my daughter, Nesavir said. Decius agreed to assist me in saving my daughter after we were granted asylum. The group continued moving down the horse's head path until they reached a small cavern. There were openings lit by fire coming through. Sounds of panicking voices could be heard coming from the other side of the cavern wall. Without saying a word, Johnson signed to place breaching charges against the walls. He wanted to move in as swiftly and fast as possible, keeping all the momentum on his side. Once ready, the 3 small charges exploded, breaking the wall down. The Rangers fired first, killing everyone in sight. The Knights soon followed, charging forward, taking the flanks, and battling the remaining defenders. Seeing the situation unfold, Johnson ordered Bozes to take command, and that Sergeant First Class Jamal Sameha would support her. Everyone else would go search for the pilots. This way, Decius said. How do you know? Johnson asked. As I said, I brought the prisoners here, Decius replied. And how could I forget this place? I hated every moment of it. A warrior's place is on the surface in the open, facing the enemy, not hiding in the dirt like rats. Seeing a few dwarven and human imperialists, Johnson's team engaged them and cleared the area. Once the enemy was neutralized, they entered the room. This chamber looked ugly, unlike the other highly decorated and well-crafted structures. On both sides of the walls were jail cells. Giving the order, his rangers began searching for them. It did not take long until they found the 2. Besides Joy, one of the rangers who found them was horrified. Walking with Decius, Acelio Johnson saw what the ranger discovered. The 2 pilots were alive, however, in horrific conditions. Both had cuts and burns on their bodies. The male pilot's nails were torn apart, his skin darkened with the bruises littering his body, and he seemed to have something wrong with his right eye. The woman's fingers and her nose seemed broken with a finger clearly sliced off. Bruises all over while unable to stand on her left leg. As 2 rangers helped them up, the female pilot saw Decius, and she weakly shouted, "That bastard!" already knowing that it was Decius Acelio who was the one who captured them. When Tuke told him about the agreement, Johnson was forced to rationalize it and not kill the man on the spot. It was easier as there was nothing to visually see. Now, it has proven to be harder to remain rational as he wants nothing but revenge against someone who allowed this to happen to a fellow American. Putting aside his emotions and opinion, he already decided he would respect the agreement Hodder made. He knew Sharpe had always respected agreements he made with the enemy, even if it would have been justified or given a massive advantage. "It is okay," Johnson said. "He led us to you. We will deal with him later. Right now, we get out. Tuke, Hodder, they're your responsibility. Everyone else, let's get out of here." V20, Chapter 240, Those That Seek Change and Those That Seek Death. Alness Army Hospital, Fort Alness. Date, August 3rd, 2026. Filling out the release form, Pina couldn't be happier. After much delay and many near miss in the recovery room, that her brother was finally released from the hospital. It had been 2 weeks of rehabilitation and therapy until he was deemed ready to leave. While still having a long way to go to fully recover and get used to the fact he is missing an arm, a part of her believes that the hospital wanted to get him out of there as he has not made life easy for the nursing staff. She looked at her older brother and saw him being helped in his room. The nurse seemed to be concerned about his health with each careful movement that ensured he got up okay. "You really should stay in bed," the nurse urged. "The doctor said 6 weeks, not 2. You people's ability to worry about everything is outstanding," Crisis replied. "You should listen to them," Pina said. "They know what they are doing." Crisis merely grunted. "I had to fight multiple times while wounded in the arena. The only way to heal is to walk off the pain and get back in the arena." The nurse stared at the general with a shocked look. She quickly replied, "That is the worst way to recover, which is why many people like you died back in ancient times on Earth." Crisis glanced at the nurse with a confused look. Watching the 2 facial reaction, Pina couldn't help but giggle, seeing the 2 different mentalities clashing. "Everything will be okay. He will remain what you call light duty." After more lecturing from the nurse about how dumb he was acting, the nurse relented and gave the Empress a list of things he needed to do to help him recover. Once Pina believed everything was finished, 2 more nurses approached while pushing a wheelchair. One of them said, "We are ready to check you out. Please sit down, sir," Noticing a confused look coming from her brother, Pina explained, "It is a standard policy that patients must leave in a wheelchair." Crisis stared at the wheelchair, then at the nurses, and then at his missing hand. Frustrated, he boldly stated, "I lost my hand, not my legs. Do not insult my honor again unless you intend to challenge me." "Why do you have to act like a Spartan all the time?" the nurse chided. "What is a Spartan?" Crisis asked. Pina then briefly explained the history of the Spartans from ancient Greece. They brought a warrior spirit and never surrender attitude. "Pathetic," Crisis said. "You people used to be tough, but those fancy trinkets of yours have made you all weak for centuries compared to your ancestors." That said, Crisis walked past the nurses and headed out of the building. "I am so sorry, ladies." Pina apologized to the nurses on behalf of her brother before heading out of the hospital to catch up with him. "You did not have to be rude," Pina said. "They were just doing their job." Expecting a response, she was surprised that her brother said nothing. "I see. Follow me, and I will take you to your quarters." The military created a section for their allies on Falmart. As the two walked through the crowd of military personnel, Crisis noticed how busy the base was. "So, this is Alnus everyone kept talking about." "Yep," Pina said. "It is mostly military. Most of the hardware has been moved to other cities. You should have been here when it was still small." "Yep. It seems these other worlders have really influenced you as well." "Terrans. They prefer to be called Terrans now," Pina replied defensively. "I think they got tired of being called otherworlders." "I see," Crisis responded as he dropped that subject. "But still, it would have been an honor to lay siege to this place." That was the Imperial Army's mistake of not holding this ground early on when their forces were small. While listening to the boldness coming from the man, Pina couldn't help but chuckle. The ball's on him, believing that he could lay siege to this NATO fortress. "Why are you laughing?" "Nothing," Pina replied. "Almost 100,000 soldiers were here, plus the coalition counterattack. And yet they were all defeated by lesser men," Crisis said. "I defeated these people before while facing triple the amount with their flying machines. I could have done it then." "You are unbelievable," Pina said. "But if someone could have, you would have found a way. Or died trying." As the two moved through the base, Pina saw many of the Imperial soldiers they passed nod their helmets and say, "General." While not everyone, she noticed the soldiers who fought in Illas were the ones who showed the most respect. Looking toward her brother, she saw that Crisis was confused by the attention he was getting. "See that?" Pina said. "It looks like you have left an impression. Is this where you have been living?" Crisis asked. "No," Pina said. "I have been stationed at a special force base south of here, called Fort Minnick. My generals and senators are there. But the Americans set up a section for my Republican forces for coordination. They are currently preparing for the attack on Sad-Era." "All right," Crisis said as he looked at the Imperial soldiers standing guard, the ones inside the fence training with NATO soldiers. "What are they doing?" "They're teaching how to use some equipment like radios, sensors, or visors," Pina responded. "My Rose Knights were a test bed and are now being exported to the rest of the Legion. The main goal is communication with NATO forces and within their own ranks. That would be a game changer." Crisis studied the training. "The number one issue has always been how complex and long it took to pass orders once a battle began or with units at a distance. It was the one utility that I envied." "Now, let me take you to your quarters," Pina said. "I know you want to be active, but you need rest for future battles. Before we go any farther, I want you to speak plainly," Crisis said. "What do you mean?" I can tell everyone is acting strange around me. Your knights, senators, and some of the NATO officers at this post. Even you. I demand to know why." Pina's eyes locked onto her brother, surprised by the sudden question. While it was true that she was hiding something, she did not realize how transparent she was being. "You are correct," Pina said. "But let us not speak of it here. It will be best if we speak in private, with Diabo." "What does your brainhead brother have to do with anything?" Crisis asked. Taking a deep breath from the realization that what is about to come will be painful, Pina said, "He is the future Prime Minister of the Republic. It will be important if he is there, right?" Crisis mumbled. It did not take long before they reached Crisis' quarters. Being a general and soon-to-be head of the army, Pina made sure the room setting fitted her oldest brother's status. However, the man looked at everything indifferently. That the quality of the setting meant nothing, as he was used to living in a tent surrounded by a hostile environment in the cold, harsh north and the grittiness of the arena. It wasn't until that very moment that Pina realized that he probably was not used to such luxurious conditions. When Diabo entered the room, tension quickly grew. Seeing the facial reaction from both her brothers, Pina could easily tell that neither had any trust in the other. For Diabo, he was old enough to remember the failed uprising 6 years ago against imperial leadership. Just like her, he was born into a family of power and wealth where everything he wished was given. He was deemed to lose out if crisis succeeded. In addition, being an academic and preferring knowledge and playing the political game over directness, Diabo never had a strong fondness for the military. While Crisis being the opposite, everything was direct, refusing to play the legislative game and preferring to cut the red tape, as the Terrans would say, and get the job done. A man who never knew who his father was birthed as a slave and then worked his way from a gladiator to a general. "All right," Crisis said. "Now that the Prime Minister is here, whatever that is supposed to be, what is this great secret you two have?" The urge to respond to the question was strong. However, no words formed in the Empress's mouth. She struggled to speak as she knew how much pain this would bring him. "If you are not going to tell him, then I will," Diabo said. "No point dragging this out." Crisis dashed up. Pina placed her hand on Diabo's shoulder to stop him. She took a deep breath and said, "Crisis, everyone in this room has the same father." It was as though time had stopped and all noise had suddenly subsided. Crisis said no words with a blank expression across his face. It remained that way for what seemed like an eternity, no one making a single move. The color had left Crisis' face as his jaw slowly slumped and his eyes widened. She found her eldest brother's reaction interesting. He stood there frozen in place, like a statue, like he could not properly react to the information given, almost like what she said was in another language. Then she saw something in his eyes as something clicked. "This has to be a joke?" Crisis slowly said, wanting to reject what was said. Pina just stood there. A hint of pity was visible in her eyes as she slightly shook her head. Finally realizing that this was no joke, Crisis' facial expression went from confusion to denial and finally anger. "I do not accept this. I cannot accept this." Crisis spat. "That man, that feral beast is not my father." "It is the truth," Diabo explained. "I was at the meeting when our father told us. Zorzel and I were summoned, and it was there that he revealed the truth. From there, Zorzel decided to remove you as he saw you as a threat to his throne." "Wait," Crisis mumbled. Pina watched as her brother's expression changed once more until he decided on a mood, anger. She could see the amount of hatred spreading throughout his facial reaction as he came to accept that his biological father had tried to murder him multiple times. While Pina did not expect him to spill out his emotions, being too proud to do so. However, she could imagine the feeling of being ousted by their father, realizing that every mission, every command, and the war was designed to get him killed, not because he was the best for the job. Even though learning that your father was a bastard, Pina knew his true anger with Zorzel. Suddenly, Crisis grabbed Diabo by the neck and squeezed. "Crisis!" Pina yelled, trying to get him to release Diablo, as Crisis' fist gripped tightly, to the point where his nails started cutting his younger brother's skin. He said, "You are telling me that my legion was betrayed, murdered, and disgraced all because you all were afraid that I might challenge your birthright to the damn throne?" The silence was the only response Crisis received. Pina waited for Diabo to speak. However, she noticed he stood there with fear in his eyes. Quickly realizing what was happening, Pina grabbed his arm once more and forced it to let go of Diabo. "Crisis, stop! It is not his fault. I do not care. You people killed my men," Crisis said as he was forced to release his grip due to his weakened state. He leaned back and fell into a chair, mumbling about his dead men. Pina saw that Diabo wanted to react, but she stopped him, telling him to let it go. She looked upon her eldest brother, seeing the deep depression with the realization of everything, trying to find a way to relate to his pain, but couldn't. How could anyone relate to someone who just learned their entire life was a lie? "What did you two want?" Crisis asked. "Why did you even tell me this?" "Because this would make you the firstborn," Diabo answered. "That means you are the true heir to the throne." "I see," Crisis mumbled. "So, this conversation is about avoiding a political crisis of your so-called revolutions." That is part of the reason, but my biggest reason is that I simply wanted to tell you because you deserve to know the truth, Pina said. You were going to find out one way or another. I figured it would be best if it came from me. I just cannot believe it, Crisis said, shaking his head. I do not know where to begin. Everything I have done was for nothing. Knock it off, Crisis, Diabo said. Feeling the tension rising again, Pina got between the two. She gave Diabo a look, telling him to back off. Looking toward her other brother, she said, Look, I know the story about your men. What happened to them was evil. But Diabo is not the enemy. Zorzel and his regime, as well as our bastard of a father are. Oh. Back to Zorzel, Crisis said, backing up. No, I am done. I have shed enough blood for your family. What has it ever brought to me? Exile, pain, betrayal, and... He raised his right hand and remembered that it was missing. It took all his strength to suppress his emotions on the matter and glanced down. After another moment of silence, Crisis looked back up and asked, What do you want from me? If I am the firstborn, is the reason you rescued me to put me on the throne? Is that the plan of this revolution? What if I do not want the throne? Or what if I do? I have many enemies that must pay for their crimes against the Legion. I knew this was going to happen, Pina, Diabo said. Once he learned the truth, I knew his father's side would emerge. No matter how honorable and steel-willed he is, this kind of truth will make all men succumb to the temptation of Palapon. He is not fit to become emperor. What? Pina quickly looked toward Diabo, confused by what he said. Crisis becoming emperor? While he has the right to claim the throne, which could spark a civil war within her revolution. Both agreed that Crisis could not become emperor because of that, and that she did not believe that the general would be interested in politics. You heard me, Diabo quickly responded, pointing his finger at Crisis. Our father was a warrior emperor like you. All you have accomplished in life is killing others. What is the saying? Live by the sword, die by the sword. Coming from a man who has never been punched, Crisis said. I am nothing like that man. I never sacrificed my men for my own goals. Did you not? Diabo asked, giving his eldest brother a glare. Then why did you abandon your exile from the north and come to Illas to fight the greatest enemy this world has ever seen? You came down here for personal glory, because you knew that your name would echo for eternity. All your legions died, not because of our brother, but because of your pride. As Diabo finished his sentence, Crisis quickly reacted by punching him in the face, knocking the man into a table. Enough, both of you, Pina yelled as she got between them again. No, Pina, Diabo said as he placed his hand over a large bruise on his cheek. He needs to hear this. Yes, Molt did everything to kill. That was because you were a mistake, Crisis. Pina looked to Diabo, shocked that he refused to shut up. She has never seen him like this before. He usually remained quiet in the shadows, minding his books. Diabo then slowly stood up. The truth is, Crisis, Zorzel never gave a damn about you until he learned of your bloodline. Only then did he decide to remove you as a possible threat. You said that already, Pina said. Yes, but for some reason, everyone has forgotten that Zorzel was right, Diabo said. You came from the north, joined in the war with the intent to surrender to NATO, so you can lay siege against Sadera and dethrone the royal family. So, you can exact your failed revenge 6 years ago. Am I missing anything? After listening, Pina closed her eyes, frustrated by the turn of events. Make your point, Diabo. My point is that he cannot be trusted to be on the throne, Diabo said. Please note, General, I understand that your motives were pure and justified. You are your father's firstborn, but you do not yet have his heart or desires. To end the war quickly and save the Legion and the Empire, we must dispose of the corruption that led us to this destruction. However, this future republic will not survive having another warrior emperor, especially one who is willing to put everything on the line for his own glory. Diabo, Pina said, shocked by what she heard. What the hell? Why are you dash dot? She then felt a hand on her shoulder. No, Crisis said. He is right. Looking toward the broken general, Pina puzzlingly repeated. He is right. Crisis replied. I am a gladiator, a general, a broken soldier. The throne has had enough of my kind. I disavow any claim to the throne that my blood gave me. It is yours, Empress. Your action in choosing to save Fabius instead of me has proven that you are willing to put the needs of others over personal desire. The people need an empress like you to lead them to a better future. 3. Confused by the events, Pina was happy that she did not have to worry about a future leadership crisis. Now that she is throughout it, she wondered if that was Diabo's plan to make Crisis admit his flaws and give her leadership more legitimacy. If so, she underestimated his support for her revolution. Thank you, Crisis, Pina said. Maybe the throne no longer needs warrior emperors, but your ways are still needed. I want you to become my general of the army. Crisis, why? She then pulled out the scroll and laid it out on the table. Remember this? Yes, I gave this to you. On the table laid the scroll that Crisis gave her when he took her prisoner, when she learned of his true intent in saving the Empire. I do not agree with my brother that you only sought glory for yourself, too. I see it as loyalty to the Empire and everything you value. I committed myself to follow your dream, but I cannot do it alone. However, you have something I will never have, Pina said. Your loyalty to the Legion. I spoke with Legatus Fabius Illas. He and his men still think highly of you. Even the common soldiers on this base think highly of you, and you are fighting them. You are a warrior to the core, and the Republic needs that to survive. I need you. The room went silent again. This time Pina did not see anger coming from her eldest brother, but instead, she saw him contemplating. After taking a breath, Crisis responded, I will accept, however, I have conditions. Conditions? Pina asked. I already assume that the other worlders already have their plans for the current emperor and his inner circle, Crisis said. I will settle for this one condition. I want the Oprichnina, all of them. They will pay for what they have done against the Legion. Hearing the strong resolve in her eldest brother's voice, she realized there would be no debate on this matter, and she could understand why. The Oprichnina had committed multiple war crimes and betrayals of their own brethren, especially after a second betrayal against Legatus Fabius Illas. Knowing what happened at Thualu Illas, where every traitor was hunted down and executed, Pina saw no way to restrain the Legion from wanting revenge, and the truth is, she wanted to see them all killed also. With the boiling hate against the Oprichnina for everything they have done, there was no way that organization would be part of the future of her republic. I agree, Pina said. However, I do not want blood and murders in the streets. Keep your revenge out of the public eye, and you can tear down the Oprichnina once and for all. Milud Valley, southern Dumas mountain range, near the newly established bunny kingdom of Idamui. Date: August 3rd, 2026. Staring at the fire, an individual watched the flames fight off an impossible foe, the rain. He watched its futile attempt as it struggled until the inevitable. Most individuals pay no mind to the lessons of nature, only seeing it as a nuisance or obstacle. For Lashin, after hundreds of years of studying the forest, studying what the tree goddess, Were Heron, provided for his people, he came to realize that everything in nature is a consistent state of chaos, a constant state of war. Fire and water are polar opposites. Each tried to eliminate the other to become the dominant power. As Lashin's closest friend spoke, he watched the fire and water battle. The Imperials consider themselves the master of tactics. The Elves consider themselves the masters of archery, and the Dwarves are the masters of the ground. However, he has learned that no one can compare the arts of war to Mother Nature. The only question is which would win, the fire or the water. My lord! Looking away from the campfire, Lashin saw Howleys. I am sorry. I was pondering something. Studying the flames. I noticed, Howleys said. With the falling rain, I believe the flames will be burnt without more wood. I happen to agree, Lashin said. My old friend, I believe our flame is also at an end, Howleys stated. While it pains Lashin to admit it, he agreed with the situation. Up to this point, he has been using the war as a smokescreen, knowing either side wouldn't focus on his war party because of the bigger threats. Those days were ending, and NATO special forces have been targeting his forces for. I have come to agree, dear old friend, Lashin said. We have no more space to move or exploit. It will have to be our last when we make our move. I will keep the men ready, Howleys said. All are ready to commit their lives for you. But do you know when our time will come? The enemy will find us if we stay still. I know, Lashin said, and we will strike once my spy reports where they leave their base. Alnus is a city that the other worlders call a melting pot. It means a people with many different cultures, values, and beliefs all living in one location. Perfect for sending agents to spy on NATO movements and information. From there, his agents learned of the establishment of the new Bunny Kingdom in the Milud Valley, part of the southern tip of the Dumas Mountains. Knowing Lieutenant Colonel Jackson Sharpe and his warriors' relationship with the warrior bunnies, Lashin gambled that his unit would go to the ceremony of the new kingdom's creation. If so, he knows that he would bring his daughter along, as he did during their Woodline State Elves visit. As the two spoke, another Wood Elf approached and reported. Howley's engaged with the elf, and after a few words, he looked toward his lord and nodded. Then it is time, Lashin said. Lashin stood up and walked through the camp, seeing his fellow warriors preparing. He then reached for a tree and placed his hand on it. His hand flared up with a green shimmer. Bunny Kingdom of Idamui Forest, south of Milud Valley. The Idamui Forest was land still fresh with blood, littered with steel, and the voices of the fallen still echoed throughout the land. A new once battle-ridden forest that bordered the Elba fiefdom now had brick houses, carved out of dirt roads, and other signs of construction of a new, thriving community. A few solar panels and generators to provide energy, food, and water. The old kingdom was on the Great Plains, forcing them to be a hunter-gatherer society. While in Thualu's heart, she would never forget the open plains and the breeze flowing through her hair. The culture that was created around that lifestyle only led them to their end. This time, she wanted to build a civilization and act among the other nations and hope that her people could adjust to this new way of life and not revert to their old ways. With the League forces being pushed to the brink in the valley, Thualu saw an opportunity. Queen Thualu and her fellow warrior bunnies helped cleanse the forest from the remaining Imperials. This was not any normal battle. However, this was the place she decided that was going to be their new home. Prior to the battle, the Queen negotiated with the U.S. government to provide funding and engineers for her new motherland. With that funding, she wanted to use what she learned from Alnus and build the infrastructure she needed to birth a great city. By creating schools, developing hospitals, and other essential infrastructure, like indoor plumbing, she started construction in her new nation with the hope to surpass the Coda Woodline State. Today is the day. Thualu would make the formal declaration of the establishment of the new nation for her people, which served a brand new purpose for her people to fight for as warriors. Instead of warmongering, her people would fight for the future for themselves and their descendants. Thualu stood up on the podium in her formal suit as she looked at her people and members of the Vanguard teams who attended the event as she made her speech. My fellow bunnies, friends, and comrades. For centuries, the bunnies have always been a divided group of people who live in different tribes of the Old Valley. While our society at that time was built upon the foundation of strength and warrior spirit, it also breeds a culture of violence, rape, and barbarism, not only against the outsiders but also against each other. Because of this reason, along with our exotic beauty, the Empire invaded and conquered us, leading to a decade of suffering and scattering of our people. However, today is the day that the bunny people once again united as one, not just for the sake of survival against a common enemy, but to build a kingdom together where no differences that separate us. This country will be called the United Bunny Kingdom, to signify that our days of tribal separation that weaken us and the deplorable culture we embrace for centuries that justify our oppression and enslavement are over. From this day to day, we are building a civilized civilization, not a tribe where everyone can see us as strong and noble warriors, not barbaric savages. Our children and descendants are to live and grow up filled with pride and their heads raised high. I know that some of you might still linger toward the old ways, so I will tell you this. The days of kidnapping and raping men to procure our species are over. Fighting and hunting against each other are over. From this day on, we will be one among many great nations of this new world that are forming among our eyes. We will embrace the sacred love between men and women, as we have all seen has made us stronger than going alone. The divine image of family, and together we will make ourselves anew as warriors of light and justice. Like our fellow Tarians, from now on, we give birth to our nation. Many bunnies could not hold back their tears after the speech as they clapped their hands, furiously welcoming the birth of their nation. She is surely such a good orator, Sharpe commented. It seems like she paid close attention to the president's speeches. I think she learned a bit from you too, Daddy, Selena added, having him smirk. It was an impressive speech, Alisoid said. Queen Tayul seems to have truly adopted your people's ways. Everyone is celebrating mainly because they have a home, but everything, she said, was not for our people's ears, but for yours and everyone else who inhabits these lands. What do you mean? Lelei asked. We all know about the reputation of us bunnies, Alisoid responded. Our people is a mixed bag, and a lot of people will be worried about having the new bunny kingdom forming. Her speech is basically telling the two worlds that she is embracing their culture, so please do not invade us again. Well, I cannot say I disagree, Sharpe said. Right now, the public likes your kind, however. If you revert back to the old ways, that high opinion will not last. My government has been worried about how all these post-war nations will act once we draw down our forces. However, based on the speech and my personal interaction, I do think Tayul means everything she says. That is mainly thanks to Bailey and Delilah, Alicia said. Those two love couples shockingly showed how things could work. I hope it lasts. Agreed. I hope they don't adopt our high divorce rate. Sharpe teased and then looked toward Alisoid and Albert, who were sitting next to her. Never thought you would attend this event, Alisoid. I thought you still hated your former queen. Alisoid crossed her arms and said, I only come here to witness the day my people can finally have a country of our own. Regardless of my personal beliefs, today will represent a milestone for our people. To look forward to a future that is worth fighting for after many years of being scattered, enslaved, and oppressed. In short, I just want to see the happiness of my people. I don't do this for Tayul. My loyalty is toward the British crown now. Albert wrapped his arm around Alisoid with a smirk and commented, Yes, it is now. As the ceremony continued, an alarm bell rang loudly indicating an attack, causing everyone to startle up. We are under attack. Everyone to their stations. Get the younglings to safety. Tayul shouted as she stepped down from the podium to search for weapons as all attendants stood up and prepared for battle. The League? Sharpe asked. In his head, he tried to think of any nearby battles, however he couldn't think of any. The closest now is far north from here. It makes sense for them trying to stop this, but they are busy being routed up north and south. And the timing is off. It has to be the League, Tayul said. Who else would be attacking us? Especially in the dark? She's probably correct, Rory said as she grabbed her halberd. I will scout ahead and gather more information. I will go with you. Honey, take our daughters to safety with the other younglings in that school building. The babysitters will look after them. Okay, Mommy needs to fight, so stay safe, and I will be right back. Delilah said to her husband as she kissed her twin daughters and handed them to her husband before heading out to search for weapons. As the two left, Sharpe ordered his rangers to head back to the JLTVs and prepare for battle. He looked down and directed Selena to stay with Sarah. Lelei and Yao headed to the JLTVs to grab his guns. Why cannot the Empire just leave us alone? Tayul commented. I mean, they're literally on their last legs, and shouldn't they focus on building up defenses rather than going on the offense like this? It does not make any sense. I will give them this. They are a persistent bunch of people, Sharpe said. This has to be a last-ditch effort on their part to gain some grounds in the losing war. If so, let us make sure they will regret dash. Tayul was saying before being stopped as the two saw Rory moving through the air and hit the cliff-edge boulder, crashing into it before falling to the ground. Right after a large explosion happened at the outer concrete wall as the Ents started throwing boulders at the wall. Sharpe rushed to Rory. She had already gotten to her feet by the time he arrived. Apostle? No, Rory said. And it is not the League. It is your old bastard of a friend, the Wood Elves. Wood, Sharpe asked before realizing what she meant. What the hell are they doing here? And that is not all. They have Ents that are trying to break through the wall, Rory added. He then looked toward the concrete wall as he saw bunny archers firing arrows return from the Wood Elves. Both species were quick and accurate, but while the bunnies were experts in melee warfare, the elves were just as good at archery. Despite the bunnies' natural night vision, it did not help them much as the Wood Elves continued hammering them hard with their superior archery skill and fey magic. However, that is not what is concerning Sharpe. In the darkness, he and everyone around him saw these trees approaching. Each took long steps forward with archers and mages on the branches, firing at the bunnies with arrows and magic-conjured sharp tree branches. They're gonna walk over our defenses, Thualu said. As the two watched, the Ents carrying huge boulders approached the wall and destroyed it by smashing the boulders onto it. Some of the bunnies attacked the legs with their blades, which had little effect. Delilah quickly approached and said, "My queen, what should we do? Our tactics aren't working at all. Bring up all of our troops," Thualu said. "Grab some wine bottles and turn them into Molotov cocktails to burn those Ents and use flame arrows on them. We hold them here." As they planned their defense, one of the approaching Ents was consumed with .50 caliber fire from one of the jail TVs, distracting it. A moment later, a rocket from an AT-4 destroyed one of the Ents. With its death, fiery explosions spread across the area. "Delilah," Sharpe said, "don't aim for the base of the trees. Surround the ends and hack at the branches instead. Pick them apart, and then use fire against the rest." Looking behind, Sharpe saw most of his rangers. Two teams left and right. Stay away from the branches and pick off the elves. The best option is to keep hitting them with rocket fire and bring up the incinerator. Try to keep the Ents distracted here. And someone gets Lelei, Tuke, and Yao up here. As everyone took their positions, and more bunnies joined the fight from the underground huts. From what Sharpe could gather, there are 9 Ents with dozens more wood elves as infantry support. Most of the elves got off the Ents, which surprised him, pulling out their swords to engage the bunnies, while the rest found a place that utilized their bow and magic more effectively. Taking his recommendation, Thualu ordered her bunnies to remain mobile, as their blades have little effect on the tree trunks and roots. This proved to be hard as melee combat began, so a stand-up fight was seen to be a disadvantage. The bunnies are superior melee fighters, easily cutting down a wood elf. However, a new problem emerged as once a bunny engaged one of the elf swordsmen. One of the Ent branches reached down and either blocked the bunny or, worse, killed her. Furthermore, the wood elf archers and mages stand in the tree branches, providing long-range support to their swordsmen, making it far more difficult for the bunnies to engage them. Seeing just that, Sharpe pulled his Colt and killed one of the warriors that were flanking Delilah. Rory then swooped in and knocked one of the Ents back. "Thank you, sir," Delilah said. "I am not going to tell your husband that you died under my watch," Sharpe said. "They are fighting smart, so don't get stuck in one place." "Okay," Delilah responded. "I know what to do." Delilah rallied her bunnies and acted like a rubber band. 2 bunnies charged forward and engaged the elvish swordsman. Once a branch came to aid, the 2 backed away, and 2 more bunnies bounced forward, slicing the branches from the Ents. Then the first 2 bunnies came charging back to finish off the elves. "We are here, Dad," Lelei said as she ran up with Tuke and Yao. "You 3 know what to do," Sharpe said. "Work with the rocket team and focus on the center and work your way out. Cut these bastards off from one another." The 2 elven sisters then start throwing fireballs at the Ents, while Lelei at the same time conjuring shields to protect their allies from long-range attacks. To protect themselves from the fireballs from the 3, the wood elves channel their magic through the Ents, causing the Ents to conjure thick tree branches from their hands in the form of a shield to block the fireballs. The flame is then extinguished quickly as the tree branches secrete their water to put down the flame. While Sharpe's first reaction was to relate these Ents with Tolkien's work, they acted more like Groot from Guardians of the Galaxy, able to grow and recover quickly. Randy then approached Sharpe and said, "Something doesn't feel right. Where is Lashin?" "That crossed my mind also," Sharpe said. "I also want to know how the hell he knew we were even here." "Then must have a spy in Alnus," Randy replied. "Does not help that we bypass these events for PR reasons." Lashin, a man Sharpe hated more than life itself. However, if he had to give that elf one credit, the elf is no coward. Lashin would never throw away his men pointlessly like this alone, unless there was something more going on. Especially, the single goal of his quest was the execution of his daughter. Seeing that their fireballs do not work against the Ents due to their water secretion capability, Lelei then conjures a huge fireball combined with lighting spells to heat up the fireball until it turns into a ball of plasma. She then hurls the plasma ball at the Ent, causing it to explode in a spectacular blue blaze, incinerating all wood elves standing on the tree branches. However, the explosion is far more than Lelei can anticipate, and she quickly conjures a shield to cover herself from the amount of heat that was radiating from it. Suddenly, the nearly destroyed Ent rushed at Lelei and intended to drop his dead heavy body on her to kill her. Rory dashed down and grabbed her just in time. However, Once the int body hit the ground, its remains exploded again, and the flames spread in all directions, catching Rory and Lelei. "Rory, Lelei!" Sharpe yelled. He rushed over, killing two elves that were going after the two girls with his sidearm. Once there, Sharpe saw Rory on the ground, legs and back suffering from deep third-degree burns. However, Lelei was mostly okay except parts of her clothing were burnt. It is clear to him that Rory used her body to protect Lelei. "Are you okay?" Sharpe asked. "Yes," Rory replied. "You always worry." "I will." "Eel?" He then looked at Lelei, seeing this confused look on her face. "Lelei, what the hell? You went overboard with that spell of yours?" "That was not me," Lelei quickly replied. "The plasma ball was not supposed to make the int explode so violently like that. I had calculated the explosion so that it wouldn't harm me, but the int exploded far more violently than I anticipated, and twice too." Over the radio, Sharpe heard one of his rangers was about to fire another rocket. He watched as the rocket impacted another int. Like last time, it exploded into multiple jet flames and fell to the ground. The fire spread everywhere, catching huts, other trees, and anyone nearby in flames. These ints have been embedded with explosive runes, which make them explode violently and release their flames spread across the landscape, Lelei said as she examined the burning remains of the int. "This is what he wants," Sharpe stated. "Lashin knew we would bring out the heavy guns to take out the ints, so he rigged them to explode and spread the damage as far as they could. They are all rigged to blow if impacted." "Dad," Lelei said as she stood up, "ints are summoned creatures, so we need to find someone who summoned them and control them and take them out. Without the summoners, all summoned creatures will crumble down." "Got it," Sharpe said. "Tell Andrew to form a term and start a spotting mission. Also, tell Thualu to send out assassins to search for the summoners and eliminate them." Lelei, Tuke, and Yao try something different. "Ice, earth, something else that prevents them from exploding. I know exactly what to do with them," Lelei said. "Tuke, Yao, prepare frost spell with me to freeze them and shatter them. The extremely cold temperature should disable those explosive runes effectively." She then began to charge a powerful stream of cold air to freeze the ints. "Rory, get back to the jail TVs until you heal." And then Sharpe ordered until he stopped looking back to the ints. His gut suddenly warned him that something else was off. He knew what their objective was: Selena. Lashin would care little about these bunnies as their homeland is far to the west, far away from this war. His senses are screaming at him that she is somehow, even though he sent her into the bunker. "Jackson, just go," Rory said as she was being carried by Jerry. Without hesitation, Sharpe rushed past a few warriors fighting, heading to the palace bunker. He knew Thualu was not going to leave all her defenses unmanned, so they were not flanked. However, the closer he reached the palace, the fewer bunny defenders he saw. Passing a building, Sharpe was grabbed and forced against the wall. To his surprise, it was a bunny, a civilian who was scared. She warned him to be quiet. Realizing the situation, he peeked around the corner and saw moving tree branches, peeking over buildings and boulders. It seemed that the int was stomping around, destroying huts and underground homes. On top, that is where he saw him, Lashin. Around him seems to be about a dozen elves, his personal guard. Hearing footsteps coming from behind, he aimed his M1911 Colt, but saw it was two of his rangers, Sophia and Frost. Warning them to whisper, he said, "I wanted you all to help in the defense." "Never leave the officer alone, sir," Frost said. "Besides, we all know by now that you are a danger magnet," Sophia said. "We all know what is at stake for you. So let's end this." After directing the civilians away, he responded, "Okay, I want you two to set up right above here and pick off his personal guard. I'm going right after Lashin and end this." "You are insane, sir," Sophia commented. "Just cover me," was not an insult. On this team, being insane works. Watching his two rangers get into position, both engage with elves, taking them off guard. Sharpe watched as four were killed before they found cover. Seeing his opening, Sharpe rushed forward, passing many of the elves. Reaching the end, he ran off a boulder and jumped onto the back of the int. "Sharpe!" Lashin shouted. He then pulled out his dagger and started slashing at Sharpe's hands. Struggling to gain his footing from the moving int and trying not to love his hand, Sharpe tried to dodge. With Lashin on the high ground, finding a moment to aim has become complicated. as another strike came from the lash and dagger, where Sharpe was forced to let go of the branch, almost falling off the ent. As Lashin adjusted himself closer for the kill, Sharpe noticed that the elf's leg was opened. Leaning forward, he grabbed the leg and pulled Lawson down, nearly throwing him off. As Lashing hung on a branch, Sharpe noticed that they were over the palace bunker. He climbed up the ent. As he climbed, he noticed markings all over the tree. From Lelei studies, the marking looked like rune markings. That is when he realized that is how the trees kept exploding. As Sharpe reached the top of the ent, he looked down and saw Selena among other bunny children scrambling to flee the ent. "Dad!" Selena yelled as she noticed her father. Before he could respond, he saw Sophia rush over to Selena and grab her. Frost is nearby, firing at the tree with little effect. Sharpe realized what Lashin's plan was: to march his ent over here and blow it up, killing everyone. It has become clear that this was a suicide mission, and this time, the elf took no chances of failure. He then remembered a religious conversation from Rory regarding Palapon, that those who sign a contract with him to get revenge must carry out the revenge if they intend to do no matter what, or else their souls will be damned. However, there is a loophole, is that if a person gets killed or died in some circumstances in the middle of carrying out their vengeance, his her soul will not be damned, as they will be claimed either by Hardy or Emroy, voiding them of the fate of being damned by Palapon. This fact made it clear to Sharpe that Lashin and his elves intend to not only kill Selena to fulfill their revenge, but to avoid themselves from being damned by Palapon by dying in combat. Sharpe ran through the list of his options. He had to prevent himself from panicking about the danger to his daughter and the others. Explosives were not an option, and bullets were pointless. An incendiary grenade would have the opposite effect that he would want. If not incendiary, what about fragmentation? Sharpe mumbled. While Hollywood showed the standard M67 grenade as an explosive weapon where it could explode with a wide radius, that is not the reality of it. Once donated, a fragmentation grenade fired out small steel fragments with enough kinetic energy to go through body armor and other protection. While not strong enough to kill this wooden beast, it could slow it down long enough to save his daughter. As Sharpe pulled a grenade off his vest, he quickly dodged a rear strike from Lashin, quickly grabbed the arm, and tried to force him to drop the dagger. However, Lashing was able to strike Sharpe on the head with his other fist, forcing him to let go. Before recovering, Sharpe saw the dagger again. Not having anywhere to move, he swung out his knife, forcing Lashing back. For a moment, both stared each other in the eye. No words were needed, as both knew what the other was thinking and were wholly committed. A short knife duel, as each other tried to gain the upper hand and find an opening for the kill. Lashin placed his free hand on a branch. That branch suddenly thrust toward Sharpe, forcing him to back away toward the edge of the ent. From the attack, he dropped his Colt as he grabbed for the branch. After readjusting his ground, Lashin looked directly at Sharpe. He then looked toward his hand and aimed his dagger at the defenseless ranger. Bullet sounds zoomed past and hit Lashin. In Lashin confusion, Sharpe looked down and saw Selena firing her pistol as Sophia grabbed a bunny, regretting teaching her to have a backbone and not fleeing when danger is around. However, the weapon fire forced Lashin to back and seek cover for a moment. Seeing the ent arm reach down at his daughter, Sharpe saw his opportunity and slid down the ent side until he reached the tree arm section. Taking the fragmentation grenade and shoved it inside one of the joint holes in the bark. Sharpe quickly swung around the other side of the tree as he heard the grenade go off. As hoped, the ent arm came off and fell to the ground. The tree let out a roar like it was in pain, which was something he did not expect. Seeing another hole, Sharpe pulled out a grenade and put it inside. "No, I will not let you steal this from me," Lashin yelled. He then jumped off the ent and rammed into Sharpe, forcing him to let go of the tree branch. As Sharpe hit the ground, he saw the fragmentation grenade explode, taking out another section of the ent, but not killing it. He slowly rolled to his side. Hearing Lashin standing up, he quickly stood up and held out his combat knife. While he wanted to escape this fight and grab Selena, Lashin already got in the way, forcing a fight. Behind the elf leader, he saw the other arm of the ent reach down behind the bunker toward the children. "Selena, we must run." Selena looked toward Sophia. A part of her is still shocked that this woman was even here, saving everyone. Last time she thought, Sophia hated her and everyone that are not from Earth. However, based on what Lelei said about Sophia's experience in Rondell, it seems that she has grown sympathetic toward the people of this world who suffer their own plights and sees the errors of her unjust, hateful ways. Looking back up the int, Selena watched as her father and Lashin fought. She grabbed her pistol and tried to aim for Lashin. Once she thought she had a shot, and now that her father was hanging on a branch, she fired. While none of her bullets hit Lashin, she watched as her father did what he did best. At first, take out one arm and then take out the other arm. However, the joy of victory was swept away as Lashin attacked her father and both fell behind Thualu's palace bunker. Selena, we must run now, Sophia yelled. Looking back toward the int, she was getting closer. Even without arms, the wooden beast seemed to wish to kill her. Sophia got behind, firing her rifle, but the bullets only chipped away the bark. Feeling Frost's arm grabbing her, Selena said, "What about my father?" "You first, him second," Frost said. As Selena was pulled away, she looked at the end again, this time at his eyes. She did not think that such a beast had eyes. Being a tree, however, once she thought about it, it made sense. Otherwise, how could they have moved? But what took Selena was the end gaze. She did not feel any hate, malice, or lust to kill, but only pain and suffering. The more she stared, the more she felt the tree pain in her heart. "No, let me go," Selena ordered. While Frost refused to let go, she kicked him in the side, which made him let go. "I am sorry, Frost. I didn't mean to do so, but I must go." She then ran toward the int, ignoring Frost and Sophia's pleas. She stopped, feeling terrified as the giant wooden monster got closer. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. "Merida, please help me. Please help me heal this creature of life." Selena opened her eyes and then jumped onto the int. Her hand and eyes glowed goldish yellow, and she placed her hand on the int face. Seeing the int go behind Thualu Palace bunker, all Sharpe could feel was anger and hatred that prevented him from doing the number one responsibility he had in life, protecting his daughter. "You bastard," Sharpe said. "I'm going to kill you here and now." Lashin glanced backward and smirked, assuming that his revenge was complete. "Empty threats. While it was not how I would like to do it, my oath to Palapon is complete." Washing that grin on Lashin's face only angered Sharpe. Noticing the hut shadow, he glanced over to the nearly broken building. It seems the arm he blew off crushed the roof. Besides charging toward Lashin, Sharpe with all his strength rammed into an unfinished wall. As hoped, the naming part of the wall fell to where he was as all the remaining weight was leaning outside. Sharpe rushed out of the building as the wall fell. He moved back around the building. To his confusion, he saw nobody. Hearing a crack, Sharpe moved out of the war as Lashin rushed past him. Regaining his combat stance, Sharpe stared at his opponent. Covered in dirt, dust, and blood, it seemed that Lashin did suffer from the collapsed hut. The two engaged in a knife duel, each jabbing and blocking the other while looking for an opening. With Lashin, bruises and cut all over his body. Taking a step back, Sharpe dodged a charge from Lashin. However, he slipped over a piece of rubble that was caused by the wall, dropping his knife. Lashin quickly recovered and came to Sharpe. Quickly grabbing a piece of rubble, Sharpe swung it into Lashin's hand, breaking it and forcing him to drop the dagger. Getting up, Sharpe saw Lashin pick up his knife. Before the elf could use it, Sharpe rushed over and tackled him, forcing Lashin to drop the knife and flung it into a boulder. As Sharpe grabbed a rock to smash Lashin's head, a green fire formed around Lashin's hand. The elf then cast a green fire blast, hitting Sharpe in the chest. Feeling the intense heat, Sharpe dropped the rock and quickly ripped off his vest and jacket, tossing the two over another builder as some of his bullets began to explode. As Sharpe prepared to charge, a shadow hung over. Sharpe looked up and saw the end. "This is the end, Sharpe," Lashin laughed. "I know I will not survive this battle, but I will rest easy knowing I killed her and you. My death will be complete. I will see my wife and child again in the afterlife when Roy claims my soul." "Not so fast, Lashin," Selena said. Confused, Lashin quickly looked up at his ant and saw Selena on top of it. The end foot stomped where he was, forcing the elf to dodge away. Seeing where Lashin would land, Sharpe moved close, closing his fists together. As the elf got up, he gave the elf a right hook and an uppercut, spilling blood everywhere and knocking Lashin to the ground. He then grabbed Lashin clothing, held him down, and punched as hard as he could, knocking some teeth out until Lashin is completely incapacitated. Seeing the elf incapacitated, Sharpe catches his breath as the int lowered Selena down next to him. "Hi, Daddy. Hi, sweetheart. Glad you were safe." Selena then handed her pistol to her father and nodded. Sharpe took the pistol. While the grip is not suited for him, it would be enough for the final shot. "How?" Lashin asked. "Int, I command you to kill them. Why will you not listen?" "Because, Lashin, I healed it," Selena said. "What?" "Your people once believed in the tree goddess of Wereheron," Selena explained. "Just like Merida, Wereheron is a beautiful goddess who brought life to this world. Your kind once protected her from the destructive nature of civilization. Because you sold yourself to Palapon, you corrupted Wereheron and all her beauty as you use her creations to wreak havoc and cause death in the name of vengeance. So when I healed the int with my healing magic that Wereheron blessed me with, and Werehun gave me her blessing to control the int, this tree will no longer serve you and your bloodthirsty will. So, the goddess has finally turned on me and my kin for our sacrilege," Lashin said. He then looked toward Sharpe, knowing that he had lost. "I might have lost, but do not think this is over. My people will carry on my will. Her father has committed grave sins against our people, so we will never forget, and we will never forgive. I will be the martyr for this cause until the last bloodline of King Julius is extinguished from the face of this world." "Not unless we wipe your kind off the face of Uros," Sharpe said. "But you won't be around to see that. Then send me to Emroy. Let me reunite with my wife and child," Lashin boldly said as he closes his eyes, accepting his fate. With the press of the trigger, Sharpe shot Lashin in the head. Fort Minnick. Date: August 5th, 2026. Listening to the falling rain beginning to flow, Sharpe felt his side and felt very little pain. "I have to say, Selena, you have gotten better at this," Sharpe said. "Your lessons with Carlin have paid off." "Thank you, Daddy," Selena said. "Look like she has surpassed even you, Lelei," Rory joked. "Be pleased. She managed to do that because of pure circumstances." Lelei snapped back as she drinks her hot cocoa. "Ah, somebody is jealous," Tuke teased. "I am not jealous," Lelei annoyingly replied, frowning, and she looked away. Checks puffed up from jealously. "I'm the one who come up with the idea of taking down those ents effectively to save the whole bunny town. So I still have a bigger feat here. I'm just glad this is over," Sarah said as she nursed the baby. "I'm getting tired of all this revenge killing, honor code stuff." "It is over," Selena said, and then looked to her father. "Is it?" "I think so," Sharpe said. "We make sure the Wood Elves will not follow Lashin's footsteps anymore." As the battle ended, all the ents were frozen and shattered by the combined frost magic of Lelei, Tuke, Yao, and most of the surviving Wood Elves were rounded up. In the warrior bunny tradition, the wounded were executed as retaliation for trying to kill their youth and the death of some of the bunnies who were killed in combat. All Wood Elves accept their death with no signs of fear, as they want Emroy to claim them instead of Palapon. They know to the clear damnation they will have to suffer if they proclaim that they give up their vengeance. Lashin's second-in-command Howleys agreed to send a letter through a pigeon to the ruling council of the Northern Wood Elves tribe to ask them to stop any attempt on Selena, or else NATO will conduct airstrikes against their villages, driving them into extinction. When the letter is delivered, Howleys lets Delia slit his throat. All Sharpe can do is hope that it is all over. Hearing a knock at the door, Lelei telekinetically opens the door, and a familiar face is shown. "Hey, Dad, it is the great General Crisis," Selena said. "Let him in," Sharpe said. He then turned to Sarah and the girls in confusion. "No," Sarah said. "I had no idea he was coming over." "We neither," the girls said in unison. Looking over, Sharpe watched Selena escort Crisis into the living room. As expected, he is in his legendary armor, helmet in his arms. "Welcome, General of the Army," Sharpe said. "You did hear then? Everyone expected that you would be given command of all legions," Sharpe said. "A lot of people probably would be pissed if you didn't take command after everything you've been through. I am surprised you were wearing your old armor and not ours." "I will assume that made sense to you," Crisis said. "And what other armor would I wear? I figured you would wear the same Kevlar ones as all the knights wear." Sharpe said. Do you have enough for everyone in the Legion to wear? Crisis asked. I don't think so, Sharpe replied. I doubt we have enough time to manufacture enough for everyone. Then I shall wear what the Legion wears. Fair enough. Sharpe gave the general a single nod of respect. If there is one thing that he could say about the man, it is that he is loyal to his men, no matter what, which any officer should be. Now, what brings you here? I came to say good luck before we depart to Sadera. Sadera, the capital of the Empire. The one place that is remaining in League hands. Close enough to be struck, just far enough away to prevent a direct invasion thanks to the Dumas mountain range. However, as planned, the highway was completed through the Dumas, and now heavy armor and supplies can freely move through, although resistance and raids from remnants of the League forces are still quite fierce throughout the Dumas mountain. Originally called Operation Uppercut, now called Operation Mjolnir, the plan is to strike in 3 stages. Because most military and economic positions in Sadera were destroyed from standoff weapons in 2 previous raids, most of the League forces were camped farther east. To prevent the enemy from reinforcing and fleeing the city, the 82nd will drop 2 battalions east of the city. Once that is complete, the Vanguard teams, Alcatraz and Rose Knights, and a brigade from the 101st will airborne into the city. The bulk of the Republican Army, backed by a brigade from 1st Cav, will punch right through the city walls. The battle is expected to take 3 days a week at the most thanks to all the rubble. However, if the 82nd successfully does their jobs, the war should end, as most of the enemy leadership should still be in the city. I guess I will see you in 3 days, Sharpe said. We'll see you inside the city. I actually will not be joining in the assault, Crisis sadly said. Confused, Sharpe asked, why not? This will be the battle for the ages. Crisis held out his handless arm. The Empress said that I need to stay back, just in case she falls in battle or anything happens. That she wants someone she trusts just in case. I am sorry to hear that, Sharpe said. But you should listen. She is not the same girl from when you first took her. No, she is not, Crisis said. Who knows, so much can change in such a short period of time. You have my great gratitude for mentoring her into an empress like she is right now. Thank you, General, Sharpe replied. She is quite a pain in the ass for a while, but watching her grow as a leader makes me quite proud of her. I have a question, Selena said. Why is up with you in kidnapping girls, General? First my mom, then Pina. The girl has a point, Sarah said while sitting on the couch. Crisis looked at Selena and smirked. You want to know the truth? Selena's eyes widened but nodded. The truth was that I originally planned to kidnap you to draw out your father and his people out in battle, Crisis explained. We would fight under my terms, and then once it was over, I would give you back under the condition that we assault Sadera. You were planning to come after me all along? Selena asked. Yup, Crisis said, and then messed with her hair. That only reinforces the point of your fetish of kidnapping women, Sarah said. You might want to fix that if you ever want to attract a woman one day. They do have a point, Sharpe added. Slowly, Crisis looked at each one of them. He then smirked again. If I recall, if I did not kidnap Sarah, then you never would have had the opportunity to save her from my dungeon. Which means you two never would have come together. So, in truth, all 3 of you owe me a thank you, so you are welcome. There was nothing but silence before Sarah spoke first. My God, he is just as bad as you, Jackson. But he is right, Selena added. It is funny how life works sometimes, Sharpe said. Now, back to business. Hopefully, the enemy will just surrender besides forcing another street-to-street fight like what you did in Havkrisen. No, Crisis said. At this point, the legions they have there will fight until Zorzel is dead, as all the remaining force of the League will rather die than surrender to the enemy. Anyone else already defected to our cause, stationed elsewhere, or fled. He then looked directly at Sharpe with a serious look. I assume you are the one going to kill him? I honestly have not thought about it, but if I get the opportunity, I will, Sharpe said. Good. Crisis held out his hand. Seeing the gesture, Sharpe took his former enemy's hand and shook it. By the way, General, I have heard that Pina has told you the truth about your heritage. So how you will feel, Sharpe said, but was cut off by Crisis. Pina and Diabo might be my siblings, but my parent had long died when Molt ordered their death. Crisis said solemnly as he remembers the fate of his beloved adopted father and mother.